Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had rough work in bedroom with Tenten? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. There she stood watching as her husband's casket was lowered into the earth. He was a hero, he was a lover, and now all of that was taken from him far too soon. Tenten loved him with all her heart and soul. Naruto hadn't started off well. Hell, he wasn't even on her radar of potential boyfriend material. When he was younger he was loud, crude, obnoxious, and if the villagers were to be believed, a nuisance. It wasn't until after the Fourth Great War did she start to notice him. The way he selflessly came to the aid of others, the gleam he got in his eye when he saw the people closest to him smile. She would never be able to see it again, however. Naruto had sacrificed everything for this village growing up, and no, he had finally sacrificed the one thing you can never get back: his own life. The day started off like any other. She woke up next to the man she loved. He would always wake up first, and when she finally woke he would be staring down at her with love in his eyes. She kissed him, he kissed her, and eventually one thing led to another. Once they had finally got out of bed and showered, it was back to their lives. Naruto had completed his dream of becoming Hokage, and Tenten had taken over the weapons shop after her father passed away. It was all a normal day till a large glowing purple armor was seen advancing on the Konoha outer wall. It turned out that Sasuke Uchiha had finally come to make good on his promise of destroying Konoha. With him it seemed he brought the remaining army of White Zetsu. In the end, Sasuke had failed. There had been casualties on both sides and Naruto had been driven into a corner, so he used his final trump card. He unsealed the Kyuubi. In doing so he had given his life for the village he grew up in, the same village that had hated him for many years of his life. Kurama sat and watched his previous host and partner being lowered into the ground. He felt a feeling akin to loneliness as he watched Naruto's wife cry silent tears. He wrapped one of his tails around her for comfort. She buried her face into his tail and wailed. "I can't believe he's gone," she sobbed. Kurama stared down at the human that was using him as tissue with sorrow-filled eyes. He could do something. It was forbidden even for the Biju, but he could do it. The giant fox sighed. He resigned himself to his decision. He doesn't have to be. Tenten looked up with tear-stained eyes. What? I can send you back before this. So far back that you could change his loneliness. Tenten's eyes widened with hope. Do it, she said without hesitation. She didn't care whether it meant traveling to the realm of the Shinigami. She was getting her husband back. Kurama nodded before weaving through a few hand signs. His body became chakra and it surrounded the brunette's body. She could feel her body moving on its own as it weaved some hand signs she didn't recognize. Her world turned black. She eventually woke up. Did it work? She looked around and saw a room she hadn't called hers in years. It was her dad's house right above their weapon shop. When am I? A few days before Naruto became a genin, the familiar voice of the Kyuubi spoke within her mind. She would be lying if she said she didn't freak out at first, but she was the wife of an Uzumaki, and if there were anything an Uzumaki does not do, is lie. Kurama, how can I hear you? Where are you? Inside your mind, child. This was the only way I could find. I turned you into a Jinchuriki in order for you to save Naruto from his loneliness. His words resonated within her. She was a Jinchuriki now. She was like him now. That train of thought brought a smile to her face. Then I can protect him. The fox smirked as he heard the girl's thoughts. She wasn't like Naruto was. She had no talent for keeping her thoughts to herself. Yes. This way, once we make contact with Naruto, I can share with him your memories. It'll be like having your husband back when he was 13. She slightly cringed at the thought of a 13-year-old husband. They couldn't do what a married couple could for another 2 years by Konoha law. A small price to pay for more time with him. Ten-chan, called the familiar voice of her father, Ojiro. She felt tears beginning to pool in the corners of her eyes. She had missed her father ever since he passed away a year after she and Naruto got married. Coming, she yelled back, trying to keep the sobs back. She couldn't let him know she was crying. He would only ask questions that she couldn't answer without sounding like a nutcase. After calming down and wiping her tears, she left her room. Reaching their living room, she immediately smiled as she saw him, standing at 5'9" with short brown hair. He wore a tan dress shirt tucked into a pair of black dress pants. Tenten questioned this. Was something important supposed to happen today? "Ten-chan, did you forget?" he said. She looked at him confused. "We're visiting your mother today." She mouthed, "Oh," before dashing back to her room. How could she have not known? Her father never dressed up for anything. Their annual visit to her mother's grave is the only time she didn't see her father. In that old leather apron, work gloves, a white shirt, and blue jeans. She sighed and opened her closet. What to wear? She decided upon a lovely knee-length red dress with golden floral prints. She wore her hair in her usual double buns. Once she was ready, she and her father left the house in the direction of the Konoha cemetery. "Here lies Chi-Chi, mother, wife, friend." She sat in front of the gravestone as her father poured water over the stone and placed the ceremonial incense. They prayed together before he placed a hand on her shoulder and telling her that he'll see her at home. Tenten was incredibly grateful for this time. She was close with her mother ever since she was born. "Hey, Ka-san. How are you? I suppose you know I'm not really 14. I couldn't turn down the fox's offer. I had to get him back." The memory of her beloved husband as she remembered him at the Chunin exams. She had the passing thought that he was cute but never would have imagined him being her husband at the time. She was scared to see him. In a strange way it felt as if he wasn't her Naruto. Sure, he'll grow up to be the man she fell in love with, but he's not currently hers. "I hope you can give me courage. I'll be sure to make things right this time." She offered a silent, "I love you," before turning and walking off. She smiled at the thought of seeing him again. She couldn't wait. "I've got my second chance and I'll make everything right." One of Tenten's biggest regrets as a wife was never becoming a mother. They had talked about it and it seemed as if they were ready, but it never happened. Either she had missions that kept her away from home for weeks if not months at a time, or Naruto had Hokage duties that required his full attention. Not this time. This time she would have a much longer life with him. Naruto walked calmly through the streets of Konoha. It was a quiet and calm day. He hadn't pulled a prank all day and no one's tried anything with him. Plus there was his genin exam tomorrow. He couldn't wait, he was so excited. He was walking with his hands resting on the back of his head and his eyes pointed upward, so it was no surprise when he knocked into someone. He fell to the ground and his eyes went wide when he saw the person he had run into. She was stunning in her red dress. Her skin was light and creamy and those flower patterns on her dress were spectacular. She wore her brown hair up in twin buns at the back of her head. She stared at him and he stared at her in return. "Oh Kami, it's him. Well, what do I do? What do I say?" "Calm down, girl," Kyuubi commanded. Tenten nodded before she noticed a hand held out to her. She followed the arm back to its source and found it connected to the man of her dreams. She took his hand and Naruto pulled her to her feet. "Her hands are so soft." Naruto thought the blush on his cheeks deepened as he pulled her too hard and she fell forward. Her body made contact with his. She blushed and felt her heart hasten. "Calm down, Tenten. It's just your husband, who doesn't know he's my husband." Sorry," he stuttered out while rubbing at the back of his neck. "I guess I don't know my own strength." It's fine. No harm done." A moment of awkward silence passed between them. "My name's Tenten," she said. Even if she couldn't tell him she was his wife yet, there was no way he wasn't going to know her name before the end of this interaction. "Nice to meet you, Tenten-chan," Naruto greeted. The chan suffix didn't go unnoticed by Tenten. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki." "Hello Naruto-kun. Sorry for running into you." "And no, I am sorry. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. I suppose I was too busy thinking about my genin exam tomorrow." She arched an eyebrow. That gives her a time frame of how far back she was. She remembered right, Naruto's control sucked. "Genin exam, so you're going to be a ninja?" "Not just any ninja, I'm going to be Hokage one day," Naruto exclaimed. Tenten smiled at this. He definitely will become Hokage. He was inducted after they dated for 3 years. She blushed as she remembered his inauguration. It was a special day for them both. Not only did he finally achieve his dream after so many years, but he had to go and do something crazy. He proposed during his own inauguration. "Well then, you must be really something." "Huh. I will be. I just have to get through the exam, this time." He tried to be as quiet as possible when he said those last two words, but to no avail. Tenten heard him clearly. This time, you having trouble with something? I've been a genin for a year already, maybe I can give you some advice. Naruto looked at her suspiciously. Well, I've got everything pretty much down, and I am pretty confident when it comes to the written portion. But I am terrible with the bunshin, Naruto explained. Tenten nodded. She remembered how he used to explain how terrible he was at it. She had come to know that he would never be able to perform something as simple as regular clone jutsu. Time to change that. You said your last name was Uzumaki, right? Yeah. Well then that could be your problem. Every Uzumaki is born with large chakra reserves which make basic jutsu like the bunshin next to impossible unless you have Jonin level control, she explained silently, thanking Naruto for explaining to her. It's kinda like overfilling a water balloon. But I am an orphan, I am sure they just gave me that name. She cursed, she had forgotten he was an orphan, he certainly never act like one. Not necessarily, a lot of times orphanages won't even bother giving you the last name. Like my teammate Rock Lee, what kinda idiot adult would name a kid Rock? Naruto looked unsure. Tenten wanted to assure him that yes, he was an Uzumaki, but she couldn't just come out with it and say, "Hey, Naruto-kun. My real name's Tenten Uzumaki. I am your wife from the future. I know stuff you haven't learned yet, like, you really are an Uzumaki and your mother was named Kushina Uzumaki. You worry too much. I think I worry just the right amount for a wife whose husband is 13 and has no idea who you are." Kyuubi rolled his eyes. Just make prolonged physical contact and I'll take care of the rest. She blushed at the thought of physical contact. If they were older it would have another meaning, but for them at their current age, what was she supposed to do, hold his hand? She and Naruto walked until they found themselves at Training Ground 7, she had fond memories here. They had come here once and had a picnic together back when they were still just friends. He had passed it off as him just returning the favor after she helped him with his kenjutsu training. It was romantic. He had brought her to a red and white checkered blanket he had set up underneath a single tree that faced a large pond. It was halfway through the meal when he asked me to be his girlfriend. He was obviously out of his element and nervous, and it showed, but it also showed how sincere he was about it. She couldn't help but accept. They walked side by side. She noticed Naruto kept giving her side glances and bristled away when she tried to get closer until he just stopped walking entirely. She didn't notice at first, and when she did she was about 3 to 4 feet away from the blonde. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun? What do you want?" Naruto exclaimed. His voice contained both anger and confusion, but they were mild compared to what she had felt in the past. Tenten was confused at first but quickly shook the confusion out of her head. Of course, he was trust issues. He was mistreated for the entirety of his life. It was no wonder why he was wary around strangers. He probably only followed her out here because she was a kid herself, even if mentally she's in her late 20s. She sighed and placed her left hand on her right shoulder. "Maybe I can use this." Bait him into a fight? He was always hot-headed growing up. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" She let her playful side out for a moment. He stepped closer to her and she could see he was getting angry. "I don't like being played with," he basically growled at her. Oh, she was getting him back for that one. He stepped closer, she stepped closer to the point they were inches apart. She knocked his feet out from under him. He fell to the ground with a small thud. She was on top of him in moments. Naruto panicked as he tried to free himself from underneath the girl, but it was a futile effort due to her being physically stronger. He cursed under his breath. "I should have taken my training seriously." Tenten smiled as she placed both hands on his cheeks, successfully forcing his lips to pucker as she planted a kiss onto his. She couldn't have been happier. This was it, she had fulfilled her end of the bargain. She created the long physical contact. Well, it was going to be long if she had anything to say about it. Naruto's eyes widened as he felt her warm and soft lips on his. He didn't know what to think. Was this a new effort to poison him? Putting it in his food wasn't bad enough, they were putting it in lipstick now. He tried to resist but couldn't stop her from intruding into his mouth with her tongue. His and hers wrestled for supremacy as Naruto moaned into the kiss. "If this is how I die, it's not so bad." "That's perfect," Kyuubi exclaimed as their bodies started to bubble with the beast's red chakra. She cracked open her eyes to see his red demon eyes looking back into her own matching pair of red orbs before closing them and melting into the kiss. The Kyuubi's chakra making quick work of restoring Naruto's future memories. She could feel his hand caressing her cheek. She couldn't hold back any longer. She needed this. She needed the man she loved again. They parted, no evidence of their intimate moment except for the silvery line of saliva that connected the two. All the memories that he had spent with her started flooding back to him. Their first date, the second, how he proposed to her during his inauguration, the feelings of happiness and joy as the tears left her eyes. She couldn't say yes fast enough. The memories of their first time together. It was odd to watch himself having sex with his wife from her perspective, her father's death and how she didn't leave their room for weeks afterward. Naruto waited on her hand and foot every step of the way. Remembering his own death wasn't pleasant. After all he had done for the bastard, Sasuke still fell further into the darkness. He was beyond saving. He was reminiscing on the memories of the Kyuubi's offer and his wife's acceptance before he felt warm water droplets falling from the heavens. He opened his eyes and saw the most sinful thing he could imagine, tears streaming out of his lovely wife's wonderful eyes. He sat up still with his beloved in his lap. He felt tears pooling into his own eyes as he embraced her. He rubbed her back as he had done time and time again. He placed small butterfly kisses up and down her cheek. She wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head into his shoulder. "I've missed you so much," she managed to say between sobs. "Shush, shush, I know my love, I know," Naruto whispered into her ear as he gently stroked her back. He felt as if he should be angry with her for throwing away her future as she had done, but after the memory sharing, he couldn't really blame her. She was alone and scared. She felt as if her whole world had crashed down upon her. "Ya no, experiencing sex from the perspective of the other person might have been the weirdest thing I have ever seen. And I've seen Zetsu," Naruto joked. She chuckled as she lifted her head from his shoulder and placed her forehead onto his. They stared lovingly into each other's eyes for what seemed like forever. The couple sat together in Naruto's apartment. Tenten was curled up on the couch with her feet up as she lay on her husband's lap. Naruto smiled down at his wife's content face as he gently stroked her forehead with his thumb. She stared up at him. She had done it. She had her man back and there was nothing in heaven or hell that could take that away from her. "Ten-chan, I should get you home before your Two-san starts to worry," Naruto said while rubbing her cheek with his thumb. Sure, he wanted her to stay. They were technically married, or at least as far as they were concerned, but to the outside world they were not, and a young maiden shouldn't be staying over her now boyfriend, future husband's house. "Can't I stay the night?" she whined before adopting a sultry smirk. "We could always." "No, Ten-chan, we may be bound together, but I am still 13 while you're 14. Besides, if I accidentally got you pregnant at such a young age, your father would kill me." Tenten pouted. "You're right. I am not looking forward to losing my virginity again," she said as she sat up. Naruto kissed her passionately before getting up from the couch and walking to the door. "Says you. How many guys can say they claimed the virginity of the same girl twice?" he joked as he walked out the door. She rolled her eyes before following close behind. "Besides, I have a big day tomorrow and need my rest." "Speaking of the genin exam, what are you going to do tomorrow?" "What do you mean?" Tenten rolled her eyes as she smiled. "You know what I mean. Are you going to show them just what Naruto Uzumaki can do?" Naruto pondered this for a moment while adopting a thinking pose. It was a good question. Along with her memories of their relationship, he received memories from Kurama about the life he lived without her. He had the knowledge to perform all the jutsu he had used in the future. He could intentionally fail and let the timeline play out just as it's meant to, or he could ace the test. "The first time I failed and Mizuki Teme used that chance to get me to steal the forbidden scroll. No need putting myself in harm's way," he said after having decided to pass. Though he wouldn't go too far, no need raising suspicion. The test was simple enough. First a henge, then a kawarimi, and finally a bunshin. He could perform the henge and kawarimi in his sleep, and he had become so proficient with the kage bunshin to the point he didn't even need to make a hand sign in order to mold his chakra. "It won't be too hard to pass. I might even get Rookie of the Year," he shrugged as they walked up to the front steps of her house. "I have very little doubt in that," she said as she walked onto the front step. She turned around and stared at her beloved. She wanted to scream when she saw his orange jumpsuit. It had taken her months of constant work to get him to wear something a little more traditional for a ninja and ditch the full-body jumpsuit. Promise me you'll get some new clothes. Ah, he whines. But Ten-chan, orange is my favorite color. Well, you don't have to wear a full-body orange jumpsuit, she exclaimed. It wasn't a yell, but it wasn't an indoor voice neither. Fine. Thank you. He grabbed her hands in his own and smiled as she blushed. I love you, Ten-chan. I love you too, Naru-kun, she said before leaning in and giving him a chaste kiss before turning and moving back inside. It was such a long day, so much had happened, she was exhausted. But it seems she couldn't just go to sleep because as she turned the corner to head up the stairs she came face to face with her father, who wore a large smile that threatened to split his head in two. I know I am evil for ending it here, but I feel like I've written a lot and personally I want to leave this talk for next chapter. I've already worked it out. Gods, when I get an idea in my head I just run with it, don't I? I hope you guys liked this because I did. I got the idea when I read a FIC where Shizune was his wife and traveled back in time to save him from both his loneliness and his future death. I originally wanted to make this a Naruto X Shizune FIC, but figured that I would need a suitable replacement for her as she would be traveling with Tsunade. So Kyuubi turned Tenten into a Jinchuriki. I played with the thought of the Kyuubi inside Tenten transferring itself into Naruto and combining with his Kyuubi, but I think I like the idea of keeping Tenten as the other Nine Tails Jinchuriki. That also plays a part later on when she and Temari have their fight. Other fics of the same or similar nature have Naruto relearning the jutsu, but if the Kyuubi restored his memories, then wouldn't that mean he remembers how to perform said jutsu? Chapter 2. Naruto sat at his table as he ate a breakfast that consisted of a ham omelet. He had a big day today, which means he needed all the energy he could get. He wore a plain black shirt with the Uzumaki swirl in the center of his upper back and a pair of cargo shorts. Once finished with his meal, he deposited his dishes into his sink before slipping on his ninja sandals and walking out the door. Today was a fresh start for him. He couldn't afford to be the class clown he once was. He had a future to prevent and nothing would get in his way. He walked through the streets in full view of everyone. He didn't care for the hateful glares or sneers he receives. This was him and he wasn't going to feel ashamed for who he was. Admittedly, Naruto had muscle, though he hid it well underneath his usual baggy jumpsuit. He walked into class and immediately he could feel eyes on him. He looked up and saw the majority of the class staring at him, a multitude of this running through their minds, like how he wasn't wearing his usual orange or the fact that his muscle mass was rather impressive for someone of his age. He took a seat next to one of the only people he could call his friend, Shikamaru Nara. The Nara heir was a genius, there was no doubt about that, but his incredible brain was ever only matched by his incredible laziness. "Hey Naruto, ready to fail again?" exclaimed the voice of Kiba Inuzuka from behind him. He turned and saw the feral boy smirking as if he had said the funniest thing in the world. He didn't offer much in the way of an answer other than a confident smirk of his own that seemed to work for Kiba. He turned around just in time to watch the daily spectacle of Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka racing into the classroom in hopes of sitting next to Sasuke Uchiha. "Ha, beat you again, billboard brow. Are you blind pig? I was clearly ahead of you." "By a forehead maybe," Naruto mumbled. He had grown out of his crush for the pinkette Banshee. All she cared about was Sasuke. It mattered very little what kinda awful things he had done, she would always support him. The two had actually dated before Naruto had fallen for Tenten. In fact, that may have been one of the deciding factors in his current relationship. One day while he and the pinkette were getting intimate, she moaned out that traitorous bastard's name. That was the last straw for Naruto. He didn't know what to do, but one thing was clear: he had to get away from her. In the end, Tenten comforted a depressed Naruto and he ended whatever remained of his relationship with Sakura. Last he had heard, she left the Leaf saying she was going to find the man she loved. "All right class, take your seats," Iruka Amino said as he walked into the room. Naruto had to make a conscious effort not to run up to the man and tackle him with a hug. Iruka had been the one to attend his wedding in place of his own father. Then came the man Naruto most hated, Mizuki. "All right, let's jump straight into it. Mizuki-san and I will be conducting your graduation exams." Mizuki nodded and plastered a fake smile onto his face. The exam will be broken up into 4 portions: the written test, kunai and shuriken throwing, a taijutsu test, and finally the ninjutsu test, where you will be expected to do 3 jutsu: the henge, kawarimi, and bunshin. Naruto sighed as they started calling students. Sometimes he hated being an Uzumaki. It always meant that when something was done in alphabetical order he would always be towards the last. He zoned out the Chunin as he began thinking about his beloved. She had done so much for him already, and he felt the need to do something for her. She uprooted her whole life and accepted a demon inside of her in order to travel back in time to be with him. What could he possibly do to repay that? While Naruto was busy with his genin exam, Tenten was busy watching her father freak out about how his baby girl having her first boyfriend. "To-san, calm down," she exclaimed, having become tired of watching the man pace back and forth. He sighed before sitting down at the table in the chair just opposite from her own. "Okay, what's his name?" he said with a smile. He was very proud that his baby girl had found a boyfriend. He was worried that she would end up with one of the guys from her team. Not that they were bad guys, but they were strange. Neji was arrogant while Lee was just strange. "His name's Naruto Uzumaki," she said dreamily. Her father stiffened a bit before relaxing. He knew of Naruto and it pained him to see how others treated him. Being an ex-shinobi as well as owning a weapons shop, he was quite knowledgeable when it came to sealing scrolls. Naruto was just the scroll while the Kyuubi was the kunai. He smiled, glad his daughter didn't just follow the other children's lead and bully the boy. "What else can you tell me about him?" "He's the kindest, most caring person you'll ever meet. His dream is to become Hokage. His favorite color is orange." There was a glint in her eyes as she talked about him. "Yeah, I remember he wears a bright orange jumpsuit. I talked him into some new clothes." "How long have you two been together?" She knew this was coming. "A year now," she lied. "I wanted to tell people, but Naruto figured it would be best to keep it secret." Ojiro narrowed his eyes. "Why? Is he ashamed to be dating my daughter?" No, it's not like that. It's just, you know how he's been treated around the village. He figured if people knew about us, then they would try to hurt me." Ojiro smiled. He didn't know this Naruto kid well enough to know for sure, but if he's that concerned with his daughter's well-being, then he sounded like a good guy. "So, when do I get to meet him?" It was a monumental day in fatherhood when you get the chance to scare the snot out of your daughter's boyfriend. "I can ask if he wants to come over tonight for dinner. Would that be okay?" Ojiro nodded before the brunette went out for the day. "Naruto Uzumaki," Iruka called. The blonde stood and walked out of the classroom and into the private room they had set up for taking the test. The first thing he noticed after entering the room was a large fake smile courtesy of Mizuki. "Alright Naruto, this is your last exam for the day. We'll be asking you to perform the 3 jutsu we teach here: the henge, kawarimi, and the bunshin. Any questions?" Mizuki smile seemed to taunt Naruto. "Yeah, does it have to be the standard bunshin?" "No, if you know another bunshin jutsu then you may perform that," Iruka confirmed. Mizuki inwardly sneered, as if this demon knows another bunshin. Iruka sat down in a chair beside Mizuki behind a desk. "Alright, first up is the henge." Naruto nodded. "Henge," he exclaimed as he was enveloped in smoke. Once it dispersed, Iruka and Mizuki stared dumbly at a perfect copy of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Very good Naruto, now, dodge," Iruka said as Mizuki threw a kunai at the blonde. He let the kunai implant into his chest before Naruto vanished into smoke, only to later be revealed as a wooden chair. Mizuki sneered. "How can he do these with little to no trouble? If this keeps up, my plan is ruined." "Well done. Now I need you to summon at minimum 2 clones." Naruto dug his hands in his pockets. His blue chakra surged and for a moment became visible. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he exclaimed as 3 perfect clones of Naruto appeared. Iruka was surprised. The Kage Bunshin was a Jonin-level skill. A mere academy student shouldn't know it, and let alone to do it without a hand sign. Mizuki wanted to throttle the so-called demon brat. After all his planning and tricks, Naruto passed, which means he had to resort to plan B to get him the forbidden scroll. "Very good Naruto-kun. Come get your headband and you may go for the rest of the day," Iruka said proudly as he watched his brother walk up and grab a headband before turning and walking away. Naruto walked out of the academy. Tomorrow would be his last time in the academy, when he came to be placed on a team. If everything went as history depicts, he should be placed on a team with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi. He was not looking forward to that. Kakashi clearly showed favoritism to the Uchiha, whether it be because of some sort of debt he feels he owes Obito or the civilian council pressuring him to do it, he didn't know. Sasuke was arrogant and despite being privately trained by Kakashi still betrayed the leaf for the snake Sanin. Sakura was the worst part. She would hit him over the head all because Sasuke showed no interest in her. He kept walking until he saw a familiar set of buns. Tenten was running up to him with a bright smile on her face. Once she made it to him, she practically tackled him in a hug. He had no problem returning it and gently rubbed her back. "I passed Ten-chan," he whispered into her ear. She broke the embrace much to Naruto's chagrin. "That's great, Naruto-kun. As congratulations, I want you to come over for dinner tonight," she said with confidence. Naruto was nervous and it was painfully obvious. "You don't have to be nervous, you've met my two-san before." "Yeah, and last time he tried to kill me while screaming about how I deflowered his daughter." "He wouldn't have killed you, probably." "Yeah, well, it didn't help that you jumped my bone the second you thought we were alone," Naruto said flatly. Tenten giggled as he took her by the hand. They walked in the direction of the brunette's house. "So, what's going to happen now? I mean, the first time around you stopped Mizuki Teme." "Not to worry, Iruka-sensei will be enough to stop him, and if not, I may have accidentally slipped a note onto Gigi-chan's desk about his plan and the meeting place." Tenten smirked. "You've really thought this through," she said as they walked up to the door of the weapons shop. Naruto had to suppress a nervous sigh as she opened the door and they walked in. Walking through the shop and up the stairs that led to the living area for her and her father, Naruto found him sitting there on the couch. He smiled to himself as he looked at the man he would one day call father. "Hello, sir," Naruto said. Tenten eyed him. He was being stiff. Ojiro stood up from the couch and walked over toward the young couple. He smiled when he saw the glint in his daughter's eyes. "No need for any of this sir stuff. My name's Ojiro, I am not some old man." He chuckled. Naruto lightly laughed along with the man. Tenten was glad that the blonde's nervousness was beginning to pass. Truthfully, her father was nothing but a big teddy bear. "So Naruto-san, tell me about yourself. Ten-chan tells me you two have been together a year but didn't want to tell anyone to keep her safe." Naruto glanced at Tenten, who shrugged before he turned back to Ojiro. "Yeah, I didn't think people would like me having a girlfriend," Naruto said, completely submitting to her story. Tenten beamed being called his girlfriend again, but couldn't help the annoyance that also filled her heart at not being called his wife. "Let's see," Naruto trailed off while adopting a thinking pose. "I like ramen. I like to learn new things like jutsu and cooking. I just passed my genin exam today, so I am excited to find out what team I'll be placed on." "You only just graduated?" "Oh yeah, I am a year behind Ten-chan, but I have faith I'll catch up," Naruto exclaimed. Ojiro nodded. He had to admit he was worried that the blonde was too young, but if it's just a year, it's no big deal. Naruto sighed with relief when Ojiro got up saying the dinner was ready. Tenten smiled at her boyfriend and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Naruto sighed when he woke the next morning in his old bed, in his old apartment, and not beside his wife in their lovely home. Soon, Naruto, soon. Today was the day of his team placements, and if all goes according to history, he should be placed with both Sakura and Sasuke. The thought of dealing with those two again caused him to shudder. The only solace was that once Sasuke tries to defect the village, Naruto can put an end to him. At that point, he would be a missing nin, or at least should be if the stupid civilian council keeps their noses out of it. After eating a full breakfast and tying his headband around his forearm, hour left for the academy. In his last life, he wore his headband tied around his head where it belonged. However, Tenten seemed to like his hair being let down. His hair was short and spiky and definitely not how he preferred it to be, but that can be fixed in time. He preferred for his hair to be a bit longer, like his father's. Entering the room, Naruto was greeted with the sight of both the pinkette and the platinum blonde fangirls arguing in front of the door. Again over something as trivial as Sasuke Uchiha. Get the hell out the way. Naruto growled, allowing a bit of Kyuubi's chakra to seep out of him. The girls turned wide-eyed to see who the voice belonged to, only to see it belonged to Naruto. Ino saw the deep scowl that played across her fellow blonde's face and decided to grant his request and get out of his way. Sakura, on the other hand, did not. What the hell, Naruto baka? Who do you think you're talking to? Sakura reared back for a punch. Ino's eyes widened. Was she really going to hit him? They were the ones in the wrong. They shouldn't have been arguing in the doorway, to begin with. She released a breath she didn't even know she was holding when, instead of taking the punch and being sent flying into the adjacent wall, Naruto caught the fist before jerking her sideways, effectively knocking her off her feet. She hit the ground with a thud. I am in no mood for your bullshit, Haruno-san. The venom in his words was practically palpable. The class stared wide-eyed at the so-called dead last. One thought bounced around the girls' minds. He didn't call me Sakura-chan. All right everyone, that's enough. Everyone glanced from Naruto to the origin of the voice. Directly behind the blonde genin was Iruka Amino. Naruto went and took a seat next to Shikamaru Nara as Sakura sat next to her Sasuke-kun. The blonde's Jinchuriki narrowed his eyes once he saw the Uchiha. His time will come. All Naruto had to do was bide his time. His future will not come to pass. All right everyone. I would like to congratulate you all for graduating. From this day onward you are shinobi of Konohagakure, be sure to represent the village well. Now on to team placements. Team 1. Naruto couldn't care enough to listen. All he needed was to be placed on a team with Sasuke. Considering the bastard was Rookie of the Year, it shouldn't be too hard to be placed with him. After all, Naruto was supposed to be the dead last. Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno. A loud groan could be heard from both Naruto and Sakura. And Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura triumphantly raised both fists into the air while yelling something about true love. Naruto sighed. He hated that history was repeating itself. Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake. Iruka read through the other two teams that made up the Rookie 9. They mattered very little in the grand scheme of things. Sure, they each played a role in his life, but neither of them played a role in creating the future Naruto was determined to prevent. Waiting for their sensei was just as boring as the young Uzumaki remembered 2 hours, 2 whole hours of Sakura trying to get Sasuke's attention. Luckily Naruto decided it best to sit at the far side of the room, away from the two. The door slid open and a head entered the room. The silver-haired Jonin Kakashi Hatake stood looking at his new team. Sasuke was currently glaring at Kakashi for being late and wasting the Uchiha's valuable time, while Sakura was screaming about how he was late and how unprofessional it was. Surprisingly to him, the one not saying for doing anything was Konoha's resident hyperactive knucklehead ninja Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi stared at the blonde. He's starting to look like his father. You're late. My first opinion, I don't much like you, Kakashi said flatly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Meet me on the roof, he said before disappearing into smoke. Sakura sighed before turning towards Sasuke. Let's go, Sasuke-kun. HN. Sakura turned to Naruto to find where he was sitting was no vacant. Where did he go? When Kakashi reappeared on the roof of the academy, started hearing footsteps. It couldn't be his team, could it? He leaned over the edge and was surprised to see the blonde-haired loud mouth of his team walking up the wall of the building. So I see you already know wall walking. Naruto climbed over the side of the wall and sat down on one of the steps. Yeah. Gigi-chan gave me some scrolls to help me with basics. Which wasn't completely a lie. The Forbidden Scroll had much information in it, but the Hokage didn't necessarily give it to him. Kakashi nodded in understanding before the other two finally made their way to the roof. Dobi, how did you get up here? The window. All right, you three, Kakashi said, interrupting Sasuke as he was about to say more. Let's start with introductions. Ya know to learn about each other. How about you go first, sensei, just to show us how it goes, Sakura said meekly. Well, all right. My name's Kakashi Hatake. I don't particularly like much or dislike things. My hobbies are too old for you three, and my dream is I don't have one. See, easy. You first, Pinky. My name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are looks at Sasuke and giggles. My hobbies are, glances at Sasuke, as for my dream, still looking at Sasuke. And I hate Pig and Naruto baka. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Great a fangirl. You next, Mr. Whiskers. Naruto glared at Kakashi for the Mr. Whiskers remark. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are Ojiro-to-san, Ten-chan, training and learning new things. My dislikes are people that hate a person without even knowing the person. I also dislike fangirls, arrogant people and people who don't take things seriously. My hobbies are spending time with Ten-chan and training, and my dream is to become Hokage. Sakura and Sasuke arched their collective eyebrows when Naruto mentioned Ojiro and Tenten. Kakashi almost looked surprised. Tenten? Isn't she on Guy's team? How does he know her? You next, Broody. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't particularly like anything and I dislike a lot of things. My dream isn't a dream but more like an ambition because I will make it a reality. I will kill a certain someone. The blonde and silver-headed ninja sweat dropped. Sasuke-kun's so cool, Sakura thought to herself as she stared longingly at her crush. Naruto felt sick. He hates how consumed the boy was with hate. Alright. You're all different. I want you three to meet me at training ground 7 at 6 a.m. sharp, Kakashi said before turning around. Oh, and you might not want to eat anything for breakfast. Tomorrow will be your real genin exam. Wait, sensei, what do you mean? We already passed the genin exam. Oh, that was only to weed out the weak. Tomorrow your real test starts. It has a 66% fail rate, so get some rest, Kakashi said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. So, Sasuke-kun. Here it comes, Naruto thought. He looked at her through narrowed eyes trying to give her some sort of hint, but alas, it had no effect. Do you want to go do something later? No. Sasuke shot her down without a moment's hesitation. Even Naruto felt bad for the pinkett. Sakura's demeanor changed and she became quiet. Sasuke left towards the Uchiha compound. Naruto sighed, having decided to try and help her. Perhaps this will do it. Perhaps if Sasuke had someone left in the village he wouldn't betray them. Look, Sakura-san. Naruto begrudgingly said. Sakura turned towards the boy, angry at first. She figures he would try and ask her out like he always did after Sasuke turned her down. However, her anger subsided when she realized that he didn't call her Sakura-chan. Sasuke Teme will never date you as you are. He prefers strong women. You may not want to hear this, but you don't really take your training seriously. What do you suggest I do? I love him, but when I train too hard I pass out. Naruto turned to the pinkette and placed a hand on her shoulder. I suggest you stop dieting. The reason you pass out during training is that you burning calorie that you don't have. So if I stop dieting, Sasuke will look at me, Sakura asked with pleading eyes. I am not saying that, I am saying it will help. Sakura nodded. She would consider his words. Say, Naruto-san. The blonde in question turned and looked at her. Why are you helping me? I thought you liked me. Simple, Sakura-san. I moved on. I found the love of my life and I couldn't be happier. He smiled before turning around and disappearing into a swirl of leaves. Sakura stared dumbfounded at the spot of leaves where Naruto had just been. The advice about Sasuke was sound. It would even save her life on C rank and above missions, but what was this about him finding his true love? She felt a small pang in her heart. She had always thought Naruto would pine after her affections, but now, to hear he moved on didn't quite sit right with her. 4K word everybody. I feel like that's quite a lot. Isn't that like the number of words of a chapter in a novel or something? Anyway, I am loving this FIC. I have big plans for this. Unlike with my first FIC drunken nightshade marriage, I've given this one some serious thought. Not that I haven't given DKM, though, it's just I feel I've planned this one. DKM was more like the content for the chapters just came to me. Anyway. WJ Wenning out. Chapter 3. Naruto arrived late to his team meeting the next day, or at least late as far as his teammates were concerned. He was still early as far as their sensei was concerned. He wasn't even there, and if the blonde remembered right, wouldn't be for another 15 minutes. Sakura looked annoyed by the tardiness of her sensei. Once Naruto arrived he got an earful. You're late. Yeah. Naruto answered in an almost bored tone. You'll learn Kakashi-sensei's late a lot. Sakura sighed in defeat. Sasuke grunted in annoyance. Well, I am glad to see you all made it. The trio turned and saw Kakashi standing behind Naruto. The blonde seethed inwardly. It wasn't that he hated the Jonin, but he didn't particularly like how he acted, especially toward the Uchiha. Alright. You three today will be doing your real genin exam. Kakashi started as he pulled 2 silver bells from his kunai pouch. In this test, you'll have to get one of these bells. In order to get a bell, however, you have to come at me with the intent to kill. But sensei, there are only 2 bells but 3 of us? Sakura questioned. That's right, which means the one who doesn't get a bell will be sent back to the academy. Sakura gulped while Sasuke and Naruto just looked, bored. Begin, he said before the 3 genins jumped into the trees. Naruto cursed his luck. If he wanted to pass, he would either have to trick Sasuke somehow into working with him or get tied to a stump, again. Convincing Sakura wouldn't be impossible. She seemed to take his advice about dieting, but Sasuke was more likely to try and kill him. Naruto sighed as he walked up to Sakura, pissed. Sakura-san. The pinkette in question jumped slightly before turning around. Don't sneak up on me, she hissed. What do you want? Help. Sakura was taken aback. Here was Konoha's most hyperactive knucklehead asking for help. Had she died and traveled into an alternate dimension or something? Why would you want my help? Think about it, Sakura-san, we're freshly graduates genins, we don't stand a chance against Kakashi-sensei. There's no way one of us can take on a Jonin. Sakura nodded. Yeah, you have a point. That's why I've been thinking. There has to be another reason behind this. I think he wants us to work together. Sakura scowled. Naruto baka. There are only 2 bells. If we work together, Sasuke-kun will be sent back to the academy. I don't think so. If we can convince him to work with us, then there shouldn't be any penalty. But what if you're wrong? Naruto's eyebrow twitched. He sighed. If I am wrong, then I'll give you and Sasuke Teme the bells. Sakura nodded as the duo made their way in the direction Sasuke jumped off to. As they walked for what seemed like hours, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Years of training had made him pretty good at detecting genjutsu. Sure, he may not have the talent to perform them due to his insanely high chakra reserves, but he knew when he was trapped in one. He had to be when fighting an Uchiha. Despite being amongst the smartest kunoichi in their class, Sakura still hadn't noticed that they had passed the same tree 3 times. Sakura, Naru, 2. Sakura stopped in her tracks before turning around so fast it surprised Naruto she hadn't given herself whiplash. The blonde sighed before turning around himself. What he saw was Sasuke laying on the ground, bloodied and covered in kunai. Help me. Sasuke managed to get out, his voice sounded pained. Sakura ran up to him while screaming his name. She bent down and sobbed into his bloodied back. Sakura-san, calm down. It's just a genjutsu, Naruto said as he shook her before forming the ram seal and dispelling the Sasuke illusion. Up in a tree, Kakashi smiled underneath his mask. Come on, we still need to find the Teme, Naruto said as he pulled his pink-haired teammate to her feet. She nodded and the duo ran forward in hopes of finding the Uchiha. Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed before running up to him and throwing herself onto him in a passionate hug. Sasuke looked up with irritation in his eyes. Naruto took a glimpse at what Sasuke was doing, and if he wasn't mistaken, then the Uchiha seemed to be making a rough sketch of a battle plan. Sakura. Get off! Naruto winced at the ravenette's volume and pulled Sakura off him by the back of her collar. Sasuke stood and glared at the 2 dead wheats as he called them. What the hell do you 2 want? Can't you see I am busy? We need you, Naruto stated, which got both Sakura and Sasuke's attention. We believe we figured out the real meaning behind this test. Real meaning? What are you talking about? You couldn't figure your way out of a wet paper bag. This insult angered Naruto. He could feel Kurama inside his cage wriggling around. Look, neither of us can go up against Kakashi-sensei. We're freshly graduated genin against a jonin. Our best chance against him is to work together. To Naruto's surprise, Sasuke seemed to ponder this for a moment before the familiar Uchiha arrogance took over for rational thought. I don't need you, I am an Uchiha. An elite while you're just a no-named idiot with no clan, he spat before turning to Sakura, and you're just a talentless fangirl from a civilian family. Sasuke Teme we need. No, I am going to get those bells by myself and show you the difference between you and me, Sasuke said before turning and storming off. Naruto sighed, why Kami, why was it so hard for the Uchiha to understand that you can't go it alone? Even with the almighty Sharingan, he was blind. So, what about you Sakura-san? Naruto stated. Sasuke Tame's not going to work with us, so what will you do? Sakura looked from Naruto to the direction her beloved Sasuke walked off to. She turned back to the blonde. I think you're right Naruto-ba. I mean Naruto-san. We can't take Kakashi-sensei alone, he's too powerful. For the second time in 5 minutes, he was speechless. He had believed she would scoff at him and tell him off, but instead, she accepted the fact she couldn't do it alone and accepted his help. Naruto smiled, thanks for not blowing me off. I truly believe that teamwork is what's best here. Kakashi stood in the center of the clearing reading the latest issue of Icha Icha Paradise. He was just getting to the good part where the main character Imaji and his student Habi had just finished their interrogation of the latest criminal that was brought in. Habi had been shooting her sensei, secret lover lustful looks all chapter, and on their way from the interrogation room, she tackled Imaji with a passionate kiss before dragging him into a broom closet. It annoyed Kakashi to no end that he was interrupted when Sasuke jumped out of a bush and attacked him. The Uchiha went for a lower body jab which was easily countered before he leapt and kicked downward. His left was blocked by Kakashi's arm. Sasuke made a tisk noise punching at the Jonin's right side. Kakashi blocked it with his right hand. Though this attack was just to distract the Jonin, as Sasuke's other hand went for the bells. In the bushes, Sakura's eyes bulged as Sasuke's finger tipped the bell before he was pushed off of Kakashi. Damn, this kid's good. Sasuke turned his body in midair and started to weave through a few hand signs. Kakashi's eyes widened. Genin shouldn't be able to use fire-style jutsu, it takes way too much chakra. Fire-style. Fireball jutsu, Sasuke muttered as he blew a giant fireball from his mouth. It engulfed the area around Kakashi. Sasuke smirked as he landed. No way he got out of that. Once the fire dispersed, Sasuke's smirk disappeared when he saw the Jonin was in fact missing. Sasuke took a step forward, which proved to be a mistake as he was then pulled into the earth under him. Earth style. Headhunter jutsu, the voice of Kakashi said from behind him. Sasuke seethed with anger. How could he, an elite, be defeated by anyone? Kakashi was standing alone in a clearing reading the latest issue of ICHA and giggling like a schoolgirl when he felt the presence of his most knuckle-headed genin. Peering over the book, the Jonin eyed Naruto with annoyance. He had just gotten to the best part of the story too. You know, a head-on attack like this won't work on me, the Jonin said as he dog-eared his page and placed the book back into his kunai pouch. Naruto didn't say anything, instead opted to attack. Pushing off with his right foot, the blonde sped towards the Jonin. Kakashi was surprised that the so-called dead last was so fast. Naruto went for an abdominal punch, but Kakashi sidestepped it. The blonde leapt into the air and attacked with a knee, but Kakashi blocked it with a hand. The blonde channeled some chakra into the knee and stuck to the Jonin's hand. Kakashi was impressed that the boy knew how to channel chakra so well. Is this really the dead last? Using the momentum from his attack, Naruto used his knee as a pivot and sent a roundhouse kick at the man's head, but was blocked by his other arm. Naruto smirked as he stuck to the other arm. His body fell down and his hand tipped the bells before Kakashi leapt backward. Damn, he almost had me. Naruto cursed under his breath before vanishing and reappearing in front of Kakashi. The Jonin's eyes widened in shock. How did he? That question would be better asked later when he wasn't in range of Naruto's taijutsu. The blonde sent a palm strike into Kakashi's chest. The Jonin retreated backward. The Jinchuriki smirked. Kakashi had fallen right into his trap, for he leapt right into the waiting arms of Sakura. The pinkhead reached towards the bells and beep beep. No. Kakashi turned and was surprised to see Sakura in the motion to swipe the bells. How did I not sense her? Kakashi eyed the duo suspiciously. Something clearly wasn't right with Naruto. Every document in the boy's file said he was a loud-mouthed brat who couldn't even perform a simple clone jutsu. But this Naruto is different. He seemed calm, relaxed and calculated. Sure, his file said the boy tended to hide behind his emotions, but this is too much. Once Sasuke had joined them, Kakashi sighed. Looks like you three fail, pity. But sensei, Sakura exclaimed but was interrupted when Kakashi held up a hand. But since Naruto and Sakura seem to have gotten it, I'll give you a second chance. What do you mean they get it? How could the Banshee and the dead last get anything? Sasuke said. The arrogance in his voice was almost palpable. Sakura visible shrunk as he crushes insulted her. Well, Sasuke, I'll tell you, Kakashi stated. You see, the true purpose of this test was teamwork. Something Naruto understood. You see, as a team you will be expected to work together, because if you don't have teamwork on a mission, you're going to die. Sasuke scoffed while Sakura silently thanked Naruto for bringing up the concept of teamwork. The blonde, on the other hand, was silently cursing himself for getting carried away and using the Hiraishin. He wasn't supposed to know that jutsu until after the war. It was even worse since him being Minato's son was not common knowledge yet. Kakashi eyed the blonde with suspicion, not only because he did not act as the reports said but because of the jutsu he used. The genin. Decided it would be better to get the boy alone and have a meeting with the Hokage. A few moments passed and the blonde and Pinkette were not happy. Why are we being tied to a pole? Naruto mused. Sakura nodded in agreement. Kakashi merely ignored them and walked over towards a black stone. Do you all see this? This is a memorial stone for ninja who died in battle. Heroes, the lot of them. On this stone are the names of more than one of my friends, one of them my best friend, Kakashi said while staring down at the name. Naruto looked over towards the man, his eyes filled with sadness. He used to say that a ninja that abandons a mission is scum, but a ninja who abandons their comrades are worse than scum. You ask why you're being tied up? Well, it's because you asked Sasuke for help, but after one failure you gave up. So Sasuke and I will be eating these 2 lunches in front of you as punishment. Sakura groaned as she saw the Avengers start to dig into the bento. Naruto had an everlasting confused expression on his face. This didn't happen before? Sasuke, Kakashi said, which got the Uchiha's attention. I have important business to attend to, so you can have my bento, but do not feed them. He pointed to Sakura and Naruto before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Sasuke shrugged and continued to eat. If Kakashi didn't want to eat, that's fine by him. It only means when the second chance rolls around that he'll be more unprepared. Sasuke lowered his chopsticks as he heard the stomach of Sakura growl. He glanced between her and the second bento. If he let his teammates go hungry and eat the second box, then he would have double the energy when they have their second chance. But then on the other hand, if he didn't share the second box, his teammates would only slow him down. Not to mention that Kakashi had just finished talking about how the test was about teamwork. The Uchiha swallowed the rice in his mouth before moving on to the second box. He opened it and sighed, knowing what he was about to do could possibly keep him from passing if he would be wrong. Here, Sasuke said. If you 2 don't eat, you'll only slow me down. Sakura had stars in her eyes as she believed that this gesture was Sasuke finally falling for her. Naruto's sweat dropped as he heard what the Ravenet said. Sure, he's doing this for himself, but it would greatly benefit the team. Sasuke. The 3 paused and looked back. Kakashi stood there with what could only be described as a one-eye scowl. What do I tell you? Not to feed them. And why are you feeding them? Sasuke scowled and stood up. You said that we are a team. If I didn't feed them, they would only be a hindrance. That's right, Sakura exclaimed. We are one. Naruto chuckled lightly as he smirked smugly at their sensei. You are one, huh? The 3 nodded. Well then, I only have one thing to say to that. You pass. If she wasn't tied to a post, Sakura would have crumpled to the ground, if the look on her face was any indication. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief he didn't even know he was holding. Meet back here tomorrow morning at 8, Kakashi stated as he went to untie Sakura. Naruto eyed the genin. You 2 are free to go. Naruto, a word if you please. Sasuke rolled his eyes and walked into the direction of the Uchiha compound. Sakura shot a worried glance toward the blonde but walked off after receiving a nod from Naruto. He eyed the man as he went to untie him. He cursed himself for exposing himself as he had. You want to tell me how you could use the Hiraishin? Naruto sighed and placed a hand on the back of his neck. Yup, got carried away. Sure, but can we go to the Hokage tower? I don't want to explain this twice, Naruto said, expertly avoiding the topic. He needed time to come up with something, anything that could be believable. The two walked through the streets of Konoha together. Naruto ignored the looks he received from everyone, but Kakashi seemed to snarl at the civilians. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stamped the last of his paperwork for the day. It was hard enough keeping Naruto safe and keeping the council off his back long enough for him to graduate, but adding the bane of every Kage's existence to the mix was just torture. Why did Kami hate him? Just when he thought he was done with the nightmare, his successor Minato Namikaze up and dies. Which left the position open, which if left unfixed then the other nations would see it as a sign of weakness and attack them. Which left them with two options, one being Hiruzen to retake the position and two being that Danzo, Hiruzen's friend and rival, take the position. There was no way that was going to happen. Danzo was an old warhawk who believed that the best way to peace was to crush your enemies. That's why he created his organization called the Root. He trained them to be emotionless warriors that would infiltrate enemy villages and feed information back to him. Hiruzen suspected that the organization was still up and running even though the elderly Kage ordered the warhawk to shut it down years ago. Hiruzen sighed again as he placed the paper onto the neatly stacked pile that was his finished paperwork. Suddenly there was a gust of wind and a swirl of leaves that swept up the papers and spread them around the room. Hiruzen wanted to cry. Hokage-sama. The old man turned to see his surrogate grandson and his new sensei standing before him. What is it, Kakashi? The meeting to discuss team placement isn't for another hour. My apologies, Hokage-sama, but I have questions that very much need answers. What kind of questions? I can answer that, Gigi, Naruto chirped as he walked over to the Hokage's desk. During my team's final teat, I kinda got carried away and did something I shouldn't have. Hiruzen sat up. He was slightly scared. If this was important enough for them to bring it to his attention, then it has to have something to do with the fox. What did you do? He used a jutsu that no one should know, the Hiraishin. The Kage stared shocked at Kakashi. The old man's eyes drifted to Naruto, who adopted a sheepish expression. Naruto-kun, how is it that you used that jutsu? Hiruzen asked. Naruto gulped. Here it is, make or break time. Kami, how Naruto wished Kurama would wake up and speak. He was always better at coming up with lies. I kinda learned it from. That's when a light bulb went off in the blonde's head. I learned it from Tenten. This earned the boy shocked expressions. How do you? Naruto adopted his sheepish expression again and started poking his index fingers together. Well, you remember my 9th birthday. Hiruzen nodded. Naruto had to hide the shudder that went up his spine. It was a memory he remembered well and something he tried so very hard to forget. Kakashi and Hiruzen shuddered along with the boy. Remember? How could they not? It was possibly the worst thing to ever happen to the boy. It had been his birthday and the villagers were participating in one of their favorite pastimes, the annual fox hunt. He had run as fast as his little legs could carry him, but it was no use when a Chunin from the mob had thrown a kunai with deadly accuracy and struck a young Naruto in the right thigh. The blonde screamed in pain as he fell. He tried to get back up to run, but the mob was already on top of him. Most of that night, up until the main event, was lost to him because of time and many head trauma, but he recalled the main event. They had dragged a bloodied and beaten Naruto through the streets for the rest of the village adults to see. He had expected someone to step in and save him, but alas, no one came. They lifted him up and he felt a sharp agonizing pain in each hand. He looked up through swollen eyes to see both hands nailed to each side of a wooden cross. Looking down, he could see what looked like straw and villagers dumping some liquid onto it. Naruto recognized the scent of the liquid. It was gasoline. They wanted to crucify him. He felt a hand forcefully grab at his spiky blonde hair and lift his head up, so he was face to face with a man with violet eyes. The man smiled a savage smile as he held up a lit match. This is for my niece-san. You damn demon. The man shouted him Naruto's face. He spits on him and drops the match. Naruto watched as the flames started to grow, started to rise higher and higher until the tips of the inferno began to lick at the bottoms of his feet. At first, the pain was manageable. The real pain came when the flames started to lick at his legs. He screamed louder than he had ever screamed before as he could feel the skin on his legs begin to bubble and pop. He must have blacked out for a time before waking up long enough to see a silver-haired man carrying him bridal style as he rushed towards the hospital. Needless to say, it hadn't been one of his fondest memories. While I was unconscious, I kinda woke up in my mindscape. This earned an arched eyebrow from both the genin and Hokage. It's like a world crafted by my imagination. Anyway, I woke up in what seemed like a sewer, and in front of me was the fox's cage. He talked with me, and when I learned the real reason for him attacking the village, I went to write the paper seal of the cage. Kakashi seemed shocked that the young blonde seemed so willing to sacrifice his own life to free the demon. He was about to say something before Hiraishin spoke first. What possessed you to try and free the beast that destroyed the village and killed your parents? Naruto adopted a thinking pose. Well, I hated this village. This seemed to shock the Hokage and Jonin. Hiraishin leaned back into his chair, and after hearing Kurama's story, I learned he was just as much a victim as I was. Who's Kurama? Kakashi asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto made an "oh" face. That's the Kyuubi's real name. He's actually a lot nicer than you would think. Hiraishin sighed. Well, what did Kurama say to you? He said that he never meant to attack the village. Naruto exclaimed, gaining skeptical looks from both adults. He was ripped out of Kasan after I was born. Neither he or Toussaint knows who it was, but it was an Uchiha who wore a mask. He used his Sharingan to control him. After hearing that, I went to undo the seal. After all, it wasn't fair that he was sealed away for something that wasn't even his fault. That's when Toussaint appeared to me. Apparently he sealed what was left of his chakra into the seal as a fail-safe. Hiraishin smirked and nodded. It was definitely something Minato would do. He always seemed to think of everything. Very well, I accept this answer, the aged Hokage said. What other things have Minato-kun taught you? Other than the Hiraishin, he taught me the Rasengan. Naruto demonstrated by holding out a hand and allowing his chakra to flow out of his palm and form the familiar spiraling orb. Naruto trudged through the streets of Konoha. He was mentally exhausted from having to come up with so many lies on the spot. How did Tenten do it? Mentally he was exhausted. Kurama was better at lying than he was. If only he could contact the fox, but something was keeping him from entering his mindscape. Walking up to his apartment door, he noticed the door was unlocked. Thankfully undamaged, but it certainly was not unlocked when he left this morning. Cautiously the blonde pulled out a kunai and slowly opened the door. The first thing he noticed was the lack of clutter on his floor. Sure, he cleaned up the mess when he gained his future knowledge, but he hadn't made it spotless. Now it was practically spotless. Moving through the apartment, the smell of something sweet caught his senses. Turning the corner into the kitchen, he struck a fighting pose before seeing Tenten standing in his kitchen with a tray of freshly baked brownies. Where were you when I actually needed a knife? Ten-chan. What are you doing here? Naruto stated. Tenten held back a chuckle. He was too cute when he was confused. What? Can I not welcome my loving husband home after a long day of training? She stated while placing both hands on her hip and cocking them to the left. It's not like that. I was wondering how you got in. Remember, you told me where you keep your spare key? Naruto arched an eyebrow. The location of his spare house key was a secret that many didn't know about. Right on the front of his apartment door he had carved a small nook underneath the plaque. That said his room number, 435. It was not bigger than a key. He had told Tenten when they started dating where he kept the spare. Naruto sighed before collapsing onto the sofa. It smells like lavender. Ten-chan, did you clean all this by yourself? The girl rubbed the back of her head. Kinda. I used a clone to help me. I've seen you do it more than enough times. Naruto chuckled from his place on the sofa. Tenten walked over and sat next to her husband. So why did you come over anyway, Ten-chan? Can't have been to clean my home. She giggled lightly and leaned against his shoulder. Well, I figured that we could live together again. Ya know, as a married couple should. What about Ojiro-san? To this, she just shook her head. Toussaint was upset at first, but after promising to visit every day he allowed it. under one condition: no grandchildren yet. Naruto could feel his face grow pale. He chuckled. The man was exactly the same as he was when he was older, well, except for appearance. He always did try to keep the two from having kids. For what reason Naruto will never know. When asked, Ojiro always answered, "A grandfather's an old man. I don't feel old." Ojiro would be Ojiro no matter what time period they were in. Done. Finally done. I hope you all enjoyed this because it took me a while. In my last chapter I received a review saying that Naruto was a bit OOC. Well, while I would normally agree with you, I must disagree in this case. You see, if I was writing younger Naruto, he would be a bit louder and concerned with Sakura even if she wasn't the main love interest of the story. However, this is adult Naruto's mind in younger Naruto's body, so he's a bit more mature. While we're talking about adult Naruto, can we all agree that Boruto was complete and utter dog dookie? I mean, Boruto is a spoiled brat that's completely unrelatable, and they made Naruto a complete neglectful father. Sure, I understand him not knowing how to be a father and fumbling through it, but not neglecting his children and wife. He would know better than that. I received another review on, I believe it was my first chapter, saying that Naruto would indeed retain the knowledge of knowing how to perform the jutsu he knew in the future, but not have the control or physical strength to perform most of them. The reviewer figured he would at most be able to perform a basic Rasengan. I believe that as well, but I also allowed him to use the Hiraishin. From what I know, the Hiraishin is simply Fuinjutsu, which Naruto would retain the information of. I kinda just wanted the excuse to make Naruto a badass in his younger years without nailing Kakashi with a Rasengan. Basic or not, those things hurt. Did you see Jiraiya nail that guy when he and Naruto went to retrieve Tsunade? Anyways, small rant over. Chapter 3 ready, and I hope to be done with Chapter 4 soon. Recently I have been keeping my chapters around the 5,000 mark. As of right now Chapter 4 has 1,000, so I have more work to do. I've been kinda distracted lately because I took up the hobby of forging. It's a great way to work out any frustrations and take a break after a long day of either writing, my day job, or gaming. Tons of fun. Speaking of forging, I owe my inspiration to the YouTuber and blacksmith Alex Steele. Go check him out. Also, before I go, last thing, promise. I have a Twitter where I will be sharing like art that I've made, the knife that I am making, and possibly looking for new ideas for new fics. Just look up my pictures of John x Neo, one of my favorite and most underrated pairings. Chapter 4 Tenten was many things: smart, beautiful, fierce when needed, and kind when the situation called for it, but above all, she was a wife and she took her role as a wife seriously, some would say more serious than anything. But who could blame her for being a supportive wife? She was after all married to the most wonderful man in all the elemental nations, or at least he was when it came to her. Sure, Naruto had his faults, but everyone does, like how he would leave the toilet seat up when they lived together in the house they would one day own, or how he always put others first even if it hurt him in some way. She lay in the bed she and her husband had shared the night previous, and much to her chagrin nothing untoward happened. Sure, they cuddled, but that wasn't the only thing she wanted. She was his wife. In the future they hadn't been lucky enough to have a child before everything went to hell, but now they could change that, but he was against them starting their family so early. Yeah, she understood why, but it made her slightly angry. She rolled under the covers to look at the man she had just slept next to, only to frown with worry. Naruto didn't look like he was sleeping well. In fact, it looked as if he was having some nightmare. She snuggled closer to him, buried her face into his exposed chest. She understood why he was having a nightmare all too well. She had her fair share since she got back. Having to watch the love of her life die over and over again was terrifying. She could only imagine how much more petrifying it was for him, considering he was the one who died. Naruto-kun, she said as she squeezed in tight enough to rousing the boy from his slumber, to which he was thankful. He looked down at her through drowsy eyes as she snuggled into him. He smiled and placed a kiss on top of her head. She looked up at him and smiled. "It's okay, Haim, just a dream," he whispered as he placed an arm around her supportively as she placed a hand on his chest. She smiled as she felt the telltale sensation of his pectorals. Naruto's body was beginning to resemble his future self a bit with each day that passed, thanks to the extra training he's been putting himself through to get his body in top physical condition. So what's the plan for today? Naruto hummed for a moment as he thought on his plans for the day. More D-rank missions. I am starting to remember why I hated those. Tenten chuckled at her husband's misfortune. She and her team have long since stopped having to do the chores the villagers felt they were too good to do themselves. Alright love, time to get up, Naruto said as he shifted his weight to get out of bed, though Tenten wasn't having this as she channeled chakra into the lower half of her body that was still sitting in bed to cling to it. She wanted to spend as much time with him as possible this morning and wasn't about to let him go. He was a wonderful source of heat. Come on Heim. I have missions in 3 hours. I don't care. Naruto sighed and moved to lay back down. Tenten smiled because this was another argument she won. He smiled down at her and started to run his hand through her long brown hair that was uncontained by her hairbands. She loved the feeling of having him play with her hair. Naruto frowned slightly as he remembered their purpose for being in this time. While it was nice to spend these mornings together, it still didn't stop him from worrying. I don't know what to do, Ten-chan. This got her attention as she lifted her head from his chest. She looked at him with confusion. This whole mess with the Uchiha. I don't know what to do. Tenten rolled her eyes, had swung herself out of bed. Well, that ruined the mood, she muttered. What do you mean? She narrowed her eyes at the man before her. Naruto-kun, can't we just have a nice morning together without worrying about the mission? She pouted. Was it too much to ask that she come first to him? Yeah, the mission to stop Sasuke from leaving was important, but it wasn't the most important thing, or at least it wasn't in her mind. It boggled Naruto's mind that she could say that. He would love nothing more than to spend a quiet morning with her and do things a husband and wife should, but they didn't have that luxury of time to waste time with the mundane. He sighed. Ten-chan, as much as I want to give you my undivided attention, unfortunately, we don't have that option. I leave for Wave tomorrow. Then comes the Chunin exams and I am still not convinced Sasuke Teme will willingly stay. She nodded. I understand that, but it's like the mission's all you think about. Can't today just be about us? She said as she threw on a shit. Naruto hung his head. Perhaps he had let the mission consume more of his time than he should have. At this rate, it would become a detriment to their relationship. He sighed. You're right. Tenten smirked and muttered that she was always right. Naruto decided to ignore it. I let this mission overshadow what matters. There was a pregnant pause before he continued. I am just scared is all. Scared? Naruto-kun, you're doing all you can do. If that's not enough, then he'll need to be killed. I agree, but what Hokage will I be if I don't give it my best shot? She was starting to get annoyed. She knew she shouldn't because it was a very real concern, but they still had a month and a half to figure things out. Granted, that's not much time in the grand scheme of things, but there was no need to rush. The Hokage isn't perfect, you idiot. She hated calling him that, even if he acted like it sometimes. Kakashi-san was a pervert. Tsunade-san was an alcoholic with a gambling problem. Minato-san lost not one but two of his genin. Sarutobi-sama gave too much power to the council. Tobirama-sama was emotionless, and I am sure Hashirama-sama had more than his fair share of faults. Naruto had to give it to her. No Hokage was perfect. Yeah, you're right. You're always right, Naruto admitted. Just because he was strong didn't mean he could save everyone. Tenten smirked triumphantly. Don't you ever get tired of being right? Nope, she chirped as she took a seat on the bed next to Naruto. She leaned her head onto his shoulder. Besides, you're cute when you pout. Naruto rolled his eyes. I am still going to give it my best shot. I won't have people saying I gave up. Tenten huffed lightly and lightly smacked his chest. No one says you should give up. I am just saying you don't have to be all business all the time. I have needs, Naruto-kun, and one of those is my husband. Naruto nodded and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Naruto stood up from the bed, much to his wife's chagrin, and went over to the closet and started pulling out clothes. Tenten watched as he dressed in a pair of black Anbu pants and a navy blue shirt with an orange Anbu caption tattoo emblazoned on his chest in orange. She chuckled slightly. Some things will never change, one being Naruto's love for his friends and two his favorite color being orange. What are you getting dressed for? She asked. Naruto's head popped out from the neck hole of the shirt and he turned back to his beloved. As much as I would love to spend the rest of the day in bed worshipping you like the goddess you are, I have my daily missions. Tenten pouted as she knew she could not convince him to stay in bed with her. Naruto noticed this. Come on Ten-chan. No need to pout. Look after I get home, we'll go on a date. Naruto scowled as he plucked another weed from the garden of a rather pudgy woman from the civilian council. He hated D-ranked missions. They were little more than chores that the people of Konoha were too lazy to do themselves. His thoughts on the lowest rank of missions the village had to offer hadn't changed since his younger years, even after becoming Hokage. The first time around, due to his lack of knowledge on gardening and plants, in general, caused him to mistakenly pluck not just weeds but also plants that could have bore fruit. Not even being the son of the fourth Hokage could save him from having to replant new vegetable seeds as punishment for destroying the pudgy woman's garden. Now, however, was different. He knew what not to do thanks to his future friendship with Ino Yamanaka. He winced as he felt the telltale pain of a blister forming on his palm. He sighed and cursed under his breath. He hated that feeling of having soft skin again. It was almost depressing how weak he was now compared to how he once was. In the future, time travel is confusing. He wasn't the 26-year-old Hokage that he was. Now he's a 13-year-old genin again with poor chakra control and less than developed muscle mass. One thing was for sure, he would have to train long and hard later on in the day. The only thing that pulling weeds is good for was slowly increasing his physical strength. Luckily, even though his body is that of a 13-year-old boy, his mind is that of a 26-year-old man. Channeling a bit of chakra to his hand, Naruto smiled as he felt the soft pain in his hands subside as the chakra protected his hand. There was another thing about being 13 again. His control was completely shot, which meant no advanced Rasengans, no Sage Mode, no elemental manipulation. Hell, he couldn't even perform the summoning jutsu because he hadn't yet signed the Toad summoning contract. Looking over, he saw that his fellow genin, Sasuke and Sakura, were not faring much better. It was slight, but Naruto could see the fatigue and pain pass over the Uchiha's face. The blonde smiled slightly as he noticed the boy's discomfort. The pinkette would rip her hand away from the weeds every once in a while and shake her hand violently. Obviously, the pain of the blisters was getting to her. The blonde sighed as he looked at the girl with concern. Sure, you would never have the relationship he had once had with the pinkette, but he would be lying if he said that the two of them hadn't somehow become friends after all the sparring and training they've done together. Since she had started taking her training more serious, he felt it necessary, since it was his idea for keeping Sasuke in the village, that he would oversee her training personally. Sakura wiped her forehead and glanced over to her teammates and sighed. Naruto and Sasuke had piles of weeds that could be compared to small dogs, while her own was the size of a coffee mug. Naruto saw the look on his friend's face. "Cheer up, Sakura-san," Naruto said as he scooted closer to her and patted her on the shoulder. He leaned in and whispered to her, "Apply a little chakra to your palms. It'll ease the pain and strengthen the skin." The pinkette glanced up at him and nodded. Doing as instructed, she channeled her chakra into her hands and surprisingly could feel the pain in them ease. She smiled. "Thanks, Naruto-san." Sasuke arched an eyebrow at the two before huffing and going back to work. Naruto sighed. That was part of history that hadn't changed. Sasuke was still an antisocial prick. If things kept up the way they're, then eventually the Ravenet will defect to join Orochimaru and eventually come to destroy Konoha. The blonde shook his head. He couldn't let that happen, not again. He was the Hokage, and as Hokage, he vowed to do anything in his power to protect his village and its citizens. If worse comes to worse, he'll be forced to kill the Uchiha before he manages to escape after the Valley of the End. Hours passed and the genin of Team 7 finally finished their weeding mission, and the three were staring daggers into the backside of their sensei Kakashi Hitaki. "I want to thank you again, Kakashi-san. If it wasn't for you, that garden would never have been weeded. My back hasn't been in the best of shape these days," the woman said as she paid the Hokage for a successful mission. "It was our pleasure, ma'am," the silver-haired Jonin said with an eye smile. The three genins glared hatred into the Jonin's back. "You didn't do anything, it was all us," was the collective thought of the trio. Walking out of the Hokage tower, everyone was quiet until Kakashi broke it. "All right. You three, you're free for the rest of the day. Make sure to get some rest because we start again at 8 o'clock tomorrow," Kakashi said. Sakura sighed in relief as she was sore all over from the manual labor that they had done today. Naruto was thankful because he had time to shower and change before his date with Tenten and Sasuke, because Well, because he thought he had better things to do than to pick weeds from some old lady's garden. Sakura glanced at her companion and smiled softly as she thought of the blonde as somewhat of a friend, even though their history would suggest differently. She looked away with eyes filled with sadness as she thought of all the times she had hit or yelled at the young boy beside her. Naruto-san? The young Jinchuriki glanced toward the pinkette. Yes, Sakura-san? He arched an eyebrow as he saw the girl seem to fidget nervously in place. Since they had started training together, Sakura had changed her appearance somewhat. She had kept her hair as long as it had always been, but now wore a one-piece dress, was now a two-piece top and skirt outfit with fishnet shirt underneath and a black belt holding up her skirt. I am sorry. This caught Naruto by surprise. To his knowledge, she hadn't done anything to offend him in any way. Sakura saw the confusion on his face. I am sorry for always yelling at you and hitting you. Naruto made an "oh" face before turning back to Sakura. Despite their future problems, he had started to care for the younger version of the girl. Well, thanks. He rubbed the back of his head. Do you want to, I don't know, train or something? Naruto-kun, how do you still have so much energy? I am exhausted. Naruto's mind stopped as he heard her refer to him as kun. He smiled slightly. Perhaps a friendship with the pinkette wouldn't be so bad. He dipped into his kunai pouch and pulled out a small brown pill and tossed it to Sakura. Eat that, it'll give you energy for about 5 hours. She looked skeptically back at Naruto before plopping the brown ball into her mouth and bit down on it. At first she didn't feel any different, but after 5 minutes she felt her entire body become energized. It was almost like every atom in her body became electrified and started vibrating. Needless to say, she felt great. She felt as if she could run a marathon around Konoha's outer gate. Naruto saw this and smiled. Now that you have the energy, I have a technique that I would like to teach you, he said as they started walking to their team's training ground. I can't stay long, I have a dinner date later, but I will show you how it's done. Once they arrived at training ground 7, he walked over towards a boulder that was about twice the size of himself. He turned towards Sakura and silently prayed that Tsunade wouldn't hate him if revealing the secrets of her strength. All right, Sakura-chan. The pinkette blushed slightly as he heard him refer to her as Chan again. Watch closely, he said as he started channeling chakra into his muscles and fist. He turned toward the boulder and sent a powerful fist into it before the boulder exploded. Sakura's eyes grew to the size of saucers as she saw the once mighty boulder become nothing more than rubble at the feet of Naruto. What on earth was that? She exclaimed. That was Tsunade Senju's super strength technique. What you do is channel chakra into your muscles and your fist. You release the chakra through your fingertips and then, he demonstrated again by sending a punch to the ground. To no one's surprise, the ground splintered under his fist. Now I want you to practice this until it becomes second nature for you. Naruto sighed as he opened the door to his and Tenten's apartment. He noticed the destined sound of talking. Walking through the hallway from the door to the living room, he smiled happily as he saw Tenten talking with her father, Ojiro. The man noticed his daughter's boyfriend enter the house and sent him a small smile. Tenten noticed this and turned and smiled as she saw the man of her dreams. Naruto-kun, welcome home. I didn't hear you come in. Naruto smiled as he walked over towards the table that sat the father and daughter duo. Yeah, well, I am not in the business of slamming doors, Naruto said, referring to how much the pair were talking. So Naruto-kun, how was your missions for the day? Ojiro said. Naruto sighed as he took a seat next to his wife. He then proceeded to slump down into his chair. Work. Seriously, they're just choirs that anyone could do. Tenten chuckled slightly as she placed a hand on his under the table. Maybe so, but every job brings money into the village, and living together means that we need all the money we can get. Naruto blushed a little at the sincerity in her voice. As a genin, the first time around he learned of how D-rank missions help support the economy of the village, and later in life as the Hokage he learned how vitally important those choirs were when developing your muscles as a genin. I know, but seriously, pulling weeds, walking dogs and grocery shopping? Our time could be better served training and preparing for higher ranked missions. Well, Ojiro interjected. What do you expect? We're in peace times. It's not like we're training children to fight wars, he said with a wave of his hand. Tenten and Naruto glanced at each other. If only he knew that a large-scale battle would be coming to Konoha's doorstep within the next few months. So much needed to happen before the start of the Chunin exams. While his attempts at making Sakura stronger had earned a positive reaction from the Uchiha, but he still seemed aloof, much like the first time around Kakashi had given them little to no training. "So Naruto-kun, how has your team been? Hope you're making friends," Ojiro asked. "Slowly, yeah," Naruto said as he smiled. Tenten glanced at him with an arched eyebrow. "Sasuke-san is still a bit cold, but he's lightening up. Sakura-chan and I have a steady friendship," he said with a smile. Tenten turned toward him. "Sakura-chan, wasn't that the pink-haired girl you had a crush on?" Naruto gulped silently. She gave him a cocky smile before crossing her arms over her chest. "I don't have to be jealous, do I?" Naruto put his hands up in mock surrender. "Of course, not Ten-chan. All I am doing is helping with her training. She never took it seriously in the academy." Ojiro chuckled at the boy's antics. Tenten gave him a curt, After an hour of talking between the trio, it had gotten late. "All right, kiddos," Ojiro said. "It's time for me to get on home," he said as he got up from the table. Naruto jumped up. "Allow me to walk you out, Ojiro-san." The elderly man nodded with a smile as Naruto escorted him to the door. As the door was swung open, the cold night air entered the warm apartment. Ojiro turned and looked at the boy. He was proud that his daughter had looked past the hate the villagers had shown the boy. "Say Naruto-kun," he said, gaining the blonde's attention. "Let me talk to you for a moment alone." Naruto gulped audibly but stepped outside anyway. It didn't matter how many times he had talked with the man alone, it always made him nervous. "How do you feel about my daughter?" Naruto let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. Anyone could tell you how a conversation of this sort would make them nervous. One wrong step and you could be hated by your significant other's father for the duration of the relationship. Though Naruto didn't need to worry, he loved her with all his heart. "I love her." Ojiro stared into the boy's cerulean blue orbs and failed to detect any form of falsity. He sighed and smiled. "I am glad. Are you ready for this? You've taken a big step, and you're still so young." Naruto arched an eyebrow in confusion, but he assumed that he was talking about how they were now living together. "I know, sir, but I know I love her and she loves me." "Yeah," he said as he looked up thoughtfully. "I've seen it in her eyes. She had the same expression Chi-Chi used to have." Naruto went silent at that. He hadn't known Chi-Chi, but from what future Ojiro had told him, she was a lot like Tenten and he loved Tenten. The father waved his goodbye before walking off into the night. Naruto was confused because of the man's words but was happy nonetheless that he was accepting of his relationship with his daughter. Walking back inside, he noticed Tenten sitting on the couch with her legs on the couch. Her brown hair that was previously tied into double buns was now unbound by her hair ties. "So," she started, "did you and Toussaint have a good talk?" Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously. She knew something about his little talk with her father. "Yay. He said something that odd to me." She hummed. "What was that?" "He said I took a big step and if I was ready for this. I know living together is huge, but I don't know if I would describe it as a big step." Tenten smiled lightly as he pucked up her legs and sat down before putting her legs in his lap. She looked over at him and felt her heart flutter. "Well, I may have told him you asked me to marry you," she said with a smile. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. That was something he was not expecting. Sure, he had every intention of remarrying her, but it was still so soon. They were still young. Ten-chan were too young to get married. "But Naru-kun," she pouted. "We're genin, which means in the eyes of the village we're adults." Naruto nodded. "Yes, that is true, but the legal age for genin is 15. Tenten huffed and crossed her arms over her chest before looking away from Naruto. The blonde looked at the lovely brunette as she pouted. "Well," he started. "It seems like a date's out of the question for tonight, it's pretty late." She seemed to slouch down into the couch even further before her expression brightened and she leapt up from the couch. Naruto stared at her as she walked towards their shared bedroom. Once she was standing in the doorway, she removed her top, making the blonde blush furiously as he saw her the back of her black bra. She turned her head and all he could see was her seductive smirk, sultry eyes and the crest of her left breast. "There's more than one way to worship me like a goddess." She turned fully toward him and beckoned him with a single finger as she backed into the room. Naruto gulped audibly. He had to admit that even though he wanted to wait until they were older than even he had needs that could only be satisfied by the women he loved. I've taken all I can and I can't take no more, he said as he walked into the room after his weapon mistress. Oops, sorry, no lemon for you. Part of me really wants to write a lemon now, but I shall not give in to the temptation. Save that for the other story I am writing. That may or may not ever see the light of day. This chapter is kinda short at around 4,000 words while I typically try to keep them around 5,000. I felt like I covered all I wanted to cover in the amount of words I had. I had a review that said that I should finish this FIC. I assume that it was talking about how DKM is still incomplete. Let me tell you all right now, the final chapter is in progress. I'll let you all in on the basic overview of the chapter. It's a time skip to their final year at Beacon. Blake and John had a daughter that's turning 3 in a few weeks and John wants to have a real wedding with Blake. That's all you get. Hopefully for those of you that really like drunken nightshade marriage, that this satiates your thirst. Next chapter will be the Tora mission and then the Wave mission. I have plans that may come as a bit of a surprise. I believe I hinted at Sasuke becoming a somewhat nicer person. I think Naruto said he was less aloof but still kinda standoff-ish. I decided to teach Sakura the strength technique in order to impress Sasuke. I have plans for their relationship and by the end of the story those of you who like the pinkette might not like me so much. To that I say, suck it, haters. Chapter 5 Naruto watched from behind a tree as the daimyo wife's cat pranced about freely on the floor of the woods outside of Konoha. He groaned internally as he watched the four-legged menace roll around in the leaves without a care in the world. Little did it know that it was being surrounded by 4 ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. Above all else, Naruto hated retrieving the woman's cat. It was seemingly a weekly event. A crackle came from his earpiece as the familiar voice of his sensei broke from its speaker. Do we have eyes on the target? This is Whiskers. Yeah, I see her. Canary here. She's about 10 meters away from us. HN could be heard from the speaker. Avenger targets in my sight. Naruto smirked at their codenames. Whiskers would definitely not have been his first choice. He would rather go by something cool like Maelstrom or something, but there was a certain beauty in how simple their codenames were. Alright. Team 7 apprehend the target on my signal. 3. Naruto shifted his foot ever so slightly that it would be easier from his to launch off it. 2. Sakura peered down at the cat that was rolling around under the tree she was using as a perch. 1. Sasuke readied a moderately sized net that he kept folded up in his kunai pouch. There was no way this cat was going to make a fool of the last Uchiha like it had done countless teams before him. Go! Kakashi shouted. Sasuke was the first to leap into action as he closed the distance between himself and the cat in mere moments. He tossed the net but alas fell short as the cat made a quick beeline for the denser part of the forest. Sakura rushed in and landed a foot away from the cat, but even with her training, she was not matched for the witty cat as it dived through her legs and made a sharp left turn. Naruto-kun, she's heading right for you, Sakura shouted. A blur could be seen in the top branches of the trees as the cat ran. The cat leapt over a fallen log and landed in a small clearing. Naruto saw this and leapt onto the forest floor. He looked up at the cat as he felt the familiar Biju chakra of Kurama. He looked at Tora through crimson eyes. The cat stared up at him as if it was paralyzed. The blonde smirked as he felt the chakra recede from his system. That was the first sign of Kurama that he felt since Tenten had given him back his future memories, but it begged the question what kept him and why couldn't he access his mindscape. He shrugged it off before picking up the cat. It served him no purpose dwelling on it. Kurama will come around in his own time. Target captured, he said. Can you confirm that she has a red bow on her left ear? Yeah, it's Tora all right, the blonde said with a sigh. Can we get a real mission now? A kunai in time. Team 7 stood in the mission room watching helplessly as the wife of the fire daimyo smothered the cat in her meaty arms. Sakura felt bad for the cat while Sasuke sneered at the feline as it had the air literally crushed out of its lungs. Naruto sighed as he saw the cat struggle in its owner's grasp. He would be the first to admit that in his younger years he hated that cat, but as he was being groomed to take the position of Hokage, he became quite familiar with the daimyo, his wife, and her cat. He became quite fond of that lazy fluffball. It reminded him of another fluffball that kept giving him a hard time. Alright Team 7, the Hokage started. You did a fine job. Now on two other matters, we have two more missions available: painting Council Women Mabuki's fence or walking Elder Homura's dogs. Naruto groaned loud enough to gain the attention of the other occupancy of the room. Come on Hokage Gigi, can we please get a better mission? Hiraishin looked at the boy and took a drag of his pipe. Iruka stared at the boy. Naruto, these missions are beneficial to the economy of the village. Naruto finished Iruka's statement for him. I know Iruka-sensei, but I believe the four of us can handle at most a C rank mission. Come on Hokage-sama, Naruto said in a more serious tone. This took the group by surprise, as it was commonly known that Naruto wasn't one for formalities. Hiraishin arched an eyebrow, questioning the serious tone in the boy's voice. Team 7 will never be able to show what it can really do by doing those lousy D-rank missions. The group looked at the blonde as if he had grown a second head. Hiraishin took a quick puff of his pipe before removing it from his mouth and sitting up straight in his chair with his arms cupped in front of him. Naruto-kun, what do you mean by, really, show what you can do? Hiraishin questioned. Naruto walked over and placed a hand on Sakura's back where the muscles were beginning to form. Between team meeting and mission, Sakura-chan and I have been working on her taijutsu. I mean, I'm no Maida guy, but I am confident that she can handle a simple escort or delivery mission. Sakura smiled at the amount of faith her newfound friend was placed in her. Truth be told, her taijutsu had improved immensely since they started training. She was no longer fainting because she was no longer dieting, and she was gaining muscle mass to boot. Even her body was starting to fill out. Sure, her breasts were still small, but they have gone from nothing at all to a little bit of something, between her body filling out and her muscles developing. She had noticed Sasuke glancing in her direction more often. Naruto pointed a finger at Sasuke, and Sasuke's the rookie of the year, he said with a smile, even though on the inside he wanted to vomit. Nothing in this world could make Naruto compliment the arrogant Uchiha, but sometimes sacrifices would have to be made. Sasuke smirked arrogantly as it seemed that even the blonde Jinchuriki had learned his place at the feet of the mighty Uchiha. Besides, we have Kakashi-sensei. He's stronger than any bandit we would come across. The copycat ninja's chest swelled with pride as he heard the praise he was receiving from the blonde. Idiot, even if what you say is true, C ranks are just too dangerous. Rookie genin should not be going on them, Iruka said in an attempt to reason with Naruto. However, the Brunette Academy forgot one crucial thing. No one can reason with Naruto. Iruka-sensei, we're not team 8 or 10, Naruto stated in his Hokage voice, something he cultured from a year of doing public speeches. Team 7 is by far the strongest physical team, which would make us the assault team. Team 8 had Hinata-chan, Kiba-san, and Shino-san. Those three specialize in tracking. Team 10 is the current Ino Shikacho, which specialize in trapping. Our real potential would be better shown in the field. Hiraishin was surprised. He categorized each team correctly. Iruka stared slack-jawed at the blonde he saw as a brother, while Kakashi arched an eyebrow in the boy's direction. The Hokage hummed as he turned his focus from Naruto to Kakashi. What do you think, Kakashi? Are they ready? The silver-haired Jonin nodded slowly. Naruto is exactly right, sir. Sakura had become stronger while training with Naruto. Both Sasuke and Naruto are possibly on the same level, he said, which gained the ire of the last Uchiha. I would have to say they are more than ready for a simple C rank. Hiraishin nodded before pushing a button on his desk. Send him in, he said as he removed his hand from the intercom. He turned back towards Team 7. Naruto-kun, I would like to congratulate you on your deduction. Since Kakashi believes you three ready, then I would like to give you all a C rank mission. Sasuke smirked while Sakura sighed and Naruto smiled wide. The doors swung open, which gained the group's attention, and a rather portly fisherman stepped through them. In came the portly man with ashen gray hair and matching beard. He wore a dark gray shirt that was almost black with a white towel draped across his shoulders. He had a sake bottle dangling from his left hand. What are these? The ninja that will be protecting me, the old man exclaimed. I asked for a ninja, not children. They look stupid, especially the blonde one, the man said, which gained Naruto's ire. He may not have anything against the man, but Naruto was definitely not a fan of people calling him stupid or an idiot. The man tilted the sake bottle to his lips only to find the bittersweet liquid not funneling into his gullet. He opened his eyes and saw that the bottom half of the bottle had been severed. Looking around panicked, he saw two of the kids looking at the blonde, and the blonde was staring daggers at him. Looking to his right, he saw a kunai impaled in the wall, still dripping with sake. Naruto, we're supposed to protect the client, not kill him, Kakashi said with a sigh. This is going to be a long mission. Hiraishin shook his head. The client shuddered at the killer intent that radiated from the blonde. My name's Tazuna. I am the master bridge builder from the land of waves. Naruto smiled as he reminisced about his first trip to the wave country. It was there that he met Inari. It was there his resolve to protect those precious to him was solidified. With his first meeting with Haku, it was where Zabuza and Haku were laid to rest. He had to fight back tears as he remembered the two once enemies turned friends who had sacrificed everything to fight for what they believed in and lost everything because of the greed of Gato. Kakashi glanced from their client to his team. All right, you three, he said, gaining the attention of the young shinobi. I want you to pack for a month's worth of travel. We'll meet at the main gates in 10 minutes, don't be late. Naruto scoffed. We should be telling you that, he said as he walked past his sensei and Tazuna before closing the doors to the mission hall behind him. He smirked as he vanished in a flash of yellow before appearing back in the small apartment of his and his soon-to-be wife. If he was to be perfectly honest, he was nervous that Tenten had told her father he had asked her to marry her. This time around he would have liked to have done things right and asked the Mon's blessing. Last time they had gotten married, because last time it was a spur-of-the-moment thing he just did. He was so overwhelmed with happiness that he couldn't contain it. He had been planning on asking her, but he had put it off because he hadn't asked Ojiro. Once he looked over the crowd of people as they watched the blonde take his rightful place as Hokage, he was overcome by a sense of pride. His speech was one he had spent more time working on more than any other. He thanked Iruka, Kakashi, Hiraishin, Jiraiya, and Tsunade for giving him the tools to succeed in his shinobi career. He thanked his friends for all the times they had his back when things became hard. Naruto smiled fondly as he remembered the words that followed, and above all else, I want to thank the love of my life, my girlfriend Tenten, for standing by my side when life grew too much for me to bear alone. He turned his cerulean blue eyes towards the women and smiled lovingly as he beckoned her forward. Tenten reluctantly stepped up and in front of the crowd that consisted of everyone that she had fought beside and for. Naruto took her hand in his as he got down on one knee. There was an audible gasp that spread throughout the crowd. The weapon mistress cupped one hand over her mouth as Naruto pulled a small box from his pocket. Will you marry me? The words rang within young Naruto's mind as he walked through the apartment. He turned the corner of the hall into the living room and saw what might have been the most angelic sight he had ever seen. Laying there before him was his beloved wife, to be curled up on the couch asleep. He smiled as he walked over and scooped up the unconscious girl in his arms bridal style and walked her into the bedroom before laying her down and collecting the things he would need for the trip. He grabbed 3 outfits, some underwear and socks, before throwing them in a backpack and making his way out of the room as quietly as possible as to not wake the sleeping girl. Moving onward to the kitchen, he threw a few cups of instant ramen in his bag. Normally Tenten would yell at him packing the cups because they were not very good for a shinobi in training, but it was the most readily available meal he had. He only packed 3. Anything else he needed he could hunt for. Walking out of the kitchen, Naruto went over towards a chest he kept next to the couch. In it was where he kept his stash of ninja tools. He grabbed an extra 40 that, when added with the 10 he kept on his person, equaled out to be 50. He stuffed 30 explosive tags into a pocket on his backpack and another 5 into his kunai pouch, and finally the tool that helped immensely when they faced off against Zabuza, 1 windmill shuriken. Naruto-kun, came the tired voice of his weapon goddess. He turned around and saw her standing in the doorway. Whatcha doin'? He smiled. Just getting my things together. I have 8 minutes left to get to the main gates for the mission to Wave Country. Tenten nodded before walking over and sinking down to his level and throwing her arms around him. She stared into his deep cerulean pools and he in return stared into her rich earthen eyes before closing the distance between them in one searing kiss. She pulled away. I am going to miss you, she said softly as she rested her forehead on his. Naruto smiled before moving in for another quick kiss. Don't say that with your missions and team training the month will fly by. He paused and looked at the girl. She was pouting and giving him her signature Tenten puppy dog eyes. I'll miss you too, Heim. She smiled as she buried her face into his shoulder. She loved it when he called her his princess. It always made her feel special. She still didn't like that he was going to be away for a month and was half tempted to sneak off and follow them to Wave. It's not like they wouldn't need the help with the Demon Brothers and Zabuza, not to mention Haku. But she couldn't do that. Her team needed her in the village for missions and training. At least let me walk you to the main gate, she pleaded. Naruto took one look at her and responded with an, of course. Soon after, the duo exited the apartment and made their way to the main gates that connected Konoha with the rest of the world. Along their way they talked idly about this and that, nothing too overly important until the concept of marriage came up. I want something traditional, like our first wedding but a bit bigger, Tenten said with a slight gleam in her eye. Their first wedding was simple. Just their friends and family. The clan heads came to wish the Namikaze couple luck in their future together. The Akamichi catered the event. You should have seen Choji's mom frantically planning out the hors d'oeuvres and appetizers. Choji had suggested having all-you-can-eat barbecue and ramen. You should have seen the look of rage that passed over both her and Tenten's face. Hinata and Hanabi helped with the bride's dress, and if Naruto had any room to talk he would say they outdid themselves. It was a little-known fact that Hinata loved to sew, and if the dress she made was any indication, she was damn good at it too. It was a moderate dress that showed off a little skin, but not by much. Tenten was never one to flaunt her beautiful skin after all. The dress was long and flowing at the bottom and hugged her natural curves perfectly. At the waist the dress parted slightly into snowflake-like patterns and in the center showed off her navel as well at the center of her stomach. The dress had two connecting cups for her breasts and was held together by an intercut series of hooks at her back. A lot the good the dress did her, because once they retired to their home she shed it for a more comfortable birthday suit. I liked the one we had, all our friends and family. The dress Hinata and Hanabi made was amazing too, Naruto said, which gained a nod of agreement from the weapon mistress. They were so busy talking that they hardly noticed that they had arrived at the gate. Sakura was the first to greet them as she was Naruto's friend. Hey Naruto-kun, she greeted warmly before noticing Tenten. Hello, I don't believe we've met. I am Sakura Haruno, Naruto-kun's teammate. Tenten acknowledged the girl with a smile, but on the inside, she was rolling her eyes. She had nothing overly bad to say about the pinkette, but she was also not overly fond of her neither. She had verbally and physically abused Naruto during their childhood in the academy and even on the same team, as well as broke his heart later in life. The fact Naruto befriended the loud girl again astounded her. My name's Tenten, I am Naruto-kun's girlfriend. The young brunette's words caught them by surprise. Sakura, because while she knew Naruto had moved on from her, she was surprised that the girl wasn't someone she knew from the academy like Hinata. Sasuke was surprised because he couldn't believe that someone so pathetic as Naruto could get with a decently attractive girl. Tazuna, who had overheard the conversation, smirked and nodded in approval, silently wishing the kid luck with the relationship, while Kakashi's eyes smiled. If I remember correctly, you're from Guy's team. How did you get to know how knucklehead? Kakashi stated while ignoring the glare he received from the blonde about being called a knucklehead. Well, I found him training in one of the old training grounds a few years ago and we became friends. Naruto couldn't help but respect how easy his wife found it to come up with lies. He himself struggled with it when he was confronted with using his father's technique during Team 7's final test. Luckily he wasn't some ordinary child, or he wouldn't have gotten away with it. After kissing Tenten goodbye, they made their way out of the main gates that led out of Konoha. Being the experienced ninja Naruto he was constantly using his ability to sense negative emotions ever since he left the village, and he located two individuals that seemed to be stalking the genin team. The blonde time traveler smirked slightly as he felt the presence of what he could only assume was the demon brothers moving from their position to where they would attempt to ambush the team. Last time Kakashi allowed the demon brothers to attack without doing a thing about it, leaving his woefully unprepared genin to fight off the Chunin missing nin by themselves. This time, however, they were ready. What he had said was no lie. Sakura was well on her way to being a great shinobi. There was little to no doubt in his mind that when the Chunin exams rolled around that this time she would make it to the final round. As for Sasuke, as much as it made him sick to think about, was one of the best genins that had come out of Konoha. While he wasn't nearly at his peak physical condition, he could use a fraction of his future power. Tazuna-san. The silence that surrounded them was broken by Sakura. You're from the land of waves, right? This question gained the attention of all her companions. Yeah. Well, why hire us and not ninja from your country? Naruto smirked as he turned to face her while he walking backward. Sakura-chan, Naruto said, interrupting his sensei that was about to speak. His sudden voice gained the attention of his team and client. The land of waves don't have a shinobi village anymore, he said while stressing the word, anymore. He was in the unique position to make his life a bit better as he resigned to letting his team know of his clan. The pinkette arched an eyebrow in confusion. Kakashi raised his one Vasavla eyebrow as if questioning his blonde charge. Naruto sent him a reassuring nod and smile. The Jonin decided that he would trust the boy's judgment on this matter. What do you mean, anymore? The young Jinchuriki turned around to face the path. His face adopted a sad expression. His heritage was always a sore subject for him, especially his mother. The land of waves used to have the village of Uzugakure, but during the Second Shinobi War it was destroyed. Sasuke scoffed. They don't sound so tough. Naruto sneered at hearing this. The Uzumaki clan, which made up 3/4 of the village's population, were amongst the strongest clan to ever exist in the ninja world, on par with their cousin clan the Senju and the Uchiha. Kakashi saw the look on the blonde's face. Actually, it took a combined effort of Kumo, Kiri and Iwa to even consider attacking that village. Even then casualties were high on both sides. Sasuke rolled his eyes at his sensei's words. Sakura stared on in awe. It sounds like Uzu was strong. How do you know so much about this place, Dobi? Questioned Sasuke. Naruto looked up towards the sky and his eyes seemed to gleam as a smile spread across his face. My birth mother was from that village, he said. Sakura smiled at hearing the amount of emotion in her friend's voice. Sasuke looked at him with raised eyebrows. Tazuna stared at the young man's back. His focus was on the red spiral on his black shirt. What's you man, kid? Naruto Uzumaki. Tazuna topped in his tracks at hearing the surname. The others stared at him, but Naruto and Kakashi, since they already knew of the ties Uzugakure had with the surrounding villages of Wave. Uzumaki as in. Yup, Kakashi said in a lazy voice. Naruto here is the son of the last surviving member of the Uzumaki clan. This got a reaction from the three who had not already known of his heritage. Sakura stared wide-eyed at the blonde's back. She had no idea that his family originated from another village, let alone a clan. Sasuke stared harder at Naruto's back. The ends of his lips curled up slightly to the point that if you looked close enough you could make out the smallest of smiles. Wow, I had no idea, Sakura said while rushing up and standing beside the blonde. You never said anything? Naruto nodded. One person doesn't make a clan, so I never saw much of a point. They walked in silence before Kakashi noticed his blonde charge's eyes snapped to something in the road. Following his gaze, the silver-haired Jonin noticed he was looking at a puddle. He smirked underneath his mask with pride that the boy noticed something so many would have overlooked. He sighed, however, when he noticed the other two seemed not to have noticed it. Suddenly the blonde snapped back towards the puddle as he sensed the chakra spike and noticed the demon brothers charging them. Sakura gasped as the brothers wrapped Kakashi in their chains and ripped him apart. One down, exclaimed one of the missing nin. Sakura's eyes widened, but thanks to her training she knew that if she stuck to what she was taught that she could handle nearly anything. She pulled a kunai from her pouch and stood protectively between Tazuna and the missing nin. Naruto saw this and smirked proudly that after all that training she had started to develop a backbone. One of the demon brothers charged at the blonde, but in contrast to last time when he froze, he was ready as he sidestepped the jab that was aimed for the center of his chest. Naruto gathered his chakra into his palms as he slammed them into the side of the missing nin's chest. The effect was instant as the man was shot off, creating distance between him and Naruto. though even then he wasn't done as he shot a poisoned chain dagger in the blonde's direction that was deflected as the Jinchuriki channeled chakra into his foot and used the appendage to guide the dagger above him before he grabbed at the chain and pulled with all his chakra-enhanced might. Having underestimated the genin, the brother had little chance to protect himself from being pulled into the blonde's waiting fist. Naruto punched the man in the jaw with Tsunade's super strength, sending the scraggly-haired man into a large boulder. The brother slumped his head as he fell unconscious. Naruto smirked as he looked down at his fist and clenched it. His power was slowly returning. Little by little, he was becoming his true self. "Maizu!" shouted his brother Guzu, which gained the blonde's attention, as he turned to face his next opponent. In his peripheral vision, he saw Sasuke weaving some very familiar hand signs and backflipped away before Guzu's gauntlet could impale itself into his chest. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. A large ball of fire was blown from the Uchiha's maw, which made Guzu retreat briefly before he recollecting himself and lashing out at what he assumed was the weaker amongst the three genin. The straight-haired brunette jabbed his gauntlet toward Sakura's head, but she was expecting it and parried it before kneeing the man in the chin. The remaining demon brother fumbled backward as he clutched his chin. Regaining his composure, he glared heatedly at Sakura before attempting another attack. Sakura was ready for it as she winded up for straight jab, but before she could, Kakashi jumped down from a tree and caught the brother in a lariat. The silver-haired Jonin turned to face Sakura and eyes smiled. "Good job protecting the client, Sakura," Kakashi said before walking over and patting Sasuke and Naruto on the head. "You all did great." Naruto couldn't help the smile that broke out across his face. Sasuke grew annoyed at the physical contact. The blonde turned to gaze at his pink friend and a sense of pride filled his heart. He had taken a fangirl with little to no physical training and turned her into a functioning genin. Sakura saw that his eyes were on her and smiled back at him, offering him a silent thank you. "Now," Kakashi stated as he turned towards the elderly bridge builder, "you have some explaining to do." Tazuna's sweat dropped before explaining the situation in Wave Country. How Gato not only transported good but also drugs, money and anything else illegal. How the country was poor because of their inability to export or import trade, and how the tyrant had monopolized it. How anyone who opposed the man would find thugs being sent after them or their families being either threatened or physically abused. "I see," the silver-haired Jonin said as he adopted a thinking pose. "That is indeed awful." Tazuna looked at the man with hope in his eyes. "So you'll help?" Kakashi at the man and saw the hope that filled them. He sighed and looked at his genin. This was supposed to be a C-rank mission, but now it's yearly a B rank, maybe low A rank. He sighed again while rubbing his neck. "We should return to the village." He glanced at Naruto. "What do you kids think?" The blonde snorted. "I say we continue," Naruto said with confidence, even though his instincts as a Hokage was telling him otherwise. He knew he could handle it. Sakura was getting better and could only improve from where SGE currently was, and Sasuke, as much as it pains him to say, can handle himself in a fight just fine. "We easily took care of those two." He motioned with his nose where the two unconscious missing nin were tied up. "I think we can do this." Sasuke chuckled arrogantly. "I am an Uchiha, an elite." Naruto scowled at the self-proclaimed avenger. "If Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are going, then so am I," Sakura said with a smile. She would not let them outdo her. She was already so far behind them that it wasn't even funny. She would be damned if she let them get farther away. "A kunai in time. Wow, it's so huge," Sakura said as she stared at the incomplete bridge above them. Kakashi's eyes smiled at his students as he read his little orange book. "Keep it down please," said the ferryman. "We gotta remain quiet or they might tax notice of us." Sakura quitted down and they enjoyed the rest of the boat ride in relative silence. The only sound that could be heard was the subtle crashing of wakes in the water they found themselves floating in. Before long they made it to the shore before the resumed traveling by foot. The forest surrounding the village they were heading to coated the ground. The blonde started using his Jinchuriki ability to sense for any form of negative emotion. It wasn't too hard to sense Zabuza's presence. He smirked as he moved his hand to his kunai pouch without alerting Zabuza or his teammates. "There," he shouted before hurling the kunai at the place that he knew the missing nin was. He sensed his disappear and reappear on a tree behind him. Sakura's knees were shaking from the sudden outburst of her blonde friend. Naruto walked into the bush to retrieve him kunai, and to Sakura's surprise it came back with a snow-white rabbit. "Naruto Baka, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Sakura shouted. Naruto just looked at her and shook his head. "You're too young and healthy to have a heart attack. Besides, you should thank me for catching dinner," he said with a smile as he held the rabbit by its ears. Kakashi stared at the rabbit. Naruto may be able to fool Sasuke and Sakura, but not a well-trained and experienced jonin like himself. He knew someone was there. A white rabbit? It's spring, it should be brown. That's when he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as he heard the faint shoot of a blade being hurled through the air. "Everyone get down!" Kakashi shouted as he grabbed Tazuna and hit the ground. For his part, Naruto dived at Sakura and tackled her to the ground. Sasuke ducked as the blade passed over his head. A part of Naruto's mind cursed as he had hoped that he would have got caught by the blade and died. It would save him the trouble of killing himself. The large blade buried itself into a tree and the group saw a man appear on the hilt of the massive blade. Well. If it isn't Kakashi Hatake. A kunai in time. Whoa, cliffhanger. I hope you all like this. It took me longer than expected due to my computer basically forcing me to reinstall Windows. I was terrified that when it wiped my hard drive that I would lose the progress I have already made on this chapter. Does the cliffhanger make me a bad person? Sorry that there were no line breaks. I am currently at work eating lunch and I just finished this. Going to upload it now rather than later so everyone can read and enjoy. _ a kunai in time _ chapter 6. Naruto stared up at where the man, known as the demon of the hidden mist, once was but now was replaced by dense fog. He mentally smiled as he remembered his first encounter with Haku. He was important to the young blonde. After all, he taught young Naruto what made a person truly strong, to protect those precious to you. That is what makes you truly strong. Those were the words that were spoken all those years ago. Returning his attention to reality, the young Jinchuriki could physically feel the killer intent rolling of Zabuza, and Naruto had to admit that for an unexperienced genin it was suffocating. The clash of two jonin intent to attack. Glancing over, he saw Sakura trembling in fear as she stood in front of Tazuna. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at the man that seemed to personify fear. It was obvious that he had not felt something so intense in his lifetime. He arched an eyebrow when he saw the Uchiha raise his kunai as if believing that injuring himself would free him from the constant reality that was being a shinobi. Sensing his student's fear, Kakashi spoke. "Sasuke," getting the attention of the Uchiha heir, "calm down. I will protect you with my life. I'll protect all of you. I will not allow my comrades to die." This seemed to have the desired effect as Naruto could see the trembling in the young Uchiha's body vanish. "I wouldn't be so sure," came the raspy voice of Zabuza, who had reappeared in between the three genins and their client. "It's over." "Don't move," Kakashi said as he turned towards the mist demon and charged him with a kunai in hand, stabbing the man while the three genins and client made some distance between the jonin and missing nin. "Now it's over," Sasuke thought with a smirk as he noticed the blood flooding out of Zabuza's stomach, only to notice that it was not blood but water. The impaled man turned to water before falling to the ground with a splash. The eyes of the genin grew wide as they noticed another Zabuza appear in the mist directly behind their sensei. "Sensei, behind you!" Sakura exclaimed, but she was too late as she watched the bandaged man cleave Kakashi in two. Her eyes grew as wide as saucers as she shrieked in fear of what the swordsman could and most likely would do to them. Kakashi's body fell to the ground with a splash of water. Zabuza eyed the water clone in amazement as he felt Kakashi reappear behind him and raise a kunai to his throat. "Now it's over," Kakashi said. "You're finished." Zabuza began to chuckle at this, which gained the confusion of the group. Naruto rolled his eyes at the smugness shown by both ninjas. If this had been the war, they would have been killed 10 times over by this point. "Finished?" Zabuza questioned once his chuckling died down. "You don't get it, do you? Your technique is nothing more than an imitation. I'll never be defeated by a mere copycat ninja like you." Zabuza seemed to sneer the words, "copycat ninja." Kakashi growled lowly as the missing nin began to chuckle softly again. You copied my water clone jutsu and thought it would surprise me. You're nothing but a cheap imitation. The demon said before another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi as the original fell apart into water. Nice try, but I am not that easy to fool. The man swung his behemoth of a sword to slice the silver-haired Jonin in two, but Kakashi ducked at the last second, but this did not deter his opponent as he impaled the ground with the large blade before he swiveled on the hilt of his blade and kicked Kakashi through the air and into the waters of the ocean. Sakura stared wide-eyed at where her sensei had fallen. She watched as the man they had entrusted their lives to sink beneath the waters. I can't believe it, Kakashi's sensei is losing. She glanced over to her two teammates with worry evident in her eyes. She knew they were both strong, perhaps stronger than anyone else from their graduating class, but she doubted they could handle this man without getting killed. Kakashi emerged from the waters of the ocean, but something felt off about the water he was currently wading in. It felt different. Less fluid and more denser. That's when his eyes widened as he noticed it. Too late, Zabuza said as he appeared behind the waterlogged Kakashi. Water prison jutsu, he exclaimed as a dome of water surrounded the Jonin. Zabuza chuckled. This prison is made of water, but it's as strong as steel. It's hard to fight when you can't move. You should give up and hand over the bridge builder. The man turned towards the genin as he made one hand sign and a water clone rose from the ground. Sakura's eyes widened in fear as she watched the clone walking out of the water and face them. You think wearing a headband makes you a ninja when you have hovered between life and death so many times that it doesn't faze you, then you may call yourself a ninja. The clone spoke in the same raspy voice of its summoner. When you become so deadly that your name is entered into my bingo book, then you may be called a ninja. But calling upstarts like you ninja is an insult to the craft, the clone said as it made a hand sign and the mist started to grow thick and visibility depleted. The clone disappeared from view and before anyone could react he kicked Naruto in the ribs, causing the young ninja to be sent backward. His headband flew off his forehead and the clone stepped on it. You're nothing but brats. Naruto-kun, Sakura exclaimed with worry for her friend. Kakashi stared at his students before glancing back towards the real Zabuza and turning back to the kids again. Listen, get out of hearing, take the bridge builder and run. Hearing this caught all of their attention. This guy is too much for you. Take the bridge builder and run. Run? Sasuke thought with mirth. No way. The others turned to see Naruto getting back to his feet. Running away become impossible the second you got caught. Baka-sensei. He would just catch up to us and without you we're dead, Naruto exclaimed, which earned a small iota of respect from the demon of the mist. I like you, kid. You know when you're outmatched. Tell me, what is your name? Asked the original Zabuza. Listen up and listen well, Naruto said as he glared daggers and pointed an accusatory finger in the original's direction. Put this in your bingo book, ya no eyebrow having freak. The ninja who will become Hokage of Konohagakure. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. This made Sakura smile as she saw his boundless confidence. Zabuza started to laugh. I really like you, kid, you got guts. Perhaps you can call yourself a ninja. Naruto smirked before Zabuza's eyes took on a more aggressive expression. Sadly, this is where it ends, Zabuza said as he charged with his elbow extended and struck Sasuke in the ribs, sending the unprepared Uchiha to the sailing into a tree with a thud before elbow dropping into his stomach. Naruto sneered and made the familiar hand sign before 15 Narutos surrounded the clone of Zabuza. The demon arched an eyebrow. Shadow clones? He missing nin said as he looked over the crowd. You are impressive. This made Sasuke sneer as he saw the Dobi have a power he believed should be his, but that could be remedied another time, for now he needed to focus on a way to defeat this missing nin. The Narutos rushed in with kunai in hand. They piled atop the man before each of them were cut in two. The original Naruto sneered at the missing nin as he dug into his pack and unfurled the windmill shuriken. Demon Wind Shuriken. Windmill of Shadows, Naruto exclaimed as he threw the deadly pinwheel towards the clone. Zabuza smirked underneath his bandages before gasping as he noticed the shuriken fly right by him and head straight for his original body. So you missed the clone and aimed for my real body. Smart, the original said before catching the shuriken, but not smart enough. He said as if gloating about how he caught a projectile thrown by a genin. Naruto smirked as Zabuza's eyes widened at the sight of a second windmill shuriken. A second shuriken in the shadow of the first, Zabuza thought. The shadow shuriken jutsu. They all waited on bated breath as the second shuriken flew towards its intended target, but just as it was about to make contact, Zabuza jumped, much to the chagrin of Sakura and Sasuke. "I told you a shuriken can't touch me," the demon exclaimed. The blonde smirked and made a show of snapping his thumb and index finger together. Zabuza turned to see the blonde's second shuriken poof into smoke, and out came a second Naruto brandishing a kunai before throwing it. The missing nin's eyes grew wide as he judged the angle of the throw and cursed under his breath as he came to terms with the fact that he couldn't just dodge this one. He removed his arm from the water prison and jumped away to create distance between himself and the newly freed Kakashi. The missing nin turned towards Naruto, enraged that the blonde brat had succeeded in freeing his sensei from the man's dastardly clutches. He spun the shuriken aggressively before unleashing it onto his prey, but as he was about to unleash it, his hand was stopped by the back plating of Kakashi's gloved hand. "Your technique worked on me once, but it will not work a second time." Tenten sighed as she stood with her team in the mission hall as their sensei picked out yet another C-rank mission for them. It's not that she didn't want to go on a mission outside of the village. What with Naruto gone off to the land of waves, it was the only thing she could do. Ojiro had gone on a trip to Iron Country to collect some materials to create more of the weapons he sold at the weapon shop and wouldn't be home for a week or two. So there they are, standing around waiting for Guy to pick out a mission for them. She sighed as she thought to her blonde husband as she wondered what he could be doing right now, most likely disposing of the demon brothers, quite efficiently she might add. They probably already found out that the mission was in fact, not a C rank but actually a high B to low A rank. "All right, my youthful students," the overly energetic voice of their sensei brought her out of her thoughts. The boisterous Jonin stood proud at 6 feet tall with a bowl cut of straight black hair and the whitest smile that had ever existed on the planet. Her teammate Lee was no different. In fact, he looked like an exact copy of their sensei, what with his green spandex suit, orange leg and arm warmers, and those ridiculously large eyebrows that have been mistaken for huge caterpillars at one point. "I've secured us a rather youthful mission of delivering a message to Suna." The Hyuga on her team that wore the white, tan, and beige outfit spoke next. "How long do we have until we are fated to leave, sensei?" Tenten deadpanned at this. She forgot how annoying Neji was when he went on and on about fate when they were young. But thankfully, after he was thoroughly beaten by the dead last, he learned a much-needed lesson. Fate does not control us. "We'll meet up at the main gate in 10 minutes, get everything you'll need for a week-long journey," Guy said before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Tenten rolled her eyes before walking towards the door. The sooner she got packed, the sooner they could get this mission over with, and the sooner she could get to planning a plan B if this whole save the Uchiha doesn't work out. Not that she really wanted it to work. She hated how that made her sound, but the truth is that she hates the Uchiha. He destroyed her home. He had nearly killed Naruto on more than one occasion and forced him to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect their home. But her husband was dead set on trying to save him from Orochimaru, and well, she couldn't rightly refuse him something he wanted so badly. All he asked for was a chance after all. "Is everything all right on this most youthful of days, Tenten-san?" asked the sensei clone himself, Rock Lee. She looked at him as she walked. Their houses were in the same direction, so he would be walking with her most of the way, while Neji lived at the Hyuga compound, which was in the opposite direction. "I am fine, Lee, just got a lot on my mind," she said to avoid the conversation. People take Lee for an idiot, but that wasn't the case. He was damn smart. She knew she couldn't lie to him repeatedly and not expect him to eventually figure something out. "It's just my boyfriend." "You have a boyfriend," Lee said in excitement. "That is most youthful. Who is he?" The weapon mistress looked at her ninjutsu-challenged friend and smiled. "His name's Naruto Uzumaki." Lee nodded as she spoke about the boy that had won her heart. To the young taijutsu specialist, this Naruto person sounded like a good guy. Selfless and caring, or as Lee would, most youthful. "He's gone on a mission right now and probably won't be back until the Chunin exams roll around." Lee nodded. "And you miss him?" "Well, yeah, I wouldn't still be with him if I didn't love him," she said with a smile. "I am more worried that he'll come home broken," she said, earning a confused look from her bull-haired friend. You know, first kill and whatnot. Lee nodded and gave her a reassuring smile. Well, when he does come back, he'll have you right there to cheer him up, he said before turning and disappearing behind a corner as he walked home. Tenten watched as her friend walked away. She didn't like lying to her friends and least of all her teammates, but she couldn't really tell Lee that she was thinking about how to kill a fellow Leaf shinobi, assuming that Naruto's plan doesn't work. So she walked away, her destination being not too far away from where she parted ways with Lee. "To-san, I am home," she called out to her father as she made her way into the weapon shop. Ojiro poked his head around the corner of the wall that separated the sales floor from the staring way. "Ten-chan? What are you doing here? Is everything alright?" "Everything's fine. Naruto-kun's out on a mission and I have to get my things ready for a delivery mission with my team," she said with a smile as she passed him and walked up the stairs to the family room. He watched as the pillar of water began to seep back into the ocean from which it came. Kakashi crouched on a tree branch just above where Zabuza was stuck with kunai. The silver-haired man looked down at the demon with narrowed eyes and in turn, Zabuza glanced up at him with shock in his own. Naruto watched this from his place as he stood beside Sakura guarding Tazuna. "How can you see into the future?" Zabuza managed to get out, referring to when Kakashi copied his water dragon jutsu even before he himself was able to cast it. Kakashi smirked underneath his mask. "Yes, this is your last battle," the silver-haired Jonin said as he pulled out a kunai. "Ever." Just then Naruto could slightly pick up on something moving very quickly through the air thanks to the advanced senses he received for being a Jinchuriki. The rapidly moving objects were simple senbon typically used for medical practice. The senbon quickly flew towards their intended target, Zabuza's neck. They struck the exact spot that paralyzes the human body. Naruto smirked internally. The rest of the group present stared dumbly as the demon of the mist's body fell limply to the ground. "What the?" questioned Sakura before the hunter Nin decided to make himself known. "You were right, it was his last battle," the fake hunter chuckled. Kakashi eyed the hunter before jumping to Zabuza's side and placing 2 fingers on the man's neck to check for a pulse. When he noticed no vital signs, he informed his team of his discovery. The hunter bowed slightly. "Thank you, I've been tracking him for quite some time." "By the mask, I can tell you're a hunter from Kiri," Kakashi stated as the hunter jumped to his side. The Jonin decided to make his way towards his genin as to not interfere with the hunter's work. "That is correct." Naruto smirked before giving his masked friend a thumbs up. "Good work, Hunter-san." The hunter bowed towards the blonde before picking up the seemingly dead man. The blonde watched with mild concern. Sure, he could expose Haku, but that would possibly mean having to fight him, and Naruto didn't really want to do that. And if they had won said battle, then that would only mean Gato would hire another missing nin. Possibly one that even he with his future knowledge didn't know of. He decided to let them go. Besides, this only means when he meets him again in the forest on their 3rd night in Wave that Naruto could possibly speak with the missing nin duo and persuade them to ditch the contract they have with Gato in favor of working with him to stop Sasuke. "I thank you for what you have done," Haku said as he shunshined away. Kakashi eyes smile at his students as he began to walk towards them. The blonde began to move closer to his sensei, knowing that any second now that we will collapse from chakra exhaustion. Soon enough Kakashi started to fumble in his steps, and when he began to go down, Naruto was there to catch him. "Sensei." The blonde shook his head. "He's fine, just exhausted," he said before turning towards their client. "Tazuna-san, how far are we from your house?" Tazuna noted. "Not far now." Once they made it to the house, they met Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter and owner of the house. She was a beautiful woman in her mid to late 20s. She had dark blue hair and soft eyes. He lay Kakashi on a spar futon in one of the guest rooms. By that point he had woken up but was too weak to move around. Naruto leaned against the wall of Tsunami's house as he listened to Kakashi explain to his less than knowledgeable teammates how they didn't know that a hunter ninja was supposed to dispose of the body on the scene. Was shocking, really. It was at this moment that in the future he would change the academy's curriculum so that future generations would have this knowledge. Sakura looks absolutely terrified, and the blonde couldn't blame her. Zabuza was her first real opponent, and he was at the top of a very long list of people you don't want to mess with. Sasuke looked thrilled at the prospect of getting a shot at fighting with Zabuza and this mystery person. Naruto had to hold back a scoff, leave it to the Uchiha's arrogance to make him believe he was something special. He didn't even have his Sharingan activated and yet he believed he was so much more than anyone else, like he was some sort of superhuman. So yeah, Zabuza's still alive, the silver-haired Jonin said as he took a moment to glance at his genin. So starting tomorrow, I am going to begin your training. Naruto internally scoffed, no real training was going to be done. Hell, the blonde was more a sensei to Sakura than Kakashi was. Besides, all they would be learning was the tree-walking exercise that Naruto already knew. He hadn't started Sakura on it just yet because she had yet to learn anything that she couldn't handle. Her chakra control was good even before the exercise. The young time traveler smiled. Training the Pinkhead reminded him of when he would unofficially train the Konohamaru Corps. To the surprise of nearly all of his friends, he took to the role of sensei rather easily. Silently he began thinking of ways to improve upon his new charge's ability. If memory served him correctly, she had little to no problem with the tree climbing exercise and the next step to learn better. Chakra control would be water walking, but he felt that may be a bit extreme for her if she was starting on tree climbing tomorrow. He sighed before walking out of the room. Walking through the hallway that leads from the room Team 7's men shared, he walked down the stairs that lead to the living room and out the front door and sat on the front steps of the porch. He closed his eyes and let the cold night air of Wave Country soothe him as he meditated. Concentrating inwardly, the darkness of his inner world started to fade until the mental image of himself standing in front of a large wooden red door with ornate golden foxes carved onto the door hinges. Grabbing at the familiar door knob of his mindscape, he turned it and found that he couldn't. It was still locked to him. Outside of the cracks that littered the walls surrounding the door, it seemed untouched, much like it did when he first visited the door when he first received his future memories. He sighed before turning and exiting the mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes before looking up into the night sky. It made no sense. Why was he cut off from his mindscape? Why could he not contact Kurama? The blonde was so wrapped up by his internal thoughts that he didn't even notice his pink-haired friend approach him from behind. "Penny for your thoughts?" He turned and glanced at Sakura as she sat down next to him on the stoop. He leaned back against the house, just thinking about what happened today. "What do you mean?" Naruto sighed. "It's just, I am not strong enough." Even after all the training that he had put himself through after regaining his memories, he still wasn't as strong as he will be. Would he ever get that strong as he is now? He understood that without the ability to access Kurama's chakra at will, he couldn't access the techniques that he created utilizing his chakra. He couldn't even access his golden coke, and even then he wouldn't be able to use it like he once did. But he at least figured that he could handle a fight with Zabuza without having trouble. The blonde looked over toward his pink friend and smiled. "You've come a long way since we graduated though." Sakura smiled at her friend's praise of her ability. "It's only because you worried about me," she said before glancing down at the boards of the step below her. "Thanks for that. If it wasn't for you, then I probably would have died when the demon brothers attacked. Besides, Sasuke-kun has started to look at me more." Naruto smiled. His actions were starting to change the future, he knew it. With a bit more pushing and the Pinkette will be able to fill the void in Sasuke's here, and slowly love will replace the need for vengeance in his heart. "I didn't do it alone, because you want Sasuke-san to love you as much as you do him. That's why you're improving, so you can prove yourself to him." Came a voice behind them. Turning towards the door, they saw the bridge builder's daughter, Tsunami, peering out from the doorway. "Dinner's ready," she said as she turned and walked back inside. The duo nodded and followed in after her. Glancing back towards the Pinkette, Naruto couldn't help feeling somewhat bad. This plan of his was essentially feeding her obsession for the Uchiha. He was using her to achieve a better future. He didn't like how that felt, but his more logical adult mind knew it was necessary. "What's up, boys? The chapter's done and not a minute too soon. I wanted to get this out before my birthday tomorrow so I could focus solely on spending time with family. I'll be turning 23 and will be spending most of my time during my birthday looking for a shed that will act as my workshop while forging knives. I also need better steel to be able to make blades with." This chapter's pretty short in comparison with others I have written. Just a bit more than 4,000 words, while others I typically keep around 5,000 words. Oh well. I hope you all enjoyed the chapter and hope that you all look forward to chapter 6, I think, yeah 6. Training starts next chapter then, later on, will be the second meeting of Haku. Chapter 7 I hope it will mostly consist of the final battle with Zabuza and then chapter 8 should be the beginnings of the Chunin exams. I am rewatching the Wave mission arc so I could more accurately portray the battles and whatnot. Chapter 7 last chapter I wrote while rewatching the Zabuza fight because I don't remember it that well, and while I want to keep key events like the fight as canon as I can I think I overdid it. Sorry. People are telling me to just kill Sasuke off now but first you have to think, is that something Naruto would do? I don't believe so. I believe he would at the most try to save Sasuke from his hate then I think when he gets his curse mark it's a lost cause. But by then they're in the village so he would most likely wait for the Valley of the End. Don't want people finding the corpse. The power he receives from it further cements his behavior. There's an order of operations to things like this and some of you may think I am just making it up as I go, but I am not. Sasuke still defects and Naruto kills him. However, what happens between then and now is what I wish to tell. Like I said once in a past chapter, Sakura fans you're not going to like me come to the final chapter. Teehee. Morning came and Naruto's eyes fluttered open. The smell of freshly cooked food wafted through the air. The blonde looked around the plain beige room that he and the other males of Team 7 shared. Kakashi was already up and walking assisted with his crutch and Sasuke was still asleep on his futon. The blonde walked up next to the raven-haired boy and peered down at him with cold eyes. It would be too easy for Naruto to pull a kunai out of his pouch and dig it into the Uchiha's skull. Orochimaru wouldn't be able to give him his curse mark. Sasuke would no longer be a threat. Many would say that this was his chance, the best chance for him to enact his plan, the perfect time to be done with his mission and live out the rest of his second life in peace, or relative peace until the Akatsuki started to move. He held a kunai out in front of himself and watched the reflection of himself in its cold steel. His eyes cut towards Sasuke as the Uchiha turned over in his sleep. Naruto could only imagine what his team would think. Sakura would feel betrayed by the man she had come to call friend and Kakashi would most likely either try to kill him for bringing him back to Konoha in chains. The old bastards on the council would send him to the gallows for sure. He shook his head and put the kunai away in his pouch. He couldn't do that. While Sasuke was his most hated enemy, even he deserved a chance at life. He may be arrogant and annoying but life is life and Naruto had no right to take it before that life had a chance to turn down the dark path. Rest assured Sasuke Uchiha. The moment you do something unforgivable your life is mine. Naruto placed a hand on the Uchiha's shoulder and shook him awake. Sasuke looked up at the boy through sleepy eyes. Dobi? What do you want? Time to get up, Naruto said as he tried to not sound annoyed at the name of Dobi. Breakfast should be ready and we have training. The Uchiha nodded and the duo made their way down the stairs where their other two teammates were. The pinkette saw the two first and smiled. Kakashi saw this and turned to glance at his two students. Morning you two. Morning sensei. HN. Team 7 and the family sat down to eat. The lady of the house Tsunami had prepared a lovely breakfast of eggs and ham. After breakfast, the silent son of Tsunami walked off to his room, not before sending a slight glare Team 7's way. The look went unnoticed by the others but Naruto had been paying extra attention to Inari ever since they had arrived. So sensei, Sasuke said as he sat on Kakashi's right. What will you be teaching us? The silver-haired Jonin shook his head. I'll tell you when we get there, he said as he began to stand but fumbled slightly. Sakura saw this and quickly moved under him. Kakashi grunted before grabbing at his crutch. I am fine Sakura. Just gotta get used to walking with this thing. The team walked out of the house and into the dense woods behind it. Naruto watched in mild excitement as Kakashi explained the exercise. Tree climbing is simple once you get the hang of it. Simply channel chakra into the soles of your feet and walk up a tree. It's not only good for building up your control and reserves but also for building muscle mass since you're constantly defying gravity. If too much chakra is applied then you'll shoot if the tree, if not enough then you'll slide off. He watched as the pinkette walked effortlessly up the tree. She was able to execute the exercise perfectly the first time but this time, Due to her extra training, she walked up the tree as if she was a seasoned shinobi. Naruto chuckled as he watched the prideful Uchiha fall off the tree and land on his head. Sasuke turned and glared at the blonde. "Why don't you do it, Dobi?" he said with a smirk, "unless you're chicken." The blonde arched an eyebrow as he walked up to a tree with his arms folded. He glanced back towards the Uchiha and smirked before placing a single foot on the tree, and then the other. Sasuke sneered as he watched Naruto effortlessly walk up the tree and high-five Sakura when he reached the topmost branch. The blonde time traveler watched as the Uchiha attempted the exercise again only to fall on his head yet again. For Naruto, even though he hated Sasuke, it was still painful to watch. "Sasuke-san, calm down," Naruto called from the branch he shared with Sakura. The pinkette smiled as her friend offered her crush some advice. "Just clear your mind and visualize your feet," Sakura shouted down to him. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, think of them as a cup and your chakra like water. Fill the cup, Sasuke-san." He stood upon the branch and pointed down at the Uchiha. "Fill the cup." Sakura giggled and shook her head at the blonde's antics. Kakashi smiled underneath his face mask and shook his head. The analogy of filling a foot-shaped cup was an odd one, but Naruto was an odd boy. Sasuke growled softly but closed his eyes and visualized a glass. Visualizing a foot-shaped glass was just too weird for him. He started off filling just enough to cover the bottom of the glass before trying again. He slipped off after 3 steps, but it was progressing. Naruto smiled as he watched the Uchiha try again before falling again. He smiled. At the very least he was making fast progress and hopefully would have the exercise down by tomorrow so they could start on another exercise. While the blonde didn't want to feed Sasuke's ego, he did want him to grow stronger before the second phase of the Chunin exams. He would needed to defend himself against Orochimaru. The boy looked off into the horizon as he thought on the events to come. Orochimaru, one of the greatest S-ranked criminals that the village of Konoha had known since Madara Uchiha. During the Chunin exams, Sasuke was given the snake Sanin's curse mark, which gave the Uchiha a taste of the power he had always craved, which had only made him crave even more, which led to him running to the snake bastard. Sakura noticed the look of intense contemplation on her blonde teammate's face. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Her sudden voice had snapped the Uzumaki out of his thoughts and the one activity that he had sworn he would never do. He was brooding. Not over his fate of having to relive some of the more difficult events of his younger years, or that he would have to re-kill the Akatsuki. No, he was brooding over the Uchiha. Nothing, just thinking. She arched an eyebrow. "About?" Naruto shook his head. He was prepared for the pinkette to ask and had an appropriate lie ready to use. He didn't know how he felt about how easy it was becoming to lie. "I may have asked Ten-chan to marry me and she may have said yes." He couldn't tell his pink friend that he was thinking about the fate of the man she loved, the same fate that would lead to him killing said love interest. Besides, it's not like he wouldn't remarry her in time. It'll just happen a little quicker than he would have thought. Sakura's eyes widened and she squealed in joy as she heard the news. She may not know much of the girl, but from the way Naruto talked of her, she was something special to him, and that she was an experienced weapon specialist. The pinkette hugged the blonde in excitement. "That's amazing. I am happy for you." Naruto smiled as the pinkette pulled herself off him. He looked down and saw that Sasuke was halfway up the tree. Things were progressing well. Perhaps tomorrow they could get Kakashi to show them some jutsu that could help them with their future fights. The blonde looked off into the direction that he believed that Konoha was. Tenten was familiar with waking up in the forest with the sound of the birds' morning songs, or the cool breeze of early mornings blowing through the trees above her. What she was not used to was waking up to her ever-energetic sensei screaming of youth. She zipped open her tent and peered out. What she saw was Guy and his clone Lee embracing with tears falling from their eyes. Guy broke the embrace when he noticed his lone female student before approaching her and lunging at her in an attempt to embrace her. She dodged the lunge and scurried away. Guy looked back at her. "Tenten-san, my most youthful female student. I am overcome with youthful energy at hearing about your relationship." She arched an eyebrow in confusion as Neji walked up beside her. "Lee told us about your relationship with Naruto Uzumaki," the fate-believing man said. Tenten blushed before glaring at Lee. The bowl-haired boy smiled and struck a cool guy pose. Guy stood up before clearing his throat, which gained the attention of his three charges. As much as I would like to congratulate young Tenten on this relationship, I am afraid we must continue on our journey to Suna. The bull-haired teacher said before the four of them. The young weapon mistress traveled at high speeds through the trees alongside her team with a smile on her face as she anticipated meeting with the Sand siblings again. However, Gaara would still be the murderous psychopath he was when they had first met him. Seeing Temari and Konkuro could be nice. It wasn't long before they arrived at the gate of Suna. "Halt," said a Suna Jonin as he approached the Konoha ninja. "State your names and business." Guy strolled up to the Suna Jonin. The man looked apprehensively at the bull-haired man. "My name is Misato Guy and these are my students Negi Hyuga, Tenten, and Rock Lee. We come to deliver an invitation to the Kazekage about the upcoming Chunin exams," he said with a smile. The man nodded before stepping aside. "You can find Kazekage-sama on the top floor of the tallest building," he said while pointing to a large sandstone building. Guy nodded and thanked the man before the team was moving again to deliver the message. As the group walked, Tenten was glancing around at the people in the marketplace. The vendors sold jewelry while others sold ninja tools. However, the merchandise wasn't what eventually caught her eye. No, that honor was her future blonde friend Temari. The wind mistress stood at a stall looking through the merchandise, each of her brothers on her flanks. The shop owner looked terrified, perhaps too scared to refuse service to anyone in the company of Gaara. The young weapon mistress glanced at the red-haired boy and was startled too. Find that he was staring at her, she smiled and waved nervously before running to catch up with her team, unaware that Gaara's narrowed eyes were following her. Once they reached the Kazecage's office, she noticed the Suna leader sitting at his desk reading over paperwork. She hummed in amusement as she knew the true enemy of all Kage, paperwork. More than once Naruto had come home late for came home complaining about the mountain of paperwork that he had waiting for him once he opened the door. The sand leader looked up from his paperwork before putting the paper down. "Konoha nin," the man said. His voice seemed to radiate with power and his posture seemed to demand respect. "I was made aware of your arrival." "Yes, Kazekage-sama, we were sent to offer you an invitation to this year's Chunin exams held in Konoha," Guy said as he approached the man's desk. The leader nodded. "Very well, you may tell your Hokage that I accept his invitation." "Most youthful Kazekage-sama," Guy said before turning towards his team and smiled. "Now let us return to Konoha so we can inform Hokage-sama of this decision." The wind shadow stood. "No need, you all must be tired after your long journey. Please rest your heads for the night." "Are you sure, sir? We would hate to impose." The Kage simple nodded. Guy smirked. "Very well," he turned towards his genin. "What do you all think?" "Sure. My dogs are barking," Tenten said with a smile. She cared very little if she could stay in Suna or sleep in the forest. What she wanted to do was see Temari again. Even if they weren't friends now, they will be with time. That, and she wanted to know why Gaara seemed to glare at her when she saw him at the market. "Might as well," Neji said flatly. He could care less. "It is most youthful of you to offer. I would gladly accept," Lee said with a glint in his eye as he struck a cool guy pose. Later that afternoon, deep within the mind of the young weapon mistress lay a sleeping fox. He had been sleeping for months at this point, slowly regaining the power he had lost to force his host and himself back in time and to transfer the memories of the future to her mate. Kurama had risked quite a lot to enact their plans of changing the future. No longer could he call himself the nine-tailed fox, strongest of all the Biju. He had sacrificed a great deal of his former power to complete the time leap and even more for the memory transfer. Now you could hardly consider him the nine-tailed fox. His power now resembled that of his brother the Yonbi, the four-tailed monkey, Son Goku. The great fox's eye opened slightly, sniffing around. He could smell the sense of the room his host was in due to the new seal on Tenten's body. He could experience the world around him through her sense. That's when he felt it, a strong presence, a very malevolent chakra. Shukaku. The fox stood upright as he noticed his brother's chakra signature getting closer to his host. "Girl!" the great fox shouted from within her mind. Tenten, not being read for his shouting, cupped her hands over her ears. What the hell was that? Who do you think it is?" The weapon mistress's eyes shot wide open as the realization hit her. Kurama was still in her body. But why? Kurama, is that you? Yes, now we don't have much time. Gaara is coming. You're in danger. Tenten lifted her shirt slightly and noticed a seal in the shape of a fox's head on her stomach. Was this the price she paid for being sent back in time? How long has this been noticeable? How Naruto seen it and not informed her about it? She glanced from her fox seal to the door. Gaara was coming. Did he know? Was he coming to kill her? Alright, but I have so many questions. Then came the knocking at the door. The young Kunoichi narrowed her eyes at the door, knowing full well that the psychopathic Gaara was on the other side. She opened the door to see the red-headed Jinchuriki standing there with his two siblings. Well, if this wasn't a surprise, Tenten commented as the three sand siblings walked into her room. Who are you? Gaara said. His voice sounded tired, more than likely due to the fact that the Shukaku won't let him sleep. Why does mother want your blood? Temari and Kankuro looked shocked as they glanced from their younger brother to the bun-haired girl whose facial expression did not change after receiving a death threat from Gaara. Tenten smiled. I didn't expect to see you so soon, Gaara of the Sand. The Suna Genin's brow furrowed. How do you know my name? Are you an assassin? She blinked before looking over his shoulder at Temari before looking back to him. Nope, I am here with my team to deliver a message to the Cage, she said with a soft smile. Gaara became frustrated and stamped his foot, which alerted his two siblings that something bad was about to happen. Then how? Simple, the bun-haired girl said. Kyuubi told me. This information seemed to stun the three genins of the sand. Temari, who had heard rumor of the Kyuubi, was afraid of its mighty power. For good reason, it was the strongest of all the Biju. Kankuro arched an eyebrow at this as he was taught that the fox had been killed by the fourth Hokage. A daughter you, it's Jinchuriki? Temari asked in fear. If Gaara could do so much damage as he could with only the one tail in him, then what could a person with the 9 tails do? Tenten shook her head. Sort of, she admitted. It wasn't like she could lie to her best friend, even if she had no idea you two were best friends. Temari arched an eyebrow in confusion as she looked the girl up and down. Kankuro looked at his brother as Gaara started to grow frustrated with the bun girl. Besides, you needn't worry about me. It's my fiancé that you should worry about. Kankuro grew confused. What's that supposed to mean? Tenten smiled lovingly as she thought about her blonde soulmate. He's my other half in more ways than one. Gaara narrowed his eyes at the girl before storming off. His siblings followed closely behind him. Temari placed a hand on his shoulder. Gaara-san, don't let her get to you, remember the plan. However, Gaara wasn't paying attention because mother wanted her blood. He didn't know why, but one thing was for sure, that she was strong, far stronger than she was letting on. He could practically feel the Biju chakra. Tenten watched as the trio left until the sound of her rumbling stomach began to growl. She frowned before heading out for the local food stand. Walking out of the inn, she turned towards the small cafe next door, unaware she was being watched. Entering the building, she quickly noticed 2 of the 3 sand siblings. Tenten smiled as she saw a slight smile on the face of the blonde. Kankuro and Temari arched an eyebrow as the bun girl saw on the other side of the booth facing them. Fancy running into you two. Where's Gaara? He's out, Kankuro said while crossing his arms. What do you want, bun girl? Which earned him a glare from Tenten and an elbow to the ribs from Temari for being rude. The name's Tenten, future wife of Konoha's future Hokage, she said proudly. She looked at the two and frowned. Do the cooks try to poison Gaara? Is that why he's not here? That's right, you did say something about a fiancé, Temari said, recalling their earlier conversation at the inn. The weapon user nodded. Why would they try and poison him? The bun-haired girl looked into the wind mistress's eyes. Because he's a Jinchuriki, ain't he? The 2 sand siblings stared at the Konoha Kunoichi as if they had seen a ghost. No one outside of the village was to know Gaara's condition. How do you know? Kankuro said with a certain edge to his voice that alerted the 2 Kunoichi that the wrong answer promised pain. Tenten smirked. Living with a Jinchuriki, I've gotten pretty good at finding the others. She lied. Future knowledge was good for some things after all. That and having a fraction of the mightiest of the Biju inside of her helped. The sand siblings paled. There are others. Kankuro paled, knowing the destructive power Gaara possessed, and to imagine more people like him or even stronger than him was terrifying. You live with one? Tamari seemed to fear this girl slightly more if she could handle a Jinchuriki's psychopathic tendencies and still be as happy as she was, then something was seriously wrong with her. "Of course, we're engaged," she said as the waitress left, having received the young weapon mistress's order. Tenten turned to look back at the Sand siblings. Much to her secret amusement, they looked at her as if she had grown a second head. She arched an eyebrow and tilted her head to the left slightly. "What?" Tamari decided to answer as her brother seemed too shocked by the fact that this girl lived with someone like Gaara. Even for them who were his family, it was hard to be around him. Even if she hated to admit it, but she was afraid of her little brother. "How do you deal with it? I mean Gaara's psychopathic, homicidal and nothing but angry." Tenten finished the blonde's sentence for her. Tamari nodded and the Konoha ninja could see the look of guilt in her eyes. She didn't want to think of her brother like that. It hurt her more than anyone knew. "My Naruto-kun is nothing like that, even if he does have every right to be." Kankuro, who had broken from his stupor, looked at the girl. "What do you mean? Wouldn't you feel hurt if he—" Yano started being all cold and stuff. She didn't know how to answer that. She adopted a thinking pose. "Maybe if he attacks our friends or my two-san." She placed a hand on her chin. "But the civilians and some shinobi deserve it." She looked out the window thoughtfully. "He was an orphan, Yano," she said. Everyone old enough to remember the Kyuubi attack knew of his status and hated him for it, and taught the children to hate him as well. The Sand siblings looked at the girl with carrying emotions on their faces. Tamari felt bad for this Naruto person, if only because Gaara could have easily lived like that, hated by the village, hated by the children, but instead they feared him. In some ways, to be feared is better than being hated. Tenten shook her head of the thought of the violence that was Naruto's childhood. Luckily meetings were minimal, but it truly was a sad existence to be ignored. "He could have turned out just like your brother." "How so?" Kankuro asked. "If he didn't have people who genuinely cared for him growing up." She shook her head. That little tidbit of information made the wind specialist think about their childhood with Gaara, how their father kept them separated from him along with the assassination on attempts. No wonder he turned out the way he had. The blonde time traveler lay there in the grass of the forest as he dreamed his dreams. The night prior he had blown up at young Inari for the words he spoke about suffering. He spent the rest of the night training and thinking about how he spoke to the boy and felt bad for yelling at him. It's just that it was so infuriating. Here he is complaining about suffering and loss while sitting in a warm and loving home eating an actual meal, while people in this very village struggled to get what he has, some even going hungry tonight. Talking like he owns the rights to suffering, while Naruto had spent countless nights alone, cold and hungry. Even Sasuke had more of a right to brood than he did. Naruto had woken slightly when he started to hear the unmistakable sound of footsteps. He kept his eyes closed and his face as neutral as possible, but smiled internally because he knew it was Haku. He only opened his eyes when he felt the ice ninja poking at his cheek. He cracked open an eye. "Oh," Haku said tentatively, "I didn't mean to wake you." Naruto sat up before holding a hand over his mouth to hide his yawn. "It's fine, really shouldn't be sleeping out here anyway." Haku stood up while holding his basket of herbs. "What are you doing out here?" "Training." The long-haired man arched an eyebrow. "Training? Are you a ninja?" Naruto nodded at the question and smiled. "Yup, and not just any ninja," he said before standing. "I am gonna be the future Hokage of Konoha." Haku smiled slightly at hearing the boy's dream. It was nice to have a dream. "Hokage, huh? Then you should know that to be strong what you need is someone to protect." Naruto finished for him. Haku nodded. "So do you have that someone?" the long-haired boy asked. Naruto nodded. It wasn't like he had just one person he was to protect, but instead an entire village. Sure, he could say something cheesy and romantic about Tenten and it would be true. He would sooner die than let anything bad happen to her. Though she would probably kick his rear end all the way back to Konoha for saying such a thing. She was a fierce kunoichi whose skill with a blade was unmatched. The blonde looked at Haku. "Can I ask you something?" The brunette smiled. "You just did." Naruto deadpanned at this and the boy chuckled. "What is it?" he said with a sweet smile. "What's with the basket? Picking flowers," the blonde said with his hand cupped behind his head. Haku looked from him to the basket. "I am collecting herbs, my friend, you see. They're sick." The blonde adopted concerned features. Well, I hope he's okay, which alerted Haku slightly. I didn't say it was a he. Though the fake hunter ninja kept his stoic expression as to not tip of his enemy that he didn't trust him. Thank you. I too hope he recovers quick. The blonde smirked as the fake hunter turned and started walking away, though he tried his best to hide it. Haku's shoulders were rigid. Until next time, he said in a sweet voice, Hunter-san. This caused Haku to freeze momentarily as he slid his right hand into his left sleeve and retrieved some of his hidden senbon. In one motion he turned and unleashed the volley of deadly needles. Naruto jumped back. Whoa. Haku retrieved another set of senbon but did not lob them at the blonde. Naruto held both hands up in mock surrender. I am not looking for a fight, he said with a nervous chuckle. Haku narrowed his eyes. How is it you know I was the hunter nin? He said through gritted teeth. Naruto blinked. You'll be surprised at the things I know. He smiled, but when he saw that Haku hadn't relaxed, he sighed. I have a really good sense of smell. I can also smell Zabuza-san on you. And what do you plan to do with the information of his continued existence? The brunette said, still ready to attack should the blonde make a move that he deemed as hostile. The blonde shook his head. Nothing, besides they already know. Besides, I have no intention of making enemies of either you nor one of the 7 swordsmen. Hearing the boy's words made Haku relax slightly but not drop his guard or put away his weapons, much to Naruto's chagrin. Suddenly inspiration struck. The young time traveler smiled. I have a proposition for you. Thank the gods that I finally finished that. In all honesty, I had hoped that I would have had it finished by the beginning of the month, but this last scene with Naruto had me stumped. I just couldn't figure out how to write it. Anyway, here it is. I am currently at work, so I am going to take this home and spell check it before doing any final edits, and then I should have it uploaded by later tonight. It's come to my attention that I am around halfway through with this. At least I believe it's about halfway. Anyway, I was thinking about what FIC I would pursue next. I have 3 I enjoy so far. First is a FIC where Naruto is the Jonin sensei of Team 7, which would consist of Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba. It's a Narusaku FIC, kinda a Sasuke change of heart kind of story. Second is a difficult call. I have 2 different OC fix, one for RWBY and another for Naruto. Particularly I enjoy the RWBY one and I have more written for that one, but I could go with the Naruto one. The third is My Hero Academia, where Izuku has a stronger version of Inko's quirk. For his mother, she can pull small objects toward her telekinetically. For him, he's not hindered by size. Which one would you all like to read? Chapter 8. Hello everyone, I am glad you all could make it. Sorry, it took so long to finish this chapter. Things at work had been crazy stressful with the holiday season and all. That wasn't the only reason for my inability to finish this chapter during the self-imposed deadline that I created, for the enemy has barred its head once again, the bane of my existence, fight scenes. Why are fight scenes so hard to write? At first I thought it was just me, but I talked with a friend of mine that writes fanfiction. He and I work together. He has similar problems with fight scenes. That happened then both Pokemon Sword and Shield dropped. I managed to beat that with a mono bug team. Then I also had to play Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which was awesome. When Haku went out to collect herbs to heal the Mist Swordsman's injuries, Zabuza didn't expect him to return with the same blonde that had fought against him. At first, Zabuza was furious, thinking that Haku had betrayed him, but soon discovered the reason for the blonde's arrival. I propose an alliance. Naruto spoke with an edge to his voice that seemed to command authority. The Mist Demon arched an eyebrow in confusion as he stared at the young genin. Not receiving a tongue lashing from the swordsman, Naruto continued. Stop coming for Tazuna-san head, and you too. He pointed from Zabuza to Haku. I can get you positions in Konoha's shinobi force. Haku looked at the boy through wide eyes for a moment before turning away. How could such a child offer such a thing? What power did he have to make such a claim? But that wasn't the only thing on the young ice wielder's mind, for Naruto said this with such confidence. Zabuza began to chuckle. No deal. Naruto frowned at this. We have a mission and your games will not get in the way of that. The blonde time traveler sighed. It's no game, Zabuza-san. Someone like Gato would never honor the price you've agreed upon. He'll sooner stab you in the back, he said.
while I offer you salvation from the hunters that are tracking you and a place to rest your heads for the night." The swordsman scoffed, "Gato's no match for me. If he tries, then he'll surely regret it." Naruto rolled his eyes at the man's overconfidence.
Clearly, Naruto said after a moment, "If you're at your best, that's why he'll only strike after the fight between you and my team when you're weak." Haku stared at the boy that stood next to him. What made this boy believe that Zabuza could be defeated, let alone be seen as weak? Though it was logical for a swine like Gato to strike when his opponent was at his weakest. Zabuza scoffed, "You pathetic lot wouldn't even be a challenge for me." The blonde's left eye twitched slightly. Sure, he didn't think convincing Zabuza to disobey his current contract would be easy, but the man just making this hard for the blonde. Naruto lifted his arm, which made Haku twitch slightly as he went to grab his senbon. The blonde sighed and messages the bridge of his nose. "So there's nothing I can say to convince you?" "Not a chance," the masked man snarled. "I would sooner fall on my blade than work with Konoha." The boy scratched at the back of his head. "Damn, I was hoping we could work together." "Oh well," he said as his arm fell to his side and a kunai slid into his hand. Haku noticed this and in a quick motion volleyed a set of senbon that embedded themselves within the blonde's arm. Poof! Haku blinked as the blonde exploded into smoke. Naruto sighed as the memories of his clone began to come to him. Damn him. Zabuza was a stubborn fool. The blonde frowned as he cupped his hands behind his head. The plan to work with the duo of missing nin was a bust, undone by the ego and hubris of the man feared as a demon. He needed a new plan. The future cooperation of Zabuza and Haku could be tremendously helpful in his efforts to kill Sasuke.
Naruto shook his head, thinking about it wouldn't help him. If Zabuza was too much of a fool to ally himself with the blonde, then there was no skin off Naruto's nose. "Glad you could join us, Naruto." The blonde's attention shifted from his thoughts to the man who spoke. Kakashi stood with Sasuke and Sakura to his flanks. The cycloptic man sighed. "Now let's get to training. Sensei." The silver-haired Jonin glanced at his pink-haired charge. "Can we train in something else? Naruto-kun and I already completed the exercise." The man hummed as he heard this. "All right," he sighed. Naruto's eye twitched at the man's bored tone. "Today we'll learn you elemental affinities." Naruto smiled as his eyes gained a bright gleam. Elemental manipulation was something he had just barely managed to scratch the surface of in his training. He couldn't train in it with the others around and have them grow suspicions of his exponential growth. But now he could train in his wind affinity without a care in the world.
Elemental affinity. What's that, sensei? Sakura asked with raised eyebrows. Kakashi's right hand disappeared into his kunai pouch.
And returned with 3 pieces of paper in his hand. Elemental affinities are something everyone who can use chakra is born with. There are 5 different affinities. Water, fire, wind, earth, lightning. He listed the 5 elements as he handed the genin a paper each. These papers are made from a special tree that can be used to test your affinities. Just channel some chakra into the paper and I'll let you what you get. Sakura stared at the man before turning her attention back towards the paper in her hand. Narrowing her eyes, she pulled upon the warmth that was chakra. Leading it through her body to her arm and finally into the paper, she watched in amazement as the paper seemed to crumble into dust.
An earth affinity, Kakashi said with his trademark eye smile. Sasuke channeled some chakra into his paper. The parchment crumpled into a ball before being engulfed in fire. You're an Uchiha, so a fire affinity's a given, but to have a secondary lightning affinity is impressive. Sasuke smirked arrogantly and Naruto sighed as he saw it. The blonde already knew what his affinity was. Wind, nothing special, nothing more, just wind. One of the rarest affinities to have in Fire Country. He channeled chakra into the paper and stared in shock. Contrary to last time he learned of his affinity where the paper only slips in 2, this time the paper seemed to dampen significantly and split 3 times. Kakashi smiled under his face mask. Nicely done, Naruto. You have 2 strong affinities for water and wind, the Cyclops said. Naruto remained speechless as he stared at the damp pieces of chakra paper in his hand, completely oblivious to Sakura's congratulations. Why had he gained an affinity? Could it have been Kurama? Naruto furrowed his brow as he thought on this. The furball may have gifted him a secondary affinity when he transferred himself into the younger Naruto. He shook his head, no time to dwell on that, he would simply ask him when he saw him again. Kakashi cleared his throat, before making a hand sign Naruto had never seen him make. Before the genin knew what was happening, two other Kakashis poofed into existence. Naruto was awed that the man could perform the shadow clone jutsu, he had never done that before. Whoa, the blonde said. I didn't know you knew the shadow clone jutsu, Kakashi-sensei. The silver-haired man nodded, of course, though I can't use it as you do. You simply have more chakra than I do. He said this idly without thinking and didn't notice the looks of shock that appeared on his other two students' faces. Now, each of you will go with a clone and will learn a jutsu for your elements. The Kakashis split up and took each of the kids. Naruto stood watching as his Kakashi took two scrolls from his vest. Alright Naruto, I'll be teaching you the wind bullet jutsu and water prison jutsu. Tenten strolled through the streets of Suna, basking in the cool air of the early morning. Today was the day of Team 9's departure, which was why she was out and about. Suna was known for many things like sand and its abundance of shinobi with the wind affinity, but neither of these things interested her at the moment. No, the reason she was in the street was to pick up Suna's famous jelly-filled dumplings. They were the weapon mistress's favorite treat in the future. If she let an opportunity to grab a couple dozen of them slip by, she would sorely regret it. Just the thought of the salty and crunchy exterior and sweat-juicy jelly interior made her mouth water. Tamari would often bring them when she came to visit for diplomatic reasons. In a few years, the small stand would expand, but in this time period, the stand was no bigger than Naruto's favorite ramen stand. The shopkeeper, an older man with rich brown eyes and matching hair, smiled at her. Hello ma'am, what can I get you today? Tenten smiled and took a sniff. The aroma of the dumplings filled her nostrils. I would like 2 dozen of your jelly dumplings, please. The shopkeeper looked at her. All right. He stuttered out before going to work collecting her order. Tenten smiled in anticipation of the sweet and savory confection. She turned her back to the stall and watched as the people made their way through the street. Her smile widened when she saw Tamari. Tamari-chan, she exclaimed. The wind mistress turned toward the voice before walking up to the bun girl. Morning, she said with a small smile. Shouldn't you and your team be getting ready to leave? The bun girl nodded. They are. I am just getting some treats for the road. The sand kunoichi arched an eyebrow. Treats? Yup. Buying 2 dozen jelly dumplings, she said as the man handed her 4 boxes that contained 6 dumplings each. She smiled before handing the kind shopkeeper his money. Tenten opened a box and handed Tamari a dumpling. Want one? Tamari accepted the treat before plopping it into her mouth. She smiled satisfactorily. Delicious. The weapon mistress nodded her agreement as she popped one of the savory sweet confections into her mouth. Her and Tamari walked down the street and nibbled on the delicious treats. They passed many civilians, some shopping and others loitering. Tenten couldn't wait to get home and rest in her bed and get ready for the upcoming Chunin exams. This time around things would be different. This time the wind woman standing next to her wouldn't come out victorious. She was a Jinchuriki, half Jinchuriki, pseudo Jinchuriki, whatever you call her. She was different from what she was then. The bun girl looked at the fan wielder that walked next to her. So, you going to be participating in the Chunin exams? Tamari nodded. Yeah. Her eyes dropped slightly as she thought of how her brother, Gaara, wasn't someone that should be led around other people. I can't wait to show you around, she said with excitement in her voice. Tamari glanced at her and smiled. And don't worry about Gaara. What makes you say that? The Konoha Kunoichi swallowed another dumpling. Naruto-kun will set him straight, she said with a tone of voice that made her sound so certain. Tamari didn't know what to make of this girl. Where did she get this confidence from, and why on earth would it be placed in a Jinchuriki? Tamari was about to speak but was interrupted by a boy wearing an all-green spandex suit. Tenten-chan. The boy exclaimed. How is my most youthful teammate? The sand kunoichi was taken aback by the boy's boisterous personality. If it bothers Tenten, she didn't show it. I am fine, Lee-san. Are we ready to go? Lee nodded vigorously before returning to the side of what looked like an older clone of himself and a boy with the unmistakable eyes of the Hyuga. The bun girl turned to Tamari. Welp, I am off. she said while handing the Wind Mistress another dumpling. Till we meet in the Chunin exams. The Sand Kunoichi nodded. You bet. Konoha's Team 9 left the village gates of Suna for their long journey home. Tenten couldn't help but be sad to be leaving her friend. She was all too accustomed to her living in Konoha. With a sigh, she joined her team up in the trees. Guy seemed to be smiling brightly as ever as he encouraged his youthful students. Lee seemed to be eating up every word of the man's tirade. Neji scoffed and glanced at Tenten. What? You shouldn't be consorting with the enemy, the Hyuga said in a superior tone of voice. Tenten scoffed. She hated this Neji. We were just talking. Besides, last I checked, Konoha and Suna were allies, she said before speeding ahead of him. The villages were allies and coming soon that alliance would be tested. She hoped they could do something to stop it. Not likely. She was startled by the voice in her head. She almost forgot she contained a fragment of Kurama within her. Part of the yin chakra Minato severed from the Kyuubi before sealing its yang half into Naruto. What do you mean, not likely? Kurama smirked from within the weapons mistress's mind. Time is a delicate thing. It can only take but so much deviation before crumbling. Tenten thought on this as she and her team leapt through the trees leading to Konoha. Waking from the previous day's training, Naruto stared at the ceiling of the guest room. He blinked and rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he sat up. The first thing he saw was the lady of the house, Tsunami. Morning, Tsunami-chan. The mother looked at him. Sorry, did I wake you? Kakashi-san said you should rest. You came home pretty late last night, she said as she approached him. Naruto looked at her before looking out the window that he lay beside. What time is it? Tsunami arched an eyebrow and looked at a wall clock that hung just above the window. Almost 10:30 a.m. The blonde nodded, thankful he hadn't overslept and missed Gato's thugs. He looked at the woman as she walked out of the room. He made a simple hand sign and a puff of smoke. Later, a Naruto clone stood directly next to him. Protect them, the original order. Getting a nod from the clone, Naruto opened the window and jumped through it. Leaping from roof to roof, the blonde spotted the thugs he had beaten before. He moved slightly to intercept them but turned and moved back towards the bridge. This was the defining moment for Inari. These goons played a very important role in it, and the blonde time traveler was not going to interfere with that. Approaching the bridge, Naruto could see the mist consume his friends. Thankfully, the ice mirrors hadn't been erected. He smiled slightly at this, thanking Kami that he didn't have to infiltrate the dome again. Thanks for waking me up, Naruto said once he arrived. Zabuza smirked as he saw the blonde. Welcome to the party, Blondie. Naruto scowled at this. He did not like being called Blondie. Not like one more genin will keep me from killing you, lot. Naruto glanced from the mist demon to the boy in the fake hunter mask. His eyes glowed with resolve. Hello, Zabu-chan. The bandaged man snarled at the boy as he took a stance. Haku's eyes softened behind his mask at the appearance of the blonde. His form brought back memories of his offer. Salvation from their pursuers, from the Mizukage's unjust bloodline war, a place to call home. However, Zabuza was a stubborn man that is very set in his way. The freedom to do what he wanted when he wanted, to kill when he wanted. No, he wouldn't surrender that for a place to belong. Making a single hand sign, Zabuza conjured up a heavy mist. Naruto, however, was prepared for as he weaved through hand signs. Wind style. Great breakthrough, the blonde Jinchuriki exclaimed as he pushed his palms outward and a powerful gust of wind erased the mist. Kakashi leapt into action and engaged Zabuza. Haku went to aid his master but was interrupted as Sasuke hurled a great fireball at the boy. Nice, Sasuke-san, Naruto said as he watched the raven at N. The masked ninja stood kunai against kunai with the lone Uchiha. His eyes narrowed under his mask as he watched the blonde approach. With a deep breath, he was thankful that the rain from the night prior had been as heavy as it was. Kakashi watched in amazement as the fake hunter weaved through hand signs using only a single hand. It was uncommon for this to be done, and it took much concentration to do. One had to be extremely focused or be very familiar with the jutsu, ice style, thousand senbon of death. Kakashi's one visible eye widened. Ice style was a Kekkei Genkei of the Yuki clan of Kirigakure no Soda. He had heard that the entire clan had been killed due to the 4th Mizukage's bloodline civil war, The leader feared the shinobi of these special bloodlines and sought to destroy them all. The cycloptic genin moved to aid his genin but was then stopped as Zabuza lunged toward him with his oversized blade. Kakashi blocked said blade with a kunai. Not so fast, Hitaki. Zabuza smirked behind his bandages. Your fights with me. The silver-haired genin watched helplessly as the ice needles barreled down toward his student. Sasuke glanced around before gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. Come on, Sasuke, he thought to himself. Remember the training. Draw on my chakra. He focused inward, searching for the warmth that was his chakra. The ravenet's eyes opened wide as he pulled upon the warmth. Remember the academy. Chakra can be used for many things, such as increasing physical abilities. Sakura watched as her longtime crush was helpless to dodge the ice needles. Haku sneered underneath his mask. He hated killing, absolutely detested it, but to complete the mission and protect his master he had to force himself to take life, or so he thought. Suddenly Sasuke appeared at his backside. Seems you're not as fast as you think. Sasuke kicked the fake hunter away. Haku twirled as his trajectory slowed. Naruto saw this and made a single hand sign before another Naruto popped into existence. The two blondes nodded at each other. The original clenched his fist tightly as he channeled as much Biju chakra into his fist as possible. The clone slid underneath a now standing Haku before turning on the masked shinobi and went to strike the brunette. However, Haku anticipated this and blocked the strike with his palms. The clone smirked and poofed out of existence, and the original struck with his Biju-enhanced fist. The boy jumped away in surprise as the blonde's fist made contact with the bridge. The ground splintered as Haku cursed himself for letting his guard down around Naruto. Rookie mistake, he scolded himself. From his position with Zabuza, Kakashi smiled underneath his face mask. Naruto had grown since they had become a team greatly. His strategy was sound. The fake hunter had already noticed him, and since the blonde's true skill set was still unknown to the enemy, he had created a shadow clone to distract the masked shinobi, and when he was distracted he struck. It was a sound strategy that would have worked if his opponent was anyone else. However, this shinobi had mountains more experience than Naruto did. Don't take your eyes off me, Zabuza exclaimed as he swung the behemoth sword. Kakashi ducked to strike. Wouldn't dream of it, the silver-haired genin said. Inari watched as the two thuggish men entered his home. He stood there helplessly as he watched the men approach. The young boy trembled as he saw the two men. One was a man with ash-gray hair and a faded blue hoodie with a white sash around his waist holding up his katana. The other was a shirtless man with bandages on his stomach. He wore his brown hair in three buns, one on the bottom of his hairline just above the nape of the neck, one on the center backside of the head, and another just above his forehead. He had a brown bears and wore an eye patch over his right eye. Inari stood between the men and his mother Tsunami, who he swore he would protect from the two swordsmen that had cut through the very wall of their home. You're the daughter of Tazuna, right? The ashen gray-haired man said with a devilish smirk plastered across his face that promised pain. Inari gulped. Sorry, but you're going to have to come with us. When it became clear neither Inari or Tsunami would move, the shirtless man moved in. He lunged forward and backhanded the small child across the face, making the boy crash against the wall. The ashen-haired man glanced at Inari. We're only for the women, he said before turning back toward the now kneeling Tsunami. Tears stung her eyes, not only because of fear for her safety but also fear for the well-being of her child. She'll make an excellent hostage. Hostage. The word echoed through the child's mind as if the word were screamed into a large valley. He couldn't allow these men to take his mother and do Kami knows what to her. The boy shakily stood his ground. I have to be brave, Inari thought to himself, to save Ka-san. The mother saw this. Inari-chan, she exclaimed, gaining the attention of everyone in the room. Don't move, I can't have you getting hurt. But, listen to your Ka-san, kid, the ashen-haired man said. He smirked as he placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. You wouldn't want to get hurt. He unsheathed an inch of the blade, would you? Stop, Tsunami shouted. If you hurt him, swear I'll bite my tongue off, the young mother said, hoping beyond hope that they valued her as a hostage enough not to attack her son. The man resheathed his blade with a satisfying click. It's your lucky day, kid, the man said. We need her alive, so you should be thanking her. The shirtless man narrowed his eyes in annoyance. Man, this isn't enough. Relax, you just tried out your new sword. You should be satisfied. The eye patch-wearing man scratched his bandaged stomach. Boar blood is unfit to christen a fine blade, the man said as he turned towards Tsunami. Though I wouldn't mind christening my blade with her juices, the man said with a perverse grin as he went to grab the woman. Tsunami flinched away, and just as she did, a three-pronged kunai embedded itself within the man's hand. The shirtless man pulled his arm back in pain. What the hell? If you dare touch her, said a voice from the corner of the room. The thugs, including Inari and Tsunami, looked in the direction of the voice only to find Naruto standing there with hate in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki was many things. Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, proud holder of the title prankster from hell, time traveler, future husband of Tenten, but there was one thing no one could dispute. Naruto Uzumaki hated rapists to the very center of his core. I'll kill you, Naruto said as he summoned a small portion of Kurama's chakra. The young Jinchuriki flashed out of existence before reappearing in front of the man. His right hand gripped the kunai of his father while in his left was a fully charged Rasengan. The shirtless man was sent spiraling through the hole he cut into the side of the house. The ashen-haired man glanced from the path his friend had been shot out of to the boy who had attacked them. Quickly he went to grab at his sword but stopped when he felt a fist impact itself with his stomach. He fell to Naruto's Biju-enhanced strength. Naruto ni, Inari said as he stared in awe at the blonde who had saved his mother. Tsunami was doing the same with soft eyes and a wide smile. She was beyond thankful to the young blonde for not only saving her son but herself as well. Naruto turned toward the mother and son. You guys wouldn't have any rope, would you? Naruto watched over Haku's shoulder as Kakashi's hand glowed and the air around it crackled with electricity. This was the copycat ninja's only original jutsu, Chidori. Naruto stood above Sasuke. The young Uchiha looked like a pincushion, what with all the senbon sticking out of him. The blonde lunged at Haku. Kunai clashed with the fake hunter's senbon with an audible clang. It's a shame, Haku-san, we could be friends. The boy smiled underneath his mask. I would have liked that, he admitted, perhaps in another life. There was a pregnant pause. I would have liked a home. Naruto smiled. Then why fight me? You don't have to be on the run anymore. The fake hunter shook his head. My life belongs to Zabuza-sama, he saved me. Haku pulled his senbon away before taking a single step backward and removing his mask. Where I come from, I'm hunted because I possess a bloodline. He saved me from that hell. Haku smiled at Naruto before turning around and rushing to Zabuza's side. Naruto's eyes grew panicked. He couldn't let it happen again, not again. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt himself draw upon Kurama's chakra. He felt his teeth grow and sharpen into fangs, his fingernails elongating into claws. Weaving through hand signs, water style, syrup trap, the blonde exclaimed as the water around them rose from the ground and gathered at his arms. He thrust his hands forward and the water stretched out and clung to Haku. The brunette's eyes widened before he tried to freeze the water that clung to him. As he tried, he saw this aura of red that surrounded Naruto travel from himself to the water. This aura was hot enough to prevent him from freezing the water. He turned and saw Kakashi's Chidori approach Zabuza. His eyes widened in fear before he threw a senbon as quickly and accurately as he could. He smiled thankfully as the senbon found its target in the Konoha Jonin's neck. Silence overtook them all as Haku fell to the ground. The red aura had started to encase him, and to his surprise, it wasn't as hot as it at first appeared. Then he felt a headache of unknown origin as he saw memories, not his own. Haku! Zabuza shouted to no avail. Haku wasn't responding to the man's orders. Clap clap clap. The group turned to face the source of the noise and saw a group of mercenaries, and in the center of the group was a short plump man. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he saw the man that had led Wave Country into poverty. Gato smirked as he glanced at the bandaged man. Well, well, well. Look at the so-called demon, beaten by children. Zabuza snarled, Gato, what's the meaning of this? The short round man looked to his small army of thugs and back toward the bandaged man. Business, Zabuza. For what I am paying you I can afford all these men. He pointed his thumb behind him. So I decided to cut my losses. Zabuza's teeth ground together under his bandages. Glancing to his left, he saw the young blonde he had spoken with yesterday. Looks like we're no longer enemies. Looks that way, Naruto said as he walked up to Zabuza. I think I'll hold my I told you so for later, the blonde said, which earned him a slight chuckle from the missing nin. The young time traveler bent over and picked up Haku before smiling at him. Looks like we're friends again, Haku smiled underneath his mask as Naruto helped him up. The brunette moved to remove his mask. Looks like it, he said as he threw the mask to the side. Sorry about your comrade. Naruto shook his head. Don't worry about it, he's not worth being sorry over. The blonde said this last part as he turned back toward the group of thugs. He missed the questioning look Haku gave him. Blondie! Zabuza exclaimed as he bit through the bandages that covered his mouth. Naruto was seriously beginning to hate being called that. Give me a kunai. Naruto walked over to the man known as the Demon of Blood Mist Village and placed the hilt of the kunai in his mouth. Zabuza gripped the metallic weapon with his teeth. Naruto sighed as he wished Haku had incapacitated Kakashi sooner so Zabuza could have feeling in at least one arm. I so don't want that kunai back. Naruto eyed the group of thugs and let out a breath. He arched an eyebrow as he visibly saw the breath he took. It wasn't cold enough for his breath to be visible. He turned and looked at Haku. The brunette looked at him with a questioning gaze. The young ice ninja looked at the blonde confused but slightly startled. He hadn't been using his ice techniques, so why was his breath visible? Haku glanced down at the bridge underneath their feet and was startled to see that the small water puddles around Naruto's feet were frozen. Brat! Zabuza started gaining the attention of the two younger ninjas. Gado's mine, he snarled as he charged forward. His arm flailed behind him limply as he approached his target. Gado's eyes widened in fear as he took a step backward. Kill him! He exclaimed in terror as he turned and ran to the back of the group. Two thugs smiled and stepped in the path of the mist demon before trying to draw their swords. However, Zabuza hadn't been made one of the 7 swordsmen for nothing. He plunged the kunai into the stomach of the man to his left and ripping upward before turning to the other. He eyed the man before turning back toward the midget tyrant. Haku had engaged the man before his master had the chance to. Naruto smirked. Glancing behind him, he saw Tazuna standing over and knelt Sakura as she wept for the unconscious Uchiha. Turning back, he charged in and blocked a man's sword as it was about to strike the demon of the mist. Nah, the young blonde said as he pushed the man's sword aside with a kunai. Zabu-chan's busy at the moment. I would ask you to leave a message. The time traveler nailed the man between the eyes with his kunai. But you're already dead. Gado made his way to the edge of the bridge before grasping his knees and panting before turning around only to see his men being flung about by the 3 men. He paled when he saw Zabuza approaching him with incredible speeds. Demon. The man lunged toward the tyrant with kunai in mouth. Stabbing into his plumb stomach, he ripped upward. Gado coughed up blood as the kunai was removed from him. Clutching at his chest, he felt a warm red liquid seep through his fingers. Why, you bastard, said as he stumbled to the side. If you have a death wish, don't drag me down. 2. Zabuza stood at his full height only to have several swords and spears plunged into his back. The man's mouth leaked blood, but he wasn't done. Gado was still alive, so that meant his job was not done. He lunged towards the man and sliced diagonally across his chest before kneeing the man in the stomach, which threw him off the bridge and into the water's bellow. The men behind the missing nin stared at the man known as the demon with fear. He had just killed Gado, one of the most feared and influential men in all of the elemental nations. Zabuza turned and the remaining men that were still alive parted to make a path for the man. The man wandered toward the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto stared in shock as the man collapsed in front of him. Zabuza-sama! Haku exclaimed as he ran to his master's side before his hands glowed with green chakra. The demon shook his head before Haku could sully his hands with his blood. No Haku-san, he said weakly, I am not gonna make it. Zabuza-sama, please. Haku pleaded with the man he saw as a father. There's still time. Zabuza shook his head before he coughed up blood. Blondie. Naruto heard this and walked over to the man before crouching at his side. The ex-Kiri ninja glanced to his side where the blonde was looking at him with concern etched onto his face. Does your offer still stand? Naruto's eyes widened before he looked up at Haku's weeping form. The brunette had his eyes clenched as he shook slightly. Losing one's precious person is never easy. It was a feeling Naruto knew all too well when he witnessed the deaths of the villagers in his future. He glanced at the dying man. Yes, Zabuza-san. I.W. Want you to, grant me, my L.asked wish. The young time traveler nodded. Haku deserves a home, the man panted. He deserves a place to belong. Naruto nodded, of course, Zabuza-san. He shed a single tear for the man who had once been his enemy. He may not have known the man outside of this mission in his bingo book entry, but the death of anyone is cause for sadness. Zabuza smiled contently as the rise and fall of his chest ended as a single tear cascaded from the man's left eye. For the love of all that is holy, thank the gods of writing that I am finally done with that. You guys have no idea how much I stressed over finishing this chapter. I am pretty sure I am starting to grow gray hairs from this. Originally I wanted this done late October, early November. It's late December, and while I can blame the holiday season and how crazy busy it's been at work, and while it has been, I can't solely blame that. It was my procrastination that kept me from completing this, and for that I am sorry. Over the months between this chapter and last, Pokemon Sword and Shield came out and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order came out, and they were both awesome. I loved them both. Recently I got a work shed built, so now all I have to do is build my workbench. I got a drill press for Christmas from my mom for my knife making, so I am excited to get this bench built. How was everyone's Christmas? Mine was pretty good, I suppose. Spent the day at home doing absolutely nothing. I have been thinking of starting up a new YouTube channel. I think I've settled on the name of it being Master of None. It's kinda a variety channel where I will do pretty much anything I enjoy. Everything from gaming to forging. I plan on streaming as well. I have a randomized ROM of Pokemon Omega Ruby on my computer that I am looking forward to playing. Master of None. Channel, UCGDZYKBQRRLD4QLIUVKH5Q. View _ subscriber. Chapter 9. Standing at attention was the group known as Team 7 as their sensei gave the Hokage the report about their C-rank turn A rank mission. Naruto watched as the elderly man read through the report Kakashi had given him before glancing to his right and seeing Haku, the ice shinobi who had been entrusted to him by the dying missing nin known as Zabuza. The blonde couldn't wait to return home to his and Tenten's apartment for some well-deserved rest and relaxation. This is quite the report, Hiraishin muttered before cupping his hands over his desk. The elderly man looked over the 4 children in front of him. Naruto smiled at the man before glancing back at Haku. The former missing nin was standing stark still with an emotionless stone face. If anyone hadn't seen the rich earthen pupils, they would have mistaken him for Hyuga. Sakura smirked while blushing as she looked at Sasuke from the corner of her eyes. The young Uchiha stood emotionless as ever in front of the Hokage. I suppose congratulations are in order, the elderly Hokage said as he placed his pipe in his mouth. You may be genin, but you held your own against unknown odds. Naruto subtly shook his head. Unknown odds? No odds were unknown to him. Hiraishin took a puff of his pipe before exhaling the smoke. You 3, he pointed to Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, are dismissed. The Hokage turned toward Naruto and Haku. You 2, stay. Sakura glanced at the blonde with worry in her eyes. Naruto saw this and nodded, signaling the pinkette he would be all right. The young Kunoichi nodded before leaving the room behind Sasuke and Kakashi. Now, the Hokage said once the other 3 had left. What do we do with you? Naruto stepped forward. Gigi-chan, the blonde started. Zabuza-san asked for me to look after him. I intend to do just that. Hiraishin nodded. Yes. The report mentions something about a final request. What I want to know is, where should we put Mr. Yuki, Haku Yuki? Right, Haku-kun. We can't allow a member of this village to be without a home, the elderly Hokage said. He can stay with me, Naruto chirped. Hiraishin looked into the eyes of the young Jinchuriki. From my understanding, you're living with your girlfriend. How do you expect to accommodate for the extra person? Naruto looked back at Haku. He couldn't let him be sent elsewhere in the village. That's when he remembered it, his birthright, the Namikaze estate. We can move into Tusan's estate. The declaration surprised Hiraishin. To move Naruto, Tenten, and Haku into the Namikaze estate, it would mean revealing to the village Naruto's true heritage. While Hiraishin liked the thought of seeing all the people who have hurt or mocked the young blonde beg for forgiveness, this would also mean Minato's enemies outside of the village would know. He sighed. He knew it was only a matter of time till Naruto asked for his birthright. Very well, Hiraishin stated. However, you can't move in till after I announce your heritage to the council. Naruto nodded. Haku looked between them, wondering why the blonde would need permission to move into his father's house. Then you may move yourself, Haku-kun, and your girlfriend in. Naruto nodded before he and Haku started walking toward the door. The ice ninja walked through it before the blonde turned back toward the elderly Hokage. Oh, and she's not my girlfriend, Hiraishin arched an eyebrow. She's my fiancé, he said, walking out of the room. Hiraishin stared at the place Naruto had once been. Walking through the streets of Konoha was the young weapon mistress, the future Tenten Uzumaki. She smiled as the apartment she shared with her soon-to-be husband again came into view. In her hands was a katana her father made for Naruto as an early wedding. Sheath of the blade was a calming midnight blue, while the hilt of the sword was wrapped in orange-stained leather with a black cloth tied around it. Pinned to the side was a small metallic Uzumaki symbol. Walking through the front door, the young girl noticed 2 pairs of shoes. She arched an eyebrow before shrugging, walking into the house. Entering the living room, Tenten noticed a very pretty girl sitting on her couch. Her right eye twitched. Who is this girl, and what is she doing in her and Naruto's apartment? Hello, the girl said. The weapon mistress looked at her with narrowed eyes. All right, came the voice of Naruto as he walked back into the living room. The blonde glanced over and saw Tenten was home. Oh, Ten-chan. Welcome home. Naruto walked over and planted a kiss on her cheeks, much to the weapon mistress's delight. So love, he stated, what's with the sword? Tenten held the sword up for her husband to take. Tusan made it for you. The blonde took the blade in hand. He removed the blade from its sheath and saw the blade had the kanji for fire engraved at the base. Wow, he said as he looked at the blade. He resheathed the blade. Remind me to thank him next time I see him. The bun-haired girl nodded before turning back to Haku. So, are you going to introduce us or what? Koi, Naruto said softly. This is Haku-kun. The girl nodded. She had been told of the young ice user, however she never expected him to look so feminine. He'll be staying with us from now on. Also, he's a boy. Tenten looked at Haku, who in turn smiled and waved. The girl smiled back. Nice to meet you, Haku-kun. Haku bowed. Likewise, Tenten-san. The bun-headed girl smiled before taking Naruto by the arm and leading him into the kitchen. The blonde looked at the girl with confusion etched on his face. Naruto-kun, what's Haku-kun doing here? She whispered as to not alert the young ice ninja. He should be dead. The blonde time traveler nodded. Yeah, about that. He chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his head. I kind stopped him from getting killed. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed a bit louder. Haku glanced at the two and began to get confused. The incredibly dangerous. Time is a fragile thing. We can't be going around and altering everything we want. The blonde arched an eyebrow. When did you become so sage-like? I retained the yin half of Kurama, remember, she said as she poked the side of his head lightly. He says if we alter too much we could end up ruining everything. Naruto hummed. In truth, he did forget. His half of Kurama had been dormant from him until fairly recently. Flashback. Naruto opened his eyes once he heard the familiar sound of water dripping. His surroundings were that of the sewer that made up space in his mind that was reserved for housing the most powerful of Biju. Walking down the familiar corridors, he eventually found what he was looking for. Large red wooden bars that made up the cage that contained Kurama. Hey, Kurama! Naruto exclaimed in excitement. The fox cracked open an eye and smirked as he saw his young friend. It's good to see you. It is, Kurama stated. To think my other half's crazy plan actually worked, the fox chuckled. Yeah, the blonde said as he gazed up at his friend. Can't believe I thought Ten-chan would kill me. Kurama laughed. Indeed, I was watching the exchange. Then why am I only hearing from you now? The giant fox shook his head. I had to break through the mental barriers that prevented us from making contact, Kurama explained. Breaking through the mental barriers was difficult. He almost cursed Minato for putting them up, however, if he didn't Naruto would have ended up like Gaara. Now all that's left is the seal that separates us. Naruto smiled as he walked forward toward the paper seal that held the cage shut. As he grabbed the corner of the seal he felt a hand grip his arm. Glancing over he smiled as he saw him. Hello, Tu-chan. Minato Namikaze smiled as his son turned toward him before embracing him in a hug. Naruto-kun, I am glad I get to see you. Again, Naruto added. Minato broke the embrace as he looked his son up and down. He looked as if he was growing up well. Yeah, I am aware of your circumstance. The blonde father looked up to Kurama who sat behind the bars. Thank you for saving my son. The fox shook his head. You should be thanking my other half, it was his idea, not mine. Yeah, came a voice from behind them. Naruto and Minato looked up and smiled as they saw Kushina Uzumaki. I don't think I like how much you've been lying, Naru-chan. Ka-chan, the young blonde said as he walked up to her before she glomped him in a bear hug. Minato's sweat dropped at the duo in front of him. Thankful this was the boy's mindscape because if this was the real world Naruto's bones would have broken. I am happy. The elder blonde smiled before glancing up at the once been the scourge of the shinobi world turned his son's dearest and closest friend. Is this really necessary? Naruto glanced back at the man, his resolve evident in his azure blue eyes. Yes, he said sternly. The crimes of Sasuke Uchiha are irredeemable. I've given him every chance and continue to give him every chance. The young Uzumaki walked to his father. If he betrays the village again, I will kill him. But to kill someone so young, Kushina said as she walked up behind him. Naruto shook his head. When you were sworn in as Hokage, he looked into his father's eyes. What was the oath you made? The man smiled. To protect the village, whether it be to injury or death. The seventh Hokage finished for him. Minato smiled with pride. I am still alive, so I am not done yet. The elderly man ruffled his son's hair. Kushina's eyes glowed with pride. Kurama looked at the three as they shared their moment. His young Jinchuriki had really devoted himself to the role they now play. The Uchiha's actions lead to the death of hundreds, if left unchecked maybe thousands, Kurama stated, which gained him the attention of the three humans. If he starts down the path of darkness we will kill him. The fox looked at the young blonde. Together. Naruto smiled up at the fox as he walked toward the seal. Gripping onto the paper seal he ripped it off the door, successfully unsealing the gates. The large wooden gates flew open as the fox's red chakra mingled with the boy's own blue chakra. The blonde felt the amazing rush of power for the second time in his 2 lifetimes. This time, however, he had the chance to truly appreciate the experience. It was as if something in him was swelling up and bursting outward into the golden chakra coat he had once worn at the end of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Minato looked upon his child with pride in his eyes. Kushina smiled as both the image of herself and her husband disappeared from Naruto's mindscape. Yeah, Naruto mumbled as he and Tenten walked back into the living room where they rejoined Haku. The couple looked at the ice ninja before looking at each other, a silent agreement passing between them. Haku-kun, Tenten said, gaining the attention of the feminine-looking male. There's something you should know. What would that be? Naruto took a seat on the couch next to Haku. Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? The ice ninja nodded. Of course, he knew what a Jinchuriki was. After all, the current Mizukage was one. He was the reason Haku was nearly killed, the reason he was forced to kill. 13. Years ago the Kyuubi attacked this village. Haku nodded as to signal Naruto he was following along. In order to stop it, my father sealed it in me. Haku was surprised. A Jinchuriki ruins his life and here he was living with one. I need a moment, he said as he got up and walked into the guest room. This was a delicate situation for the young ice boy as he had always held distance for Yagura who had started the bloodline purge. He was a Jinchuriki. He was a monster. Naruto is a Jinchuriki, but the blonde's Halu's friend. He accepted him into his home without a second thought. Looking at the door Haku had just fled behind, Naruto was silent. He wanted Haku to understand that he was more than a Jinchuriki, that he was his friend. If not, blonde turned to his bun-haired wife. Think I should have waited until after I told him about the future stuff? The elderly Hokage sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Time sure flies in when one is busy. It felt like only yesterday that the Konoha 9 graduated from the academy and already the Chunin exams were beginning. Hiraishin watched as the genin walked through the doors of his office. Greetings everyone, the old man said as he placed his pipe onto the desk. As you all know, that time of year has come again. Yeah, a genin in the crowd exclaimed. I saw the foreign genin arrive early this morning. The aging Hokage nodded. Yes, so which of our own genin are capable of taking this exam? The genin looked at each other before Asuma Sarutobi stepped forward. I Asuma Sarutobi, genin sensei of Squad 10, nominate Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Naru, and Choji Akamichi for the Chunin selection exams. Everyone looked at the chain smoker with wide eyes. Kakashi smirked under his face mask. I Kakashi Hitaki, genin sensei of Squad 7, nominate Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno for the Chunin exams. Yash! Exclaimed the ever-youthful Maida Guy. I Maida Guy nominate my youthful students as well. Everyone's sweat dropped at the man's exuberance. Iruka stared wide-eyed at the genin nominated their students. Guy he understood since they had a full year of training, but the others. I Kurenai Yuhi nominate my genin squad Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazuka for the Chunin selection exams. Now wait just a moment. The crowd turned toward the source of the proclamation to find that it was Iruka Amino. Forgive my rudeness, but those names that were just called. I know them and they are definitely not ready for these exams. Kakashi sighed. Iruka-san, they are ready. I myself took these exams when I was no older than them. They're not you, the academy teacher exclaimed. Kakashi shook his head. No, they're better. This confused Iruka as he had been in charge of their training for 6 years. When they graduated he knew neither of them was ready for something like this. Amongst my own team, Naruto's grown quite a lot. Some shinobi quirked an eyebrow as the man talked. Naruto Uzumaki, the most unpredictable knucklehead ninja, has grown up. It was almost unheard of. He's even taken it upon himself to help his teammate, Sakura Haruno, with her shortcomings, and Sakura's better for it. Others smiled at the thought of the young hero committing himself to teamwork so readily that he would help with the development of his teammate. Iruka, not seeing a way to poke a hole through his logic, sat down in a chair. He refused to believe these kids were ready. Look, Kakashi continued, if you don't believe me, test them yourself. I guarantee you'll be surprised by the people you meet. Oh, he will indeed. Sparring was a great way to pass the time, which is why the genin of Squad 7 was having a light spar with Sakura to warm up for the day. As Sasuke watched, the blonde ducked a chakra-enhanced punch. He could practically hear her fist humming with chakra. The young time traveler struck her lower stomach before sliding around her. The pinkhead disengaged the blonde and held her side as she channeled chakra to the afflicted area in order to heal the soreness. Damn it, Sakura said faintly. That was good, Naruto said while panting. You got faster. Sasuke watched the two. The young Uchiha may have had his differences with the Uzumaki boy, but he would be lying if he said he didn't acknowledge the boy's strength. So finding out that the pink-haired Kunoichi had become strong enough to give Naruto a challenge was something to brag about. The Uchiha rose from his spot and walked over to the duo. Naruto noticed this, cutting his eyes at the Uchiha. What's up? I want to spar, Sasuke said with determination in his eyes. Naruto sighed before stepping forward. The Uchiha shook his head. Not with you, Dobi, with her. Me? Sakura stuttered out. I can't, she shook her head fervently. I'm just barely strong enough to challenge Naruto-kun. No way will I be able to beat you. The blonde internally sighed at this. His current strength was far superior to the Uchiha. With the added boost of his and Kurama's partnership, he could take on Kakashi with some difficulty. He grabbed Sakura by the arm and pulled her away. Sakura-chan, you need to have more confidence in yourself, he told her. You're really strong, you could push Sasuke-san no problem. Sakura looked at him before turning back to Sasuke and turning back toward the blonde. She was still unsure and it was clear for the young blonde to see. Sakura-chan, he said softly so Sasuke couldn't hear him. You want him to notice you, right? The pinkette nodded. Well, this is your chance. Show him how strong a woman you are. Right, she said with a newfound determination in her voice. Thanks, Naruto-kun. She turned back toward Sasuke. All right, Sasuke-kun, you're on. Arriving at the training ground to meet his team, Kakashi Hatake came across a sight he never expected to see. Naruto was sitting on a boulder watching intensively as Sakura and Sasuke sparred. He saw the young pinkette slam a first into the Uchiha's outstretched palm. Sasuke smirked before leaping backward in order to create distance before running circles around the young Haruno. Seeing this, Sakura did something he hadn't thought possible for her. She threw a powerful punch into the ground, sending shockwaves into the very earth they stood upon and splintering it. All right, Kakashi exclaimed, making his presence known. That's enough. The three genins walked over to their sensei expectantly. Hey sensei, Naruto greeted. What are we doing today? More missions? Nope. Are we learning new jutsu? Sasuke asked. Again Kakashi shook his head. Maybe more advanced chakra control exercises? Sakura guessed. No, Kakashi said. All good guesses, but alas, none of you got it right. In fact, I've signed you three up for the upcoming Chunin exams. Reactions were varied amongst the children. Sasuke smirked but overall kept his stoic figure. Sakura beamed at the thought of her sensei, thinking she was ready for these exams. She was excited, and for good reason. Since graduation, she had put in a lot of work and now it was finally time for the whole village to see the fruits of her labor. Naruto smiled widely at the news before slinging an arm over Sakura's shoulder and chuckling. Sakura began giggling as a response. All right, you three, Kakashi stated. I want you all to prepare for the exams, so today's training's being cancelled. This left the rest of the day open for Naruto and his team. The blonde bid farewell to his team before walking away. Hey Sasuke-kun, would you like to continue our spar? Naruto heard Sakura say as he was walking away. The Uchiha looked at her. He hummed. Sure. All right, done. I'm currently at work, so I'll upload once I get back. Next chapter should be Iruka's test as well as Naruto's meeting with Team Suna, and I hope to end with Ibiki's mental mindfuck. Seriously not looking forward to figuring out how to do that. It's also come to my attention that I should introduce Hinata. Personally, I would like to pair her off with Haku. So the coldest man in Konoha has accepted Sakura's offer to spare. Haku knows about Naruto being a Jinchuriki. What will happen next? Chapter 10. Walking into the room that housed the first phase of their exams, Naruto was hyper-aware of all the murderous looks their fellow exam takers were giving them. Sakura had a look in her eyes that was an odd mixture of concern and determination. He smiled at this and patted her on the shoulder. He liked that look in her eyes. It showed that she was confident in her ability to pass and showed that she wasn't cocky, unlike their third teammates. Sasuke Uchiha, both Sakura's childhood crush and Naruto's worst enemy. The Uchiha had an arrogant look in his eyes that spoke of how superior he was compared to the rest of these genin. Sasuke-kun. Came the ear-piercing shriek of one Ino Yamanaka as she glomped onto the object of her affection. Naruto sighed and shook his head. I suppose some things never change. Ino pig, get off of Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed. Yeah, some things never change. Even after all the training and progress they had made in making Sakura a splendid kunoichi in hopes of garnering the affections of the last Uchiha and subsequently keeping him from breaking all ties with the village. After all that, Sakura's still a fangirl in some aspect. Oh, forehead girl, I see they let you in, Ino said as she took her hands off Sasuke and placed them on her hips as she taunted Sakura. I see they'll let anyone enter these exams. Speaking of anyone, where's that loser dead last? This got Sakura angry, not solely because she insulted her but because she insulted her best friend. Naruto had selflessly sacrificed his spare time, which he could have used to better his own training or spend more time with his fiancée, but instead spent it correcting her own skills. The pinkette was about to say something in defense of her friend but was stopped by a hand on her shoulder courtesy of Naruto. The blonde time traveler didn't want a fight between the two breaking out. especially not in a room full of enemies. So to end the argument he placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder and shook his head. The pinkhead backed down, fully understanding that Naruto could protect himself. "My, Ino-chan, I can't believe you've forgotten me," the boy said, gaining the attention of the group. "And here I thought what we had was special." The girl in question was speechless at the sight of her fellow blonde. Was this Naruto? Where was the hideous orange jumpsuit? While the boy in front of her did have Naruto's spiky blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes and those whisker marks on his cheeks, his outfit was something that was very unlike the Naruto she had last seen at the academy all those months ago. The boy wore a black sleeveless muscle shirt that hugged his body a little too well for Ino's comfort. Over the shirt he had a dark green jacket that cut off just above his navel. He wore black Anbu issue pants with similarly black ninja sandals. The only shred of orange on him was an armband he wore on his right arm just under his shoulder. "And Naruto, is that you?" The boy nodded. "When did you get so ripped?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion as to how he should answer this. Sure, yeah, or could say he busted his ass ever since they graduated, and while that was true they would ask why, and frankly he couldn't get into it. Hard to show muscle while wearing a baggy jumpsuit. A boy walked up to them. "Troublesome," the pineapple-headed genin said. "What's with the whole change? What happened to the orange monstrosity?" Naruto hummed in aggravation. "My fiancé burned them." This was not a lie. When they had moved into the Namikaze estate she had set the lot of them on fire with a fire jutsu the first chance she got. The remark about a fiancé got everyone's attention. Sakura shook his head. "It wasn't so bad, Naruto-kun." Ino's eyes widened. "You can still wear orange, just not a kill me orange full body outfit." The boy in question rubbed at the back of his head. "I suppose." If he had planned on continuing his sentence, no one knows, for they were interrupted by a hard thud as a head of platinum blonde hair fell hard. Ino had fainted, and to everyone but Hinata they had no idea as to why. The lavender-eyed Hyuga was devastated at the implications of Sakura referring to her Naruto-kun and kun. "You guys are quite loud." Everyone turned and saw a silver-headed boy. It took everything in his now to scowl or outright attack the boy in front of him. Kabuto Yakushi stared at the group before looking down and seeing a very unconscious Ino. With a sigh he knelt down and began using his medical ninjutsu to wake her up. "If you hadn't noticed, all these genin are on edge. It would do you all well to keep quiet and lay low." Kiba looked at the boy as he finished healing Ino. Naruto placed a hand on his own stomach as a way to calm Kurama, who was snarling at the snake's right-hand man. "Who are you?" Choji said as the boy stood. Naruto never took his eyes off him. "My name's Kabuto Yakushi, and I've been to these exams enough times to tell you what's what around here." "So," Sasuke said as he looked at Kabuto, "you're like what? An informant?" The snake with glasses hummed. "Yeah, I guess you can think of it like that," Kabuto said as he took a scroll out of his back pocket and placed it on the ground before pushing chakra into it, and a stack of cards appeared. "See these? These are my ninja info cards. I am real good at gathering info on just about anything. People, places, you name it." The group looked amongst themselves. Begrudgingly Naruto had to agree. No informant was as in-depth as Kabuto, not even some of Jiraiya's spies. "Do you have information of Rock Lee of the Leaf, Gaara of the Sand, and Naruto Uzumaki of the Leaf?" The group were shocked at this, as two of those three names were fellow Leaf ninja, and one of them was his own teammate. Naruto looked at him incredulously, as if he could not believe what the Uchiha had just said. "Oh, you know their names," Kabuto pouted. "That's no fun." The boy shrugged. "Oh well, let's see. First up, Rock Lee," he said as he pulled out a card and channeled chakra into it. Rock Lee, current age is 15. Is a member of Team 9 along with his teammates Tenten and Neji Hyuga. His sensei is Miyato Gai. He has practically no skill in ninjutsu and genjutsu, while his taijutsu is spectacular. He's completed 57 D rank missions, 23 C rank, 32 B rank, 4A rank and 1 S rank as a genin. Next is Gaara of the Sand. Let's see. The boy grew shocked. He's completed 89 D rank missions, 74 C rank, 55 B rank, 22 A rank and 15 S rank missions as a genin. Everyone was shocked at this. Apparently he did all these without getting a scratch on him. Finally Naruto Uzumaki. It says he's a war orphan of Konoha. Naruto rolled his eyes. He's on Team 7 along with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. His sensei is Kakashi Hitaki. He apparently completed 32 D rank missions, 0 C rank, 1 B rank, 1 A rank and 0 S rank missions as a genin. He's currently engaged to Tenten from Team 9. This surprised everyone that didn't already know. Kiba glared at Naruto. What the hell, man? You skipped C ranks altogether and did both A, B and A. The dog boy was angry for sure. He was supposed to be the kick as genin of the rookie 9, not the dead last. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kiba but wasn't really annoyed by him. That B rank wasn't supposed to be known by anyone but the Hokage. After all, it was the night that he had killed the traitor Mizuki. All right. A man wearing a black jacket said as he bursts into the room. Naruto recognized the man as the Proctor Ibiki, also known as the head of torture and interrogation. Everyone sit down and shut up. Naruto sat down next to Hinata and sighed as he saw the girl flush and fidget. This was something he would have to deal with. He couldn't let her still be chasing after him romantically. He was engaged after all, which meant this was a job for Naruto Uzumaki, professional matchmaker. The first choice was obviously Kiba, but the dog boy was far from the ideal boyfriend material he believed Hinata deserved. Sure, in the future he was kinda good enough, but was he good enough was the question. Shikamaru was also a good choice. He was smart and caring, but he ended up married to Tamari and there was no way in hell he was going to mess that up. Shino was a good choice, being on the same team as her and all. Choji was an option, but that made Naruto shudder at who may end up with Karui in the future. The blonde sighed as he thought about it. Who was left? Shrugging these thoughts off, the young Uzumaki returned his attention to the sheet of paper before him. He might as well answer at least some of these questions, nothing else to do until the 10th question was announced. The blonde got to work. Was it technically cheating if he was using future knowledge he had obtained? After all, he didn't know this stuff until after he became the Hokage. This question perplexed him so much that he didn't even notice when he had answered 5 of the 9 questions. With a sigh, he turned the paper over to the blank side and began to write a note to Ibiki. Keep an eye on Kabuto Yakushi. He has information that only the Hokage should. He wrote before turning the paper back over and resting his arms on it and his head on his arms. Knowing Ibiki, the young time traveler knew he would report this directly to the Hokage, and without a doubt, Naruto would be called in to talk with the old man. All right, Ibiki said when a large majority of the teams had been eliminated. Naruto raised his head and looked at the man. It's time for your 10th question. People cheered as this signaled the approaching end of the first exam. This test made Naruto a mental wreck the first time around, so he could relate to everyone's elation. But first, I want to give each of you the chance to back out now. Why the hell would we back out now? Kiba's unmistakable voice shouted. Because, if you were to get this question wrong, you would be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Gasps of shock were heard all around the room. Naruto internally chuckled at this and remembered once when he had acted as a proctor for these exams. It was fun messing with the kids. What the hell? There are people here who've taken this exam before. You can't do this, Kiba shouted in agitation. Oh, I can, and I am. These other kids didn't have me as a proctor, Ibiki said with a smirk as he saw some genin squads leaving. Naruto remembered how hopeless it felt for him and it made him angry. He remembered how Sakura had tried to quit for him. Yeah, right, came the voice of the blonde as he stood up. Remember this and remember it well. The ninja who will become Hokage is me, Naruto Uzumaki. I don't care if I am a genin for the rest of my life, believe it. His little outburst seemed to do the trick as a trio of students who were about to stand sat back down, their confidence renewed. Ibiki smiled as he glared at the young boy who had single-handedly given the entire class the confidence to continue. Is that so? He said with a cocky smirk that promised pain. When he saw no one make a move, he smiled. Congratulations, you all pass. Standing outside of the forest of death, the trio known as Team 7 were listening to the proctor. Naruto was listening extra intently. All right, maggots, when you hand in your waivers, then come to that tent. She pointed to a tent with 2 large crates and a table, where you will be given 1 scroll. By the end of these 5 days you will be expected to get the other scroll and be at the tower in the center of the forest. Team 7 was first to enter the tent with their handouts. Sasuke smirked as he slid Earth Scroll into his back pocket. No one was any the wiser when the young blonde slipped away from their view for a moment before reappearing moments later. Naruto sighed. "Hey wait," came the voice of Anko. The blonde silently sweated as he turned toward the purple-haired Jonin with confusion etched on his face. It was a risky move trying to swipe a heaven's scroll out from under the nose of the woman. Even riskier when using the stealth skills she helped him cultivate. Of course she would notice his movements, after all, they were based on her own. "You're Naruto Uzumaki, right?" The time traveler nodded. "Yeah?" Anko nodded. "I hear you're getting married, be careful for her sake." The blonde would have sighed a deep sigh of relief if he wasn't currently in the woman's presence. He bowed slightly and offered a quick, "I will," before leaving and walking toward his team. Anko smirked as she watched the kid who had just skillfully stolen a heaven scroll out from under her nose walk away. Damn, that kid's good. Team 7 waited patiently for the gates in front of them to open, and when it did, the trio leapt into the trees as blurs before landing in a clearing about 4 to 5 miles away from the starting gate. Naruto turned toward his teammates who looked at him. Sakura had an expectant look in her eye as she smiled warmly at best friend, and Sasuke had a slightly annoyed expression married to his face. "Guys, I have a plan." The Uchiha scoffed. "Now you have a plan," he said as a soft jab at his blonde teammate. Naruto blew him a raspberry before pulling out a white scroll from his ninja pouch. The blonde smirked, as did the ravenette. Sakura gasped, "Naruto-kun, you stole a heaven scroll." The boy looked at her with a slight pout. "You could have gotten us in trouble." "Relax, Sakura-chan." Surprisingly, this did not come out of the blonde's mouth. The pinkette and blonde looked surprised that Sasuke Uchiha had referred to his teammate with such affection. Sakura blushed as she looked down as if her feet became the most interesting thing in the world. Naruto smiled as he saw his plan starting to bear fruit. "We're ninja and ninja don't play fair." The Uchiha turned around as to walk in the direction of the tower. Naruto looked from him to his female teammate and smiled as he saw her blushing. He leaned in. "He called you, Chan," Naruto said in a teasing manner before Sakura playfully slapped his arm and began walking. The blonde chuckled at himself as he began walking with his hands cupped behind his head. "There it is at long last. It took me forever, but finally I have something I am proud enough of to share. Even if it is a tad on the short side, I realize that people may not like that Naruto is keeping Sasuke from being bit by Orochimaru, but the snake has more chances before the end of my story. In fact, the Orochimaru fight was partly what hurt me up so much, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. I'm slowly starting to think that I suck at writing action. What do you lot think? Anyway, sorry it took so long, and hopefully my next chapter won't take as long." Chapter 11. Hey guys, long time no see. Okay, really long time no see, like 2 or 3 years since I last updated this story. In my defense, I don't have one. I couldn't think of how I wanted to write this chapter, and my usual method of giving this story a break and working on something else didn't work, so I just kinda stared at the Ino v Sakura fight with a blank expression. But I want to change that moving forward into 2022, also merry belated Christmas and belated New Year. Going into 2022 I want to be more productive, not just when writing fanfiction but also in my YouTuber career, and in my bladesmithing. Check me out on YouTube. My name's Trainer Will with 1 L, cause if you type 2 L's it'll take you to something else. Smiley face. Naruto stared down from the balcony at the fighters, his eyes transfixed on the scene playing out before him, but he wasn't really watching the fights play out. After all, the blonde time traveler had already witnessed the fight. His mind was hard at work trying to figure out the best way to overcome the coming battle between his village and the combined effort of Suna and Otogakure. He glanced up towards Gaara. The Sans Jinchuriki was visibly disturbed by the bijou that he held within him due to him having an insufficient seal. During his childhood, when he had first defeated Gaara, he happened to catch a glimpse of his seal. Back then the blonde didn't know what to make of it, but now that he was a fully grown and trained adult, he knew perfectly well what it really was: a 4-pillar binding seal. Not a very strong seal by any means. For sealing a beast like one of the bijou, even for the weakest of bijou, a 6-sided seal was the minimum necessary. Any less and it would allow the container to be affected by the bijou, and according to Kurama, his brother Shukaku was by far the most mentally disturbed of the 9. Naruto sighed as the winner of the third match was called and the loser, Masumi Tsurugi, was carried out on a stretcher. The time has come for the fourth match. This would be the match between Sakura and Ino. The blonde turned to face the pinkette he had been working with since he had received his future memories. Sakura was leaning onto the rail of the balcony watching as Kankuro walked up toward his teammates. Naruto smiled as the names appeared on the monitor. Sakura saw this and frowned before looking at Ino. The Yamanaka looked back toward the pinkette and smirked confidently. Placing a hand on Sakura's shoulder, she turned to face her friend and she smiled at him. "Good luck, Sakura-chan." Naruto smiled a reassuring smile. "You got this in the bag, no problem." Sakura held up her fist and Naruto met it with a fist bump. "Damn right I do," she said before leaping over the rail and landing in a crouch onto the arena floor. She looked up as Ino entered the arena. The Yamanaka glared at Sakura while the pinkette slipped into a fighting stance. She let her eyes roam over her old friend turned rival. It was clear to her that Ino hadn't undergone the training she had done since becoming a teammate of Naruto. She was probably still dieting, which significantly hindered her progress as a shinobi. Thankfully Naruto had talked him out of it. Ino smirked. "This is it, forehead girl." The Yamanaka taunted, "Winner take all, and at the end of this Sasuke-kun will be mine." Sakura frowned as she narrowed her eyes. Naruto watched his teammate. "She's baiting you," Naruto thought to himself as he leaned on the rail. "Stay focused and you'll win." Sakura smiled wide as the proctor signaled the beginning of the match. The pinkette charged the Yamanaka before playing a very Naruto move. "While I can't use shadow clones like Naruto-kun," she thought to herself as she made the hand sign and two other Sakuras appeared. "I can do this." Naruto smiled wide as he followed the group of Sakura's movements as he saw the original channeling chakra. The pinkette may be one of the weaker members of this year's graduating class, but if she had anything she could boast about was her above-average chakra control. Similar to the super strength technique where you would channel chakra to the tenketsu points in the fingers and release that chakra at the very moment of impact, she applied the same technique to her feet in order to give her an impressive burst of speed. Ino smirked. "This isn't the academy anymore. Illusion won't help you now." The first of Sakura's clones leapt into the air and struck across the face. The Yamanaka was stunned as it didn't feel like the illusion she had expected it to be. The clone popped. The second clone ducked low and kicked upward, but Ino blocked by crossing her arms. The clone blew the blonde a raspberry before popping. The smoke occurred Ino's vision as Sakura came into view with a powerful punch, but the blonde leapt backward. The pinkette struck the ground, which splintered under her enhanced physical strength. The other members of the Rookie Nine and their senseis minus Naruto, of course, watched in awe and amazement as the Sakura they were seeing before they were definitely different from the Sakura they had to know from the academy days. "Can't believe you taught your genin the shadow clone jutsu," commented Asuma beside Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin went to reply, but just as he opened his mask-covered mouth, Kurenai interrupted. "That's incredibly dangerous for a genin." She slightly glared at Kakashi for his carelessness in teaching a genin a jutsu that has such a massive chakra requirement. Finally, the masked Jonin was able to speak. "I didn't." He looked to his right and saw his blonde-haired charge smiling as he watched his pink-haired teammate overpower his fellow blonde. The other Jonin followed his gaze. Naruto did. Naruto looked back at the Jonin before flashing them a smile and a victory sign. During their time together, Naruto had worked hard with Sakura in increasing her chakra control and overall chakra capacity. He was incredibly proud to see how far she had come. The pinkette stood straight up as she spoke. "We're not little kids anymore, we're shinobi," Sakura stated as Ino glared at the pinkette. "If ya don't get serious, you're gonna get hurt." Ino wiped the back of her hand across her mouth as she sneered at her rival. "Serious, huh? I'll show you serious." Ino charged Sakura before making a few hand seals. "Ninja art." "Flash flare," Ino shouted before closing her eyes as a bright blinding light emitted from her. Naruto's eyes snapped close as he remembered how disorienting this jutsu can be after one of his genins used it on him during their bell test. Sakura flinched as the light grew before turning and covering her eyes. "Ninja art." Flash flare is a low D-rank jutsu that you wouldn't see many people use in an active situation due to it being easily countered with sunglasses or just by covering your eyes. Just then the sound of a fist meeting flash was heard. Naruto opened his eyes before blinking the spots out of them before he saw Ino standing victoriously as watched Sakura soar through the air. The pinkette flipped and landed on her feet. She sneered before striking the ground with her fist. The tile floor of the arena splintered and cracked, which created a large plume of smoke. The crowd that had regained their sight, which included the senseis, the Suna team, the Oto team, the Hokage, Shino, Shikamaru, and Naruto himself, watched Sakura's immense strength. They all paled as they saw such a show of strength, while Naruto smiled with pride. "Damn Kakashi," Asuma said as the cigarette hung loosely from his mouth. "What have you been teaching her?" Kakashi's one visible eye blinked in surprise. How to climb a tree. Kurenai and Asuma looked at him in confusion while Kakashi's eyes drifted toward the young blonde beside him. "Naruto-kun, what have you two been working on?" The blonde time traveler turned to face his sensei. "It's mostly chakra control and taijutsu," he said in a bored tone. The Jonin looked at him before glancing back toward Sakura, who had gone on the attack. She slammed her fist firmly into Ino's stomach. "I read a lot about the Sannin growing up," the blonde continued. "Lady Tsunade's strength inspired me to try and recreate it, but because of my..." Naruto pointed toward his stomach. "Because of that, my chakra reserve is larger than I can control, so I can't perform the technique quite as Sakura-chan can." "At least not yet," Naruto thought with a smirk as he watched the proctor call the match in Sakura's favorite. Naruto smiled as the pinkette walked up toward them. "Great work, Sakura-chan." The blonde congratulated his friend for her spectacular win. Sakura blushed at her boisterous teammate words. "Thanks, Naruto-kun." She smiled brightly at him. Kakashi eyes smiled as he saw his two charges. Two that did not seem to get along well at the start of their time together starting to act friendly toward each other. Gecko sighed as some Chunins came out toward the arena and using some earth-style jutsu fixed the arena floor. Naruto watched as Katetsu and Izumo molded the broken fragmented floor back to its once flat form. "Alright, time for the fifth match." Naruto smiled as he looked around the room toward where Guy and his team were standing. He scanned the area for the familiar brunette but could not see her. The electronic board changed and soon the names for Tenten and Temari showed on the screen. The wind mistress of Suna looked surprised for a moment before her brother Kankuro whispered into her ear. Guy leapt to the floor and spoke to Gecko. "Where is she?" Naruto thought to himself as he wondered where his wife was. Winner of the fifth match by ** disqualification is Temari. Naruto's eyes widened as this was said. Sakura looked at her friend with concern before he pushed past the crowd over toward Guy and his team. "Guy-sensei, what happened?" he said in concern with worry clearly evident in his eyes. "Where's Tenten-chan?" Neji narrowed his eyes at the blonde. "Why should we tell you? You may be of the Leaf, but right now, you are our enemy." Guy narrowed his eyes at his charge. While true that in these exams Naruto was considered an enemy, he was still a comrade that was concerned about another comrade. "Neji-kun," Lee said as he stood between Naruto and the Hyuga, "that was most unyouthful of you." Lee turned toward Naruto and extended his hand in greeting. "Greetings. I am Rock Lee and this is my teammate Neji Hyuga." The blonde blinked before accepting the greeting with a handshake. "I am Naruto Uzumaki." Recognition shone in Lee's eyes as he jumped up and down. "Oh, this is a most youthful meeting, my friend. Tenten has told me much about you." Sparkles could be seen in his eyes as he spoke. Naruto gulped. He had forgotten how hyperactive the bushy-browed teen was in his youth. Time for the seventh match. Would Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka please make their way to the arena? This was it. The blonde smirked as he leapt over the railing and onto the arena floor. Temari looked at the blonde that stood so confidently in the arena. Naruto Uzumaki, she thought as she thought about what Tenten had said to her back in Suna. Could this be that Naruto? "Ha, we got an easy one," Kiba said as he leapt over the railing. He smirked confidently at the supposed dead last. Kiba Inuzuka was overconfident in his abilities and had a tendency to underestimate his opponent. Naruto placed his hand on his stomach. Last time he was hindered because of Orochimaru's damn five-pronged seal and won purely on accident because of a fart, but this time he was unhindered. "Might as well give up, Naruto," Kiba said arrogantly. "No need to embarrass yourself even more." Naruto smirked. Not gonna happen, dog breath. The blonde clenched his fist. I am Naruto Uzumaki. And I never give up. Up in the stands. Hinata smiled warmly at the blonde's words. Gecko sighed as he looked between both of the genins before him. Are both contestants ready? To this, he received a bark from Akamaru and a nod from both boys. All right, begin. As Gecko said the word, Kiba immediately used his clan's fang over fang technique. Naruto sighed as the two tornadoes of fang and claws came at him. Naruto-kun, get out of there. Sakura shouted from her place next to her sensei. The blonde looked up before the twin tornadoes struck. The members of Team 7 watched in horror, but as their eyes widened the twin tornadoes turned back into Kiba and Akamaru. Everyone looked surprised as Naruto was gone. Kiba looked around, trying to find Naruto when the wind suddenly picked up. Strange that there even was wind when inside a building. Suddenly the Inuzuka looked up and his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. The audience did the same and were shocked to see a familiar boy. Naruto was standing on the ceiling, crouched as he cast a strange jutsu that Kiba had never seen before. Kakashi grew shocked. Has he completed it? Asuma and Kurenai turned toward him in question, but the Sharingan wielder remained fixated on Naruto. Get ready, the blonde said as the winds died down. You're about to see an original technique. He balled his fists as wind and chakra spiraled around his arms before. He threw his fists forward and the attack left him. Wind style, Rasenjari. Kiba's eyes widened as he attempted to jump away with Akamaru. The attack impacted the ground and created a crater before the wind exploded outward and caught the Inuzuka. The Konoha ninja looked on as Kiba and Akamaru were thrown into the wall. Kakashi looked at the boy before glanced back toward Naruto. What was that power he used? It almost felt like the Rasengan, but such power. Sakura smiled widely as she stared at her teammate. Yeah, Naruto-kun. She shouted as she fist-pumped the air. That's how ya did it. Kiba snarled at the blonde before tossing a pill toward Akamaru. The dog ate it in one bite before turning into an exact clone of Kiba. The two charged the blonde. Naruto dropped a smoke bomb as the duo came toward him. The smoke wouldn't do much considering the Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru relied heavily on their sense of smell and hearing. Kiba and Akamaru because that was their clan's style, and Naruto because of the added benefits he received from Kurama. Kiba stuck out at Naruto in the smoke, but the blonde ducked while Akamaru slashed at his side. Can't let them me. Leaping away and out of the smoke just in time to save himself from being struck by Akamaru's claws, the duo followed him. Nice try, Kiba. Naruto smirked as he stood before the Inuzuka duo. Making this a 2-version-1 is smart, he said before making a familiar hand sign, or it would have been if I couldn't even the odds. He cast the jutsu and another Naruto appeared. Naruto, Kurama said within his mind, let me fight. The blonde lifted his hand in a fist bump as his eyes turned red and Kurama's chakra began to swirl around him before the clone fist bumped the original and the red chakra began to seep into the clone. Its hair became wild as its eyes turned from its usual blue to a crimson red. Not let's finish this, the Narutos said in unison before charging the two Kibas. The Kibas went to punch the Narutos. The Uzumaki duo deflected the punch and struck with as much strength as possible. Akamaru's transformation popped as Kurama sent him flying while Kiba coughed up saliva. Naruto lifted both hands into the air and intertwined his fingers before slamming them into Kiba's head, sending the boy into the ground hard. The other rookies stared in awe at the dead last as Kurama nodded to Naruto before disappearing in a puff of red smoke. Temari looked at the blonde, and if she still had doubts that this was the Naruto Uzumaki that Tenten had told her about, they were snuffed out after seeing this fight. He was efficient, almost as if he had been fighting for years, and the way that malevolent chakra appeared around him, that confirmed in her mind that he was definitely a Jinchuriki like her brother. Gecko coughed. Winner cough. Naruto Uzumaki cough. Cough. Naruto walked home after the preliminary matches of the Chunin exams were over. Everything played out as he remembered, except that Sakura would be facing Temari after she won her match against Shikamaru. And he might be worried about Sakura's well-being if he didn't know the sand and sound invasion would happen before that match took place. Overall, he was happy with how things played out for him. After all, it was better than how he won the first time. At least he hadn't embarrassed himself in front of all his friends and sensei. He turned the corner toward the Namikaze estate that he, Tenten, and Haku had moved into shortly after he had returned from the wave mission. Hiraishin hadn't announced his heritage to the council yet, but Naruto figured moving in early wouldn't hurt as the space was needed. He placed a hand on the front gate and sent some chakra into the seals his father had placed on the gate in order to keep it safe from intruders. The only people it would respond to were his parents and himself before he added in both Tenten and Haku's chakra into the seal, pushing open the gate and shutting it behind him. He walked into the main room and found Haku sitting at the table drinking a cup of tea. He smiled at the boy. Haku looked up and smiled as his friend had returned home. "Hello, Naruto-kun. I trust the exams went well." The blonde nodded before moving toward the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. "It did." He took a large gulp of the ice-cold liquid. "Have you seen Ten-chan? Her team told me she wasn't feeling well after the first exam." Haku nodded and said that Tenten had returned about a week ago and that she had been throwing up since the morning of the exam. Naruto looked worried before moving toward their bedroom and sitting next to the sleeping girl on the bed. Her hair wasn't in her usual twin buns. He loved seeing her hair down. "She's so cute." He placed a hand on her forehead but didn't feel an abnormally high temperature. She felt normal to him. The foreign touch stirred the girl from her slumber. She cracked open her eyes and saw the sight of her husband. She smiled. "Hey Naruto-kun." She sounded dehydrated. Naruto gave her some water which she accepted. "Thanks. How was the exam?" Naruto rubbed her back. "They went well. I won, of course." Tenten rolled her eyes and playfully slapped Naruto's thigh. "Sakura-chan won her match. She's up against Temari after she wins against Shikamaru." The brunette giggled at this as she sat up in bed. Her body felt sluggish but her body groaned from the movement after just waking up. "No faith in Shikamaru?" The blonde leaned in before kissing the girl gently on the lips before walking out the door. Tenten watched with a smile on her face before resting a hand on her stomach. She was starting to feel nauseous again. "Guess I'll see a doctor tomorrow." A short chapter in comparison to the others I've written, but I don't want to keep forcing myself to write 5,000 words per chapter. Also, a quick sneak peek into a fic I am writing in my spare time at work. It's called "That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Teenage Girl." It's a self-insert story where I get reincarnated into a teenage Sakura Haruno. I thought it would be fun to write. Things I am keeping in mind when writing it is that Sakura has above average chakra control for someone her age, so I am gonna turn her into a Kenjutsu and Genjutsu user. Chapter 12. For those of you who have figured out my plot so far, congrats, I guess. It's pretty straightforward, but I have got some reviews from people picking up on some things that I hadn't fully realized I was doing. To that one person who asked how Sakura could perform the super strength technique without knowing tree climbing or water walking, let me explain. My thinking is even without the amazing chakra control that it would take to use such a technique, one could not use the technique as intended. Meaning it may not make Sakura as strong as Tsunade right off the bat, but it would at most likely make her stronger than canon Sakura. Besides, it's confirmed that Sakura had above average chakra control for a genin her age because of her low chakra reserves. So her control was already pretty good to begin with. The month had not started well for the young time traveler as he awoke to the ghastly sounds of his beloved throwing up. Jumping out of bed, Naruto made his way into the restroom and found Tenten, her hair yet to be put up into her signature buns, training her neck over the toilet as she clutched at the sides of the porcelain bowl for dear life. It pained the blonde to know that the only thing he could do was hold her hair back as she emptied her stomach of whatever contents it contained. Once she was finished ejecting the contents of her stomach, Tenten moved toward the sink to wash up and brush her teeth. Naruto stared at her with worry etched into his face. "I'll be fine, Naruto-kun," the brunette said reassuringly. "Probably just some stomach bug." Logically, Naruto knew there was little that could be done about most sicknesses, but love wasn't logical. Whatever was going on was serious enough to keep Tenten from having her rematch with Temari, so it must be serious. Still, I think we should go see Fuka-chan later. Fuka Sarutobi was the daughter of the third Hokage and Naruto's personal nurse for as long as he could remember. She wasn't well liked amongst the doctor and nursing staff due to her position, but being the Hokage's daughter, luckily, kept them from doing anything to her. "Don't you need to meet up with Jiraiya-sama today?" The blonde shrugged as he walked out of the bathroom that was connected to the master bedroom. "Yeah, but not till this afternoon. he said as he slipped on a fresh pair of boxers along with some dark gray pants, a white long-sleeve shirt, and a burnt orange hoodie. Bedsides, you're more important than meeting up with my perverted godfather. The blonde walked out into the living room to find Haku already awake and in the kitchen. Good morning, Naruto-kun. The feminine boy was cooking and whatever it was smelled amazing. Morning, Haku-san, he said as he walked to the fridge and poured himself a glass of milk. Whatcha cookin'? Sausage and eggs, he said as he cracked open another egg onto the skillet. I made enough for everyone. Naruto looked at Haku's back. The boy had been doing a lot of cooking and cleaning since they had gotten back from Wave Country. Ya no, you don't have to make breakfast all the time, the blonde said as he walked up to his friend and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're a part of this family now, not our maid. The Hayaten user sighed before turning his head. I appreciate it, Naruto-kun, he said as he went back to plate the eggs and sausage he had been making. But with Tenten-san sick, I felt it necessary to do more around the house. Besides, I don't want to be a burden. You're not a burden, Haku-kun. Tenten's voice could be heard from the living room. She was wearing a white outfit with red trim around the seams. Naruto couldn't help but be reminded of their wedding day. As Naruto-kun said, you're a member of this family. We could never see you as a burden. The feminine man shook his head. I am indebted to Naruto-kun. After all, he saved my life in this timeline. The blonde rolled his eyes as Haku spoke. The least I can do is do the cleaning and cooking. I didn't save you so you could be my maid, the blonde spoke up as he took a seat at the dining room table. I did it because I wanted to. You're my friend. Haku smiled warmly at his words before the three sat down to begin their meal. They discussed plans for the day. Naruto was adamant about taking Tenten to see the nurse even if she disagreed. Haku agreed with the blonde. After taking care of Konoha's weapon mistress for the last week, he knew all too well that she needed to see some form of medical professional. Naruto was seen walking beside Tenten as they entered the hospital. The blonde surveyed the room before spotting a head of long brown hair. Fuka-chan, the blonde nearly shouted as he and Tenten walked up to the woman. The woman turned and smiled as her favorite genin walked up to her with a girl she did not recognize. Morning, Fuka-chan, we need your help. Fuka ruffled the blonde's hair, much to his chagrin and Tenten's amusement. Morning, Naruto-kun, who's your new friend? My name's Tenten Higurashi, the girl introduced herself. I'm Naru-kun's fiancé. Fiancé, Fuka visibly stiffened and her eyes widened. True, she hadn't seen Naruto in months, but to have a fiancé. She then took a good look at Naruto. He was taller than she remembered him being and his eyes showed the same kind of wisdom her father's eyes always held within them. I know a shinobi's life is risky, but to marry so soon. The blonde chuckled nervously. In the original timeline, Fuka and Konohamaru had been a big part of helping with the wedding preparations alongside their friends in the Rookie 11. Telling the woman that no doubt still saw him as her little brother that he was to be married and at such a young age seemed to be quite nerve-wracking for the young blonde. Yeah, well, Naruto glanced at Tenten. Oh right, she was sick. Can you look at Ten-chan for me? Fuka looked at the young girl that was to marry her little brother. She was indeed cute, and judging from the way her body looks, she was most likely a shinobi like Naruto. What can I help you with? Tenten clutched at her stomach. I've been getting nauseous lately. I told Naruto-kun it was probably something I ate, but he wanted to get me checked out. Fuka nodded and led the couple into her office. Tenten sat on a table while the nurse ran a few tests. Fuka pulled a clipboard from her desk. So Tenten-chan, she asked as she took the cap off a pen, how long have you been feeling nauseous? About a week. Fuka nodded and started to jot that down. Have you been throwing up? Tenten nodded. When would you say do you typically feel sick? Mostly during the morning, she said as she smoothed out a wrinkle in her dress that didn't exist. But I get sick a few times a day. Fuka nodded as she wrote, Naruto-kun. The blonde looked away from Tenten and at the nurse. I need to run some more tests, you may leave. The blonde seemed to want to protest until Tenten assured him she would be fine. Naruto walked through the village, not going anywhere. His mind was still on Tenten. She was sick and he had no way of helping her, which made him feel as if he was incompetent. He didn't study politics and foreign affairs to become Hokage to feel incompetent. He sighed as he turned the corner and saw his godfather peeping into the woman's bath. Despite how happy he was about seeing the old man again after so long, the blonde couldn't help but be slightly annoyed at him. The old spymaster was his godfather, and yet up until now he had never seen him. Sure, he understood how important Jiraiya's spy network was to Konoha, and he understood the dangers it entails to be a spymaster, but the old perv could have at least checked upon him from time to time. Now Naruto finds the old Sannin peeping into the women's onsen. He forgot how much of a perv Jiraiya was in life. Ya old perv! Naruto shouted, startling the old man and the women inside the onsen. The elderly sage turned quickly with anger in his eyes before a hairbrush was thrown at his head. The blonde laughed as the man fell forward and hit the ground hard. A group of girls ran out of the onsen wearing towels. "No need to worry, ladies," the blonde said as he started dragging Jiraiya by his feet. "Enjoy your soak." The blonde, along with the fallen old man, disappeared in a cloud of smoke before reappearing at Naruto's favorite training ground. Training Ground 37, also known as the Waterfall Field. Suddenly the Toad Sage leapt up and glared half-heartedly at Naruto. Sure, the kid had alerted the women of his presence, but he had also kept them from clobbering him. "What's the big idea, ya little brat?" Jiraiya shouted. Naruto pointed toward the old man, which took Jiraiya by surprise. "You should be thanking me, ya old perv," the blonde shouted as he glared at the Sannin. "Do you know who was in there?" Seeing the confused look on the Sannin's face, Naruto sighed. "Anko Mitarashi was in there, and if she woulda got hold of ya, you would be dangling from the Hokage tower by your balls." The mere thought of such a thing befalling his little shinobi made Jiraiya's face turn almost as white as his hair. The elderly man ran forward and grabbed Naruto by the shoulders as he cried and rubbed his cheek on Naruto's own. "Oh, thank you, thank you." "Bus off," Naruto started as he pushed the Toad Sage off of him. He had forgotten how weird the perv could be. "Besides, I need you alive," the blonde said. "Need me?" Jiraiya said quizzically. "What could a brat like you need from a super cool and amazing ninja like myself?" The blonde's left eye twitched. Naruto walked closer to the man and adopted his Hokage face as he stared into the man's eyes. "I need you to train me for the Chunin exams." Jiraiya laughed, which annoyed Naruto. "Me? Trainer a brat like you?" He continued laughing. He stopped laughing as he stared down at the young boy. "Do you even know who I am?" He leapt backward before summoning an orange and blue toad and landing on its head. "I'm the amazing, the irresistible, and perverted Toad Sage, Jiraiya of the Sannin," Naruto finished as he was already bored with the Sannin's little speech. With a puff of smoke, the toad was gone, leaving behind a pouting Jiraiya. "I know exactly who you are. You trained the 4th Hokage. You're the only seal master Konoha has right now." Jiraiya smirked at the blonde's words. His reputation was quite a great one. "And my godfather." The white-haired man blinked as he looked at Naruto. "You know?" It was Naruto's turn to smirk. "Of course, and I am very angry that you never visited me." Jiraiya flinched like he had been stabbed with a kunai. Of course, the kid would be angry. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest. "But I'll forgive you, if you'll teach me the summoning jutsu." A sweaty and tired Naruto walked into the living room of the Namikaze estate. The blonde had spent the better part of the last 3 hours convincing Gamabunta that he was to be the next toad summoner. The whisker-faced boy didn't remember training with the old toad to be such a hassle. No matter how good his chakra control was, it seemed as if Gamabunta was just too slippery for him to get a good hold on. In the end, all's well that ends well. Naruto was accepted by the toad boss. Naruto sighed as he lifted his head and arched an eyebrow as he saw Tenten sitting on the love seat and Haku on a chair across from her. They were both in silence. At first, Naruto thought he had missed dinner. Tenten used to get so angry with him when he would miss the dinners she had cooked for him in their past lives. There were no signs of dinner being ready, so he couldn't have missed it. Naruto hummed contemplation. "Hey guys," the blonde said as he walked in. Haku smiled up at him and welcomed his friend home, but Tenten looked at him with a smile and tears streaming down her face. Seeing her red-stained face instantly concerned the blonde as he rushed over to her as carefully as possible. "Ten-chan?" He took the seat next to her and cupped her hands in his own as she looked at him. She was over the moon with excitement as she planted a long kiss on her blonde. They separated much to Naruto's chagrin, but it was possibly for the best as Haku was currently in the room. "Naruto, you remember how, when we first got together we talked about having a family," she said as she took his hand and slid it over her flat stomach. Many things could be said about Naruto Uzumaki, like how he was going to be the greatest Hokage who ever lived, how he was the savior of the fourth great ninja war, even about how he was a dense idiot at times, but given the context and how his hand was now on her stomach, even a blind man could guess it. "Why? You're pregnant. I know it's been a few months. I know the chapter's kinda predictable, but next chapter should be the Chunin exam's third round, so it should be packed with fights that I don't know how to write yet. I mean, since Kurama and Naruto are now linked again like they were during the war, one want to reveal some of his new power, but IDK if I want to do that during the Neji fight or save it for the Gaara fight. Anyway, huge movement have been occurring in my life. In August the 1st will be moving to Arkansas with my friends," said. "Friends are also YouTubers, so that's fun. I am working very hard on my YouTube channel and have made great strides in becoming a better creator. I've also been playing with the idea of making a second channel where I review and talk about cartoons. I've got 2 videos planned out for that channel and I am working on a script for it now. The working title for the channel is Cartoon Nation or Cartoon Central." Chapter 13. The Chunin exams were finally upon them as civilians as well as shinobi filled out the arena stands. Haku smiled kindly as he and Tenten sat in their seats. Haku wore his usual green kimono with beige fur lining over top his black striped dark gray turtleneck. Sitting beside him was his lady and friend Tenten, the future matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. She wore a white and red kimono with a red obi wrapped around her waist. She sat down and smiled as she watched the participants come into the arena, her battle-hardened hands rubbing at her stomach that contained the future of the Uzumaki clan. It was too soon for her to show her pregnancy, but Haku smiled at her knowing the future of the clan was assured. After all, he was going to be the best uncle ever. "All right," said the proctor, "the name's Genma Shiranui and I'll be your proctor for the final round of the Chunin exams." The genin present all looked to the man in front of them. "Now we'll get on with the exams. If you forgot, here's the order of the matches. Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha Kankuro vs Shino Aburame Damari vs Shikamaru Nara Sakura vs winner of match 1. Sakura looked confused as she looked around the arena floor. Excuse me, I thought I was fighting that Dosu guy?" she said in confusion as she placed a hand on her hip. She wore a 2-piece red outfit with a pink skirt that went down to her knees with slits that ran the length of the skirt and a pink crop top that covered one shoulder. Genma was thankful for his shinobi training, or else everyone would have seen him grimace at the question. He had been one of the first shinobi on the scene when the Auto Genin's body was discovered, and if it hadn't been for the recognizable clothes or the weird gauntlet he wore, they wouldn't have been able to identify the core. "Genin Dosu has been disqualified for trying to tamper with the battlefield before the exams," he answered with a bored tone. "Any more questions?" "No, goodwill," he said without letting the others answer. "Everyone but Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga, please make your way to the contestants box." Naruto smiled as he watched everyone leave the battlefield. Some of the Konoha ninjas offered the Uzumaki a few wishes of good luck, not really expecting Naruto to win the match. He sighed but expected as much, as they still believed he was the same slacker dead last he was during their academy days. Sakura came up behind him and placed a hand on his shoulders. "Kick his ass, Naruto-kun." The girl smiled at him, which earned her a warm smile back. "Ya know when I do win you'll be up against me." Naruto smirked playfully. Sakura laughed nervously as she walked off. She had grown stronger over the last month under her sensei that Kakashi had saddled her with. Ebisu was his name, but she still didn't like her chances against her friend. Naruto turned toward his opponent and smirked. He had a match to win, and this time he would utterly humiliate the boy. The match began and Naruto stood across from his opponent. He didn't want to outright destroy Neji after all the Hyuga prodigy, but he needed to trounce his skills in order to pull that mile-sized stick out of his ass. The blonde summoned a few clones before sending them off to attack Neji. Similar to the first time, the Ravenet disposed of his clones quickly. Though Naruto expected this, after all the clones were only a distraction as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves and reappeared behind him. He stuck but was blocked as Neji quickly turned and caught his fist. Did you really think you could defeat me? Neji says with a smirk. Fate has already decided I will be victorious. Why is that, you ask? Because you are nothing. The Hyuga kicked Naruto in the stomach, which sent the boy skidding across the arena. Damn, Naruto thought as he gripped his stomach. He got cocky and underestimated Neji. The blonde got to his feet and his eyes widened as he sensed Neji's chakra appear behind him. Thinking fast, Naruto ran through a series of hand seals. You're within the range of my divination, Neji said as he began his 8 trigram 64 palm technique. He managed to strike 16 of Naruto's tenketsu but was too late as Naruto had finished channeling his chakra into his scalp. Needle Jizo, Naruto shouted as his long spiky hair grew and hardened into a hard shell. Neji struck the blonde's spiky hair before one of the spikes impaled his hand. The Hyuga yelped in pain before jumping backward in surprise. Naruto smirked from within the shell before casting another jutsu. Hair Senbon. The blonde shouted as thousands of Senbon-like projectiles fired toward Neji. Tenten watched in amazement as she watched her husband show her teammate what for. She was worried at first when Naruto's first attack was caught by Neji, but when he used the Needle Jizo jutsu she knew he had been worried for nothing. She patted her stomach as her grin widened. Daddy's got this, don't he? Sakura gaped in surprise as she watched her friends from the contestant box. She was worried about her blonde teammate when she saw him get flung like a ragdoll, but when she saw that hair Senbon jutsu her worries melted away. While her confidence in his abilities was strong, she would have to admit she was scared he would end up losing to this boy, but luckily her fears were unfounded. Yeah, she shouted, show that Hyuga who's boss. She continued to watch in amazement and slight worry. These were too amazing. Shinobi and whoever won this match would move on to facing her. While she was confident in her abilities, she doubted she could win against last year's Rookie of the Year, let alone Naruto, who had been the one to turn her from the fangirl she was to the proud Konoha kunoichi she was today. She smirked when she heard a troublesome next to her and turned to see Shikamaru sitting on the railing. Just when ya think ya got that guy figured out, he goes and gets stronger, he said as he watched the blonde dodge another one of Neji's strikes. Healed ya, Sakura said as she leaned on the railing. Naruto-kun has changed a lot. Shikamaru looked at her for a moment before turning back toward the fight. He smirked, blondes are so troublesome. Neji stood across from Naruto with a smirk on his face. The blonde stood there as his left arm hung at his side, the tenketsu points in it having already been closed. I recommend you give up, he said confidently. I've closed all the tenketsu in your arm. You can't even mold chakra now. The blonde narrowed his eyes as he stood up straight. You are fated to lose, so why delay the inevitable? Naruto snarled at the Hyuga. He liked Neji, he really did, but he hated this version of the boy. Fate this and fate that. It really got on his nerves. Blaming fate, Neji could hear the blonde say, that's such bullshit. The blonde took a step forward. You don't really believe that shit, do you? He said with a chuckle. That's rich coming from you. The blonde charged and Neji readied another one of his Juken strikes, but before he could lash out, Naruto vanished in a burst of speed. The Hyuga's eyes widened as he lost visual of his opponent, only to feel a stinging pain on his left side. Glancing down, he saw his clothes torn as a thin scratch beginning to bleed. Fate is what you make it. Naruto struck his right shoulder, making the Ravenet Hyuga stumble, but Neji refused to lose his footing. If you really believed that, Naruto reappeared in front of Neji as he channeled chakra into his fist. You wouldn't have tried to kill Hinata. Neji jerked back to avoid Naruto's fist, whose fist struck the ground as it began to splinter and a crater formed. Neji, sensing this, jumped back in surprise. Up in the stands, the Hokage's sweat dropped as he saw the hyperactive blonde use his former student's super strength technique. Next to him, the disguised Orochimaru gaped as he remembered all the times he and Jiraiya were the victims of that technique. Shut up! Neji roared as he landed. You know nothing of suffering. You know nothing of fate. Naruto leapt from the crater. Don't even start with me about that seal. Naruto pointed at the Hyuga. Neji was surprised he knew about the caged bird seal. Not many outside of the Hyuga clan know of such a practice. I know all about having a seal placed on you, but so what? The blonde placed his hands in a ram seal. These seals don't define us, he said as he began channeling Kurama's chakra. Neji's eyes grew in surprise as, with Byakugan, He could see a chakra he had never seen before begin to rush into Naruto's chakra circulatory system. What is this chakra? Naruto pointed one finger at Neji. Let me tell you something, Mr. Hyuga, he said as a ball of red chakra began to appear at the tip of his finger. I have a seal on me too. The sphere grew to the size of a grape and continued to grow. One that makes everyone hate me, so don't come to me about that fade shit, he said as the sphere grew to the size of an apple before Naruto fired it. In the blink of an eye the ball turned into a beam and that beam split into 9 different orbs and shot into Neji's body. The Hyuga spit up blood as he fell to the ground, his headdress falling off to show off his caged bird seal and a small barely noticeable smile on his face. And finally done. Honestly, this chapter killed me. After months of sitting here staring at a blank document with blinded eyes, it's like every time I sit down and open up my program to start writing I get like a paragraph or so in and erase it. It's also been really busy around here, as it always is around this time of year. Work keeps me busy with setting up for Black Friday events and now for Christmas. Anyway, here's the chapter. I hope I did Naruto's fight justice. I won't be going over the other fights as they are just canon fights. I hope you all enjoyed. I know this chapter should have come out a long time ago and I apologize.